Can I just, okay. Good morning. It's now 9:30 and time to open the hearing sessions for the examination. Can I just check everyone in the room can hear me okay? Yeah, thank you. Good morning. My name is Kevin Ward and my colleague is Martha Savage, and we are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to carry out the independent examination of the Oxford Local Plan. The programme officer for the examination is Ian Kemp. Ian is responsible for the administration of the examination and the hearings and acts as the channel of communication between ourselves, the council and other participants. So if anyone has any queries about the examination or the hearings specifically, if you contact Ian in the first instance. He's available in the building today and then otherwise contactable by phone or email. His contact details are on the guidance notes previously issued and the council's website. I should point out that we have a colleague here from the Planning Inspectorate today. They're simply observing proceedings and they're playing no part in the examination or our consideration of the issues. So you may see us talking to them during the breaks or at the end of the day. If I can just ask everyone in the room, please, to make sure mobile phones and any other devices you have with you are switched on silent, please, for the duration of the session. I'm not aware that we are expecting a fire alarm test. I haven't been told that we are. So if the alarm sounds, it is for real, and if we follow the exit signs promptly. We issued guidance notes for the examination at the end of April, so that sets out the background to the examination and the hearings, and all documents that are relevant to the examination are available on the dedicated pages of the Council's website. So we have identified three matters which we need to consider early in the examination, given their fundamental nature. So the hearings this week will consider those three matters. We've set out issues and questions on each of those matters at the end of April and circulated those. And we've subsequently received written statements from the Council and a number of others. And we follow that up by producing agendas for the sessions. So hopefully people have access to those agendas. The hearing sessions are open to the public to observe and they're being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the website. Just to emphasise, it's just those participants around the table who are able to speak during the hearing session. After these opening announcements, the Council will make an opening statement and then we'll proceed straight to the agenda for Matter 1. Matter 1 concerns procedural and legal requirements. We'll also be dealing with Matter 2, which is the duty to cooperate today. We'll take a break between the two sessions, depending on timing, whether it's the morning or lunchtime break, but we'll take a reasonable break between the two to reset the table, etc. And tomorrow, Wednesday, we'll be returning at 9:30 again, moving on to Matter 3, which deals with the housing requirement. We also have Thursday set aside for Matter 3 should we need it, so we'll have to keep an eye on progress. So we have an agenda, we'll work through that. So those participating, if you can follow through the agenda and wait to the appropriate point to make the comments that you wish to and statements you wish to make. Once we've dealt with a particular issue, we'll move on and we won't be returning to that item. So please take the opportunity to say what you need to say at the right time. If I can ask everyone to be as focused as possible when speaking, try to avoid simply agreeing with others or repeating points that you or others have made already. The format of the hearing will generally be asking questions to the Council in the first instance, but we'll give other participants full opportunity to speak as we go through the agenda. And we will often be asking the council to respond to points or queries that others have raised as we go through. Please only speak when you're asked to do so, and we'll just have one participant speaking at a time. If you do wish to speak, you see you have a nameplate in front of you. If you just place that on its end, and hopefully we'll see that and be able to bring you into the discussion as soon as possible. So when you finish speaking, if you can put your nameplate down, and that will indicate that you've said what you need to say. We do have microphones, as you can see, and when you're speaking, if you can use those, you just press the button on the front of the microphone, and when you're finished, if you press that off again. We will take breaks at appropriate points, including a break for lunch today. So if everyone can make sure you're ready to resume promptly after any breaks. Before we move on to the Council's opening statement, are there any queries from those around the table in terms of the format or the proceedings for the hearing? Okay. If there are any points where you get lost or confused or you're not quite sure what's going on, please let us know, and we'll hopefully try to explain what's going on. I appreciate that a lot of people are not familiar with these particular proceedings. Okay, thank you then. If we can turn then to the Council, it's Councillor Upton, I believe, who wishes to make a statement on behalf of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yes, I'm Councillor Louise Upton, and I'm the Cabinet Member for Planning. And I'd really like to welcome everybody who's here to participate in the hearings today. I'd particularly like to welcome our two planning inspectors who've been assigned to examine the Oxford Local Plan. The City Council has been working on this version of the plan since 2021. In this time, the Council has held a series of consultations with Oxford residents and relevant organisations whose comments have really informed and improved the submission draft, which is now the subject of these hearings. The policy team here has taken all of that feedback on board in order to produce what we believe is a local plan that can deliver a healthy and resilient city for the future. Oxford, our city, is a unique city. There are so many layers of history here, evidence of settlements down through the centuries before we come to the dreaming spires we have today. Visitors flock here from across the globe. We're a world-class hub of knowledge and innovation, and of course car manufacturing. But Oxford's also a city with a complex range of challenges, from traffic congestion to health inequalities. Some of these are common to many, many cities, and some are unique to us. And we need to navigate all of these as we plan for the future. So, coming to this local plan, it sets out an extensive policy framework which will guide development in Oxford right up to 2040 in a way that aims not only to secure much needed affordable homes, but also to make Oxford's economy work for all of our residents, as well as tackle the looming threat of climate breakdown. You'll find woven through the framework of the plan are three overarching threads that we've focused our policies around. These are addressing climate change, reducing inequalities, and creating a livable city. So I'd say some of our most important policies, some of the ones we're perhaps most proud of, are ones addressing people's housing needs through identifying sites for more than 9,500 new homes in the city by 2040 and allowing homes to be built on employment sites for the first time. And of course, we will require any development of 10 or more homes to provide at least 40% as affordable housing, mostly social housing. We've got policies to ensure that the booming knowledge economy we have here brings tangible benefits for local people as well, through employment and training opportunities and affordable workspaces. We will be requiring all new homes and businesses to be net zero carbon in operation. I really believe we should not be putting up buildings now that will need to be expensively retrofitted in the future. And we are also taking steps towards addressing more challenging issues, such as reducing embodied carbon in the construction process. Finally, I would say we have multiple policies to protect and enhance our natural environment, such as by requiring major developments to plant more trees and other greenery, as well as protecting a network of green spaces across Oxford. So, striking the right balance between policies that support the city's population growth, that ensure it's a healthy and pleasant place to live and work, and that protect the planet is really tricky. We know we're setting very ambitious standards for new developments in Oxford, but we have extensively tested their effects on viability, and the Council is satisfied that the draft plan successfully reconciles all of these competing issues to deliver sustainable development. We are confident our local plan is evidence-based and consistent with the legal and procedural requirements that it should be, and on that basis I thoroughly commend the Oxford Local Plan 2040 to you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to matter 1 in the agenda. Just before we do that, it would be useful just to have introductions, first of all, from the Council's team and then from the other participants. So if you could just introduce yourselves, please, from the Council's point of view. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is George Mackenzie. I'm a barrister instructed on behalf of the City Council by the Head of Legal Services, Sally Fleming. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Rachel Williams. I'm Planning Policy and Place Manager at the City Council.
I'm Sarah Harrison, Planning Policy Team Leader at the City Council.
Daniel Young, Principal Planning Officer in the team.
Ricky Terrivel of Levitt Terrivel, the Sustainability Consultant.
Just mention we have other colleagues behind us who will swap in for different topics.
Okay, that's fine. We can introduce those later on. There's quite a team of you behind there, so thank you. Okay, if I can just go to the other side of the table, just if you can introduce yourselves and just explain who you're representing, please. Yeah.
Hi, Dominic Woodfield from Bioscan, representing Friends of Iffley Village and Friends of the Fields, Iffley.
Hi, I'm John McDonnell. I'm a practice manager at Donington Medical Partnership, but representing CEOXA.
Sorry, what was the name? Surname?
John McDonnell.
McDonald, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Deborah Glass-Woodin. I think I might be representing only one Oxford, but generally I'm representing Oxford residents.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Okay. Can everyone still hear me okay? Is the mic... It's difficult to know whether the mic's working or not. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, okay, hopefully you will have the agenda for matter 1, which, as I said before, deals with procedural and legal requirements. So we have the Council's statement on this matter and need statements from others. So to some extent we can take sections of that as read, really. But it'd be useful to start off, I think, just with I suppose an overview really of the plan preparation process from the Council's point of view. If you could just take us through, I suppose, the timeline and the key stages in plan preparation, please.
Of course. Thank you. The Oxford Local Plan 2040 first appears in Oxford's LDS, that's the Local Development Scheme, 2020 to 25, was adopted by Council in July 2020. So that LDS, the programme of work, noted that work would start on the Oxford Local Plan in October 2020. This is hot on the heels, really, of adoption of the 2036 local plan that had only been adopted in June of 2020. But the City Council thought it was really important to reflect the policies of the then Oxfordshire Plan, which we'll no doubt hear more about later, and coordinate local plan periods across Oxfordshire to help deliver those. So the broad stages of preparation. In June to September 2021, we consulted on an issues consultation. This is an important element beyond the requirements of the regulations and the SCI to involve as many as possible in setting the shape of the plan ahead of policy approaches. At the time, COVID-19 restrictions were in place, so that was largely online, and more innovative approaches that we tested included door-to-door delivery of a leaflet with infographics of information about the city. And around 1,200 people responded to that. The next important stage was the preferred options Regulation 18 Part 1 consultation. That followed in October to November 2022. This was held in the period immediately after the collapse of the Oxfordshire Plan. We felt it was really important to proceed and make progress with the local plan, albeit we would need to come back for a Regulation 18 Part 2 consultation later. Again, a range of measures were used, door-to-door delivery, a summary questionnaire to target people who only had 5 or 10 minutes to get involved, 18 events, advertising, and around 1,400 responses. As I mentioned, we then needed to add a second Regulation 18 stage. This became necessary to address the issues that had been planned to be covered in the Oxfordshire Plan, but would no longer be so. So our Regulation 18 Part 2 consultation happened in February to March 23. We'd flagged that in the earlier Part 1 consultation and had some similar methods and 220 responses to that. The next stage of consultation, the proposed submission plan at Regulation 19, was held in November to January. That's November 23, January 24. We extended the period of time to take account for the Christmas and New Year period, again over and above the requirements of the regulations, and did all the necessary notifications, statements of representations and so on, and received 205 responses. So at each stage, we believe that the requirements of the regulations and our own statement of community involvement were followed and exceeded. We've provided full details of the methods and responses in the consultation statement, that's CSD 003. In addition to those, I would just flag that much work with partners, agencies and other organisations took place, and they're detailed in the statements of common ground with those bodies. We believe that this engagement has led to a stronger and better plan. Thank you.
Okay. In the early days of preparing the local plan, can you just explain what the relationship was intended to be between the Oxfordshire Plan and the Oxford City Local Plan?
Yes, so unusually, when we embarked on the Oxford Local Plan 2040, we were in a position of having an additional layer of plan making in Oxfordshire. So all of the Oxfordshire authorities had agreed to work together on what was called the Joint Statutory Spatial Plan, became known as the Oxfordshire Plan 2050. The intention of that was to address some of the big cross-boundary issues that Oxfordshire faced, and to look at a much longer time period. So it had a bigger geographical scope and a much longer time period. And together with partners, we believed this was the right way to try and tackle some of the more difficult issues that Oxfordshire faced. In scope, it was going to be fairly limited about housing and employment and infrastructure. And then that would be supported in time by a coordinated round of the local plans to help deliver those policies from the strategic plan and the more detailed plan policies that you'd expect come forward. So that was the intention. So when we embarked on the 2040 local plan, we anticipated that lots of those big strategic policies would have been picked up in the Oxfordshire Plan. When that stopped, when work on the Oxfordshire Plan stopped, we then adapted our LDS and inserted that additional Regulation 18 Part 2 consultation to compensate.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the scope of the local plan changed at that point in time. It took on strategic matters also, yeah?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. You've kind of set out the approach to public consultation, and as I said, we've got the council statement and background information on that. Ms. Glasswooden. Yeah.
It's hard to tell when's the most appropriate time to come
It's
in,
okay.
so I'll just, consultation is extraordinarily difficult. But if we look around the room, my concern is that if one even goes just beyond the letter of the law and doesn't appreciate the spirit of the law, we end up with people responding who look like us. And I'm here to just suggest that consultation has to go way beyond, for something as important at the local plan in a city that has the second highest wealth inequalities in the country and unaffordable housing, and a large institution that competes for space because it owns the space, competing against residents' needs. Am I constantly being told there's no town-gown divide, but I don't believe that's the case. We have to find a way to better include more of the people that are going to be affected by the impacts of the local plan. I personally feel we could do better at this. So another example is, look at how this room is set up. I'm a local resident and I know, okay, I've been a councillor in the past, but I still find this terrifying. It's extremely adversarial. It doesn't feel as if we're looking to engage with people that might have something slightly different to say. So my concern is, I mean, I've had lots of help from Ian, thank you so much, in just trying to find what I need to know to be able to participate in this process. And I still kind of feel like not a usurp, like a, who am I? What am I doing here? What right do I have to be here? And I'm outspoken, and I believe in this stuff, and I know why I'm here, but the majority of people in Oxford don't. And I'm personally ashamed to be engaging in a process where 1,000 people respond to 46,000 households being contacted. When does that become not good enough? So that's kind of the context. I'm really, really concerned that if we carry on down a path of business as usual, which this feels like it is, even if the content alludes to or suggests that there are other urgent issues overriding past policies, such as the climate crisis, we're not going to genuinely do what needs to be done to address the underlying issues. And it's also partly because, I analysed a few of the questions and they're extremely siloed. So if you talk about housing and you ask people if they want more housing, who's going to say no? And if you ask people if they want more open spaces, nobody's going to say no. But if you say to them, we have limited land and we can't have all the employment and all the housing and all the open spaces that people are demanding, without addressing that in a more complicated, nuanced, get everybody in the room who has something to say way, we're going to carry on with business as usual. And this is my concern about the local plan, again, and the consultation that has led us to where we are, even if it does have some better things in it. So just to give you an example, yes, don't just ask what type of housing do we need. And I'm happy to say that lots of people replied and said, we don't want to be housing students anymore. We want to be housing key workers, and we want to be providing genuinely and permanently affordable housing. But is that with employment? Should we not be providing it instead of employment in a city that has more available jobs than people of working age able to do them? Why are we looking to bring thousands more jobs into the city? I don't know how long I'm allowed to go on for.
It's all right, but you're probably straying into other matters which we'll deal with.
Well, except that,
yeah.
I mean, I've got a number of examples here. If you're asked a question such as, should we encourage intensification and regeneration of employment sites, already important to supporting the local and national economy, how do you answer a question like that and make an informed decision unless you're provided with statistics around what employment we're providing already, where the lack of employment is, if there is a lack of employment, and where else that employment might go, dare I suggest it, if it didn't come to Oxford City. So we talk about Oxford being this global. I don't think it is. I think Oxford University is. And what I would like the City Council to do, and what I believe the role of local residents is in the consultation, is to enable the Council to speak out for local residents and not just for the pressures that own our land and that are kind of facilitating or pressurizing us into what we do with it. If you ask a question, I'll end with this. If you ask a question such as, should we focus new development away from areas of flood risk? Yes. But allow redevelopment of sites at risk from flooding? What if you want to say yes to the first part and no to the second part? How do you answer that question? You can't say no, Yeah, anyway, so I'd like to question whether the questions in the first place were actually as helpful as they could be, never mind the supporting information that enabled you to make an informed decision. Let me impress you here. According to one of the 4 gunning principles about enabling people to make informed decisions around or provide sufficient information to make intelligent consideration, I don't believe this was done. So I think that's the only kind of legal grounds I have for saying, please go back to the drawing board, make the questions easier to access, and then do better facilitation to enable people who don't get a chance to be here to actually engage with this whole process from the get-go. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Woodfield.
Just a simple question, really. I heard in the statement comments along the lines of how many responses were received in response to each stage of the consultation process, Reg 18, Reg 19, and so on. Is the council able to offer a statistic that shows how many of those responses were actually members of the public, as opposed to organisations perhaps with vested development interests in lobbying for certain policies to go in certain directions? So I'd be interested to know, if that statistic is actually available, what proportion of those responses were members of the public.
I don't know whether, I suspect you don't have that immediately to hand, but it's possibly something that could be found out, I suppose.
In fact, I think I might find it quite hard to work that out precisely, because it's very difficult to understand what someone's motive for filling in a questionnaire is. And of course, as you know, we are duty-bound to engage with all interests in the city, not just residents, but I understand the point you're making.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come back to Mr. Woodfield?
No, not really, sir. It just would be useful to have that information, and I think you could probably work it out on the basis of face value and taking approaches in a non-cynical way. But yes, those figures just look rather light compared to the population of Oxford. It would be. I'd feel much more confident if we had many thousands responding rather than matters of hundreds.
Okay, Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you. I just had a question with regards to the opening statement, where you're talking about the health inequalities that were taken into account with the plan. Looking through the plan, the only primary care development would be in North Oxford, I believe, if I'm correct, Summertown. With the area that, funnily enough, we're in, with Rosehill, Blackbird Leys and Littlemore, have a lot of health inequalities. I was just wondering what primary care provision have been accounted for in the plan with that.
Okay.
I answer that generally.
You're dealing with all the difficult questions already.
Well, that's a very specific question. If you bear with me, I'll answer it in a general sense to start with. So as part of drafting the local plan, we've been actively engaging with Bob ICB, that's the Berkshire, Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, maybe the other way around, Integrated Care Board, who have that role of planning for public health facilities. So they've been engaged in the process throughout. We've reached out to all the relevant organisations. We've gathered information about health inequalities. We've used the county's JSNA information. We've tried to incorporate as much of that as we can into the local plan. The local plan itself can't deliver health facilities. But we can address local people's concerns, and we can engage with the right bodies and make sure that we've responded to their input in the infrastructure delivery plan, for example. So it's a very general answer, but quite tricky to pick up the detail of that at this point. Is that okay?
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So if we could move on then to the next kind of sub-item in terms of neighbourhood plans. Could you just, again, just in very brief terms, give us an overview of the situation with neighbourhood plans in the area and how you see the relationship between this local plan and those neighbourhood plans developing?
Of course. Thank you. So the city has 3 ex-ante neighbourhood plans. Headington, adopted in July 17, Summertown and St Margaret's, adopted in April 19, and Wolvercote, adopted in June 21. We also have 1 neighbourhood plan currently in production for the Littlemore area. So whilst the extant neighbourhood plans were written in the light of the 2036 local plan, the strategic matters of the 2040 local plan follow directly from the 2036 local plan. The 2040 local plan builds on the approach of focusing on local communities and in neighbourhood planning, and it strengthens that through the overarching thread of supporting a livable city. We've reviewed and we're confident that the extant and emerging neighbourhood plan work will not be prejudiced by the adoption of the 2040 plan. We've been engaging constructively with the neighbourhood forums, both to update their forum status and with a little more on their emerging neighbourhood plan. We're confident that those plans can continue in the light of the new policies of the 2040 local plan.
Okay. And then in terms of supplementary planning documents, understand there's just one currently adopted SPD. If you could just explain what that deals with and again what the potential implications of this local plan would be for future supplementary planning documents.
Thank you. Yes, we have one extant supplementary planning document. That's the West End and Oseley Mead SPD, which was adopted in November 22. The principal aim of that SPD is to help ensure that development takes part in a cohesive way that contributes to the wider vision for the area. The West End and Oseley Mead is a large and sensitive area on the edge of the city with a scale that was always expected to straddle 2 local planning periods. There are policies in the 2040 plan of particular relevance, especially the West End and Botley area of focus, policy WEAOF, and then policies SPC W5, 6 and 7 on Oxpens, the Nuffield sites and Oseley Mead. We've considered the nature of the SPD and its relationship with the new local plan throughout. Early work was already underway on the new local plan as the SPD was being prepared. The SPD remains relevant by providing additional detail that will assist in the implementation of the policies. And it also helps maintain a consistent vision between the 2 local plans. As I say, it was always expected it would be developed out over a longer period of time. So we believe that the 2040 plans will provide the policy framework and certainty to developers and local residents, and the SPD provides that additional level of guidance, particularly in this case, a spatial framework and a design guide. We have no other SPDs and none are as yet proposed. We'll keep that underway and we can adapt and move quickly on that if that should become appropriate in time. The Council will continue to use technical advice notes to provide supplementary guidance on the application of policies where that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the second agenda item, which is sustainability appraisal. Oh, apologies. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay, fantastic. Okay, so can the Council please give me an overview of the SA process and the methodology, please?
Yep, sure. So for context, this is the 3rd round of local plan making since 2012 in which we've followed this approach to sustainability appraisal. Such the team are very familiar with the main sustainability issues and constraints in Oxford. These issues and constraints remain largely unchanged, including the physical and environmental, such as the city being a compact one, with strong constraints in terms of flooding, heritage, biodiversity. Though whilst we're limited in space, we're also inherently highly sustainable. Almost nowhere is further than 15 minutes from public transport. There's also the socio and economic issues, such as the high levels of unaffordability, limited housing to meet demand, and the fact that Oxford's economy is thriving and there's pressure for employment growth, but coupled with those high levels of housing and affordability, there's issues with workers struggling to locate close to their employment in the city. So in terms of methodology, the council's worked alongside Levitt Terrible sustainability consultants to ensure that the SA process has been an integral part of the evidence base informing the development of the local plan. In fact, parts of the SA process have been integrated with the plan-making process, such as the underlying topic papers, which fulfill a dual role, expanding on detail for the SA and also evidencing the approaches taken in plan-making, but also in how we've assessed the suitability of sites for allocation, which incorporate SA considerations into the assessment pro formas. Whilst the SA is not a development plan in its own of itself, it's an important part of the evidence base that's iteratively informed the proposals in the local plan and has been made available for feedback at each consultation stage. So early engagement on the local plan was via the issues consultation and was accompanied by an SA scoping report. The scoping work identified relevant policies, plans, programmes, SA objectives. It collected the baseline contextual information and the key sustainability issues, and also established the SA framework. Then we moved on to the preferred options. So options and alternatives for the emerging policy areas were set out in our preferred options consultation part 1 and the essay of selected policy options for the Oxford Local Plan, which is document CSD 013. That was in September 2022. So a principal driver in terms of plan making in the city are those local contextual factors that I've just mentioned, which means that options for development in Oxford are more restricted than in other locations. This is why, as we set out in our hearing statement, the overall distributions of development are not explicitly tested in the essay because of limiting factors like availability of land and the inherent sustainability of much of the city. Because of pressure on housing and the inherent sustainability of sites, we essentially take an approach that the only reasonable option regarding housing location is to assume that housing is acceptable anywhere in the city and then to test potential sites as such. In relation to that detail, and then for employment, the only reasonable option is essentially to restrict employment uses by limiting it to very accessible central locations, although the SA testing did explore various permutations of what the strategy would look like. So in terms of the detailed SA testing that we took, alternatives appraisal was undertaken basically via a screening approach. So we essentially took the policies in the preferred options document and subjected them to screening to ensure a targeted and effective SA report. This is documented in box 1 of the SA of the selected policy options document. It sets out how options were screened out if there was only one reasonable option, if the options were similar to each other from a sustainability perspective, or if all the options are unlikely to have significant sustainability impacts. From that exercise, we had a refined list of options that were then subjected to a detailed appraisal. So of that refined list, the council tested options such as the approach to greenfield sites, the approach to determining housing requirement of the plan, approaches to the employment strategy and location of employment uses. These options were tested against the SA framework and recommendations made. Assessment of sites, meanwhile, was integrated with the housing work, as I mentioned earlier, using a site proforma that incorporated considerations from the SA framework that was developed for sites, essentially to assess their suitability for development. Officers assessed the sites from a range that had been sourced from a range of sources, as we'll touch on later, I think, and then refined these down to what was set out in the preferred options document. We followed up with a Reg Part 2, as we mentioned earlier, which expanded on housing options tested at Reg 18 Part 1, although the principles of which had already been tested via that Part 1 SA work. So further SA work was therefore not undertaken at that stage, as essentially the work done for Part 1 encompassed the sustainability implications relevant to that consultation. So following that work, the Reg 19 submission plan was prepared and the Reg 19 sustainability appraisal was undertaken, and that assessed the impacts of the submission draft local plan as well as revisiting the detailed appraisals. The work incorporated an updated scoping report to record for any information that had subsequently changed. At that stage, the selected policy options were appraised along with the SA site assessments again for the selected site allocations to account for any updated information and the emerging detail coming out of the allocation wording. The Reg 19 SA and the appendix also details where the SA process helped to identify the need for mitigation measures, to potential sustainability impacts arising from the policy options or the site allocations. These illustrate how officers took on board feedback from the sustainability appraisal process and then integrated that with the plan making and informed modifications to the plan before it went to consultation. The Reg 19 essay details the key feedback that we had at Reg 18 and includes the council responses. The consultation statement then that was prepared that CSD 003 after the Reg 19 consultation details the feedback on that Reg 19 consultation. As the statement sets out, the council considered the feedback but didn't identify any significant changes that warranted amendments pre-submission. It considers it still meets the legal requirements. Ultimately, we consider the methodology as a robust and appropriate one. It's been subject to consultation with statutory bodies and other organisations at each key stage of the plan's development, and it meets the relevant legal requirements, as is the subject of the discussion today.
Okay, thank you. The scoping report stated that some alternatives won't be possible and will be scoped out early in the SA process. In particular, it's mentioned that the Oxfordshire Plan will determine housing numbers for the Oxfordshire authorities, so the number of homes that will need to be provided within Oxford will be predetermined. Was this matter reviewed following the withdrawal of the Oxfordshire Plan?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, we at the preferred options, we essentially tested options for the housing requirement. So the preferred options document sets out essentially. Essentially, policy option set H1 is the housing requirement for the plan period. Policy option set H2 is the housing need for the plan period, and then the essay. That looked at the alternatives, essentially kind of collated those together, and it tested three different alternatives. So a capacity-based one,
identified housing need,
and then one based on
support of economic growth.
Yeah. And that essentially, balanced up, it assessed it against the SA framework, and identified the different impacts. And then ultimately we took forward option H1, which was then reappraised at the Reg 19 stage. And that's set out in the appendix to CSD 004.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam, just in case it's helpful, that the reference to the sustainability appraisal of the housing requirement is section 5.2 of the essay, which is CSD 004A.
I was literally just about to say paragraph 5.2 of that document considers alternatives as you've just set out. They seem to consider need and the requirement together so that the effect of setting a capacity based requirement is assessed, but how to identify need is not. Can you explain why that was done, please?
What was tested was what was potentially going to become policy and what has the effect on Oxford, and I think how the need is assessed isn't something that we could essay, essentially. Our policy approaches could be essayed, but not the technical assessment. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. The text on page 42 of CSD 013 advises need is assessed differently. Can you explain what's meant by needs assessed differently in relation to that text, please? Page 42, yes. CSD 013, 42. I will just double check because I've written down 013 on my notes. Sorry, if you just bear with me. Yeah, it is. It's CSD 4A.
I think this is just referring to the housing delivery test and the 5-year housing land supply. So it's more the tests of the government that it's referring to.
So it's not in relation to how it's assessed within the SA?
No, it's just trying to say that the implications in terms of us meeting the housing delivery test and the 5-year housing land supply of that particular option, and those things are tested by the government. That's what it's getting at.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify and go back in relation to your response about need, the different approaches to assessing need haven't been assessed, is that correct? Because then they weren't a policy that you were promoting.
Sorry, Richard White here. The different approaches to need have been assessed. H1B slash H2 looks at the potential implications on the housing requirement in the city of using the standard method. And then H2B looks at if an alternative method of need was used, for instance, based on economic growth, and the sustainability implications of that are assessed in H2B. So you get the H1A looks purely at the capacity of the city. H1B2A looks at if we try to make need using the standard method in the city. And then H2B looks at the sustainability implications of using an alternative method of calculating need, using employment-based calculations, and it looks at the effect on the city of that. But there are, of course, implications as well, cross-boundary implications of some of those as well. So, but as far as we can consider them, we've looked at them.
And have the consequences of meeting unmet need outside the district been assessed?
They've been looked at within the appraisal in more detail in the appendix. This assessment is taken place in CSD 013, isn't it? So they're fully assessed at the preferred option stage. And this simply forms a summary of that full assessment. which is...
In terms of the consequences of meeting unmet need outside?
I would need to let me just check the other document.
So essentially, if you, in CSD 013, which is the detailed then comparison of those alternatives that was done at that stage, H2B, for example, we identify that there are going to be bigger impacts, for example, on traffic and commuting for H2B. So we talk about that kind of within the table.
So that's page 8.
Page 8.
The table on page 8 in CSD 13.
I think we're both still struggling with how the sustainability appraisal refers to housing need and housing requirement and kind of mixes the two up. I think we're still not sure what your position is in terms of. So if we take I suppose working on the premise that you were looking at reasonable alternatives, it seems to have never been the case that it was a reasonable alternative for the council's perspective to meet the economic development-led housing need because of the constrained capacity. So is it the case that, so for example, that table in CSD 13, when it deals with policy, the options to policy H1, that does seem to look at options for housing need on 3 different levels. Yeah.
In the preferred options document, there were 2 option sets. So there was an option set that looked at either using a capacity-based approach or, and I need to just refresh my memory, or setting a requirement based on housing need. So we looked at those 2 approaches, we considered them, but when we came to do the appraisal itself, what we found was there were so many synergies between the need considerations and looking at a requirement that it just made sense to appraise it in this manner. You don't look like you're quite following.
I think we're slightly confused in terms of responses as to whether, in principle, you have assessed different options for housing need or not. And there is, as you say, there's references in that table to the potential impacts on other areas. Yeah.
So it says at the top, this appraisal assumes that the economic growth-led housing requirement is significantly greater than the need based on the standard method. So what it assumes is a standard method and then a significantly greater level of need in the H2B column. Yeah. So greater than standard method. So,
but I suppose coming back to the question before, does the sustainability appraisal appraise and consider the implications of the higher need options, in particularly in terms of unmet need and the effect on other authorities?
Insofar as we can do that, because I feel we are somewhat limited in that, I feel that there are comments within that table which discuss potential implications outside the city, and they're scored accordingly. So they score meeting an economic development-led scenario scores the word more negative than using a standard method scenario. Sorry.
The appraisal for H2B, for instance, which would be the highest housing need, mentions, for instance, that most of the new housing would be located outside of Oxford, leading to significantly more traffic. It talks about the need to deliver additional greenfield housing sites outside of Oxford to be negotiated through joint working. So yes, it does include that.
And the implications, so we'll be coming on to talk about housing need, no doubt in great detail, but the sustainability implications and assessment of the different options for how the housing need assessment, which the plan kind of flows from, is it the council's position that the options for housing need have been sustainability appraised or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Apologies, I took from Ms. Morrison.
Richard Wyatt.
Is it? No,
Oh,
sorry,
Dan.
from your response that they weren't, because they weren't policies that you were pursuing.
So
I think that was a misunderstanding of the question.
Right.
I thought you meant how do we appraise the technical assessment in that sense, which we hadn't, but the policy options did cover various options for different considerations of need, and they were assessed in that way, in the way that we assess the policy options, but obviously we didn't assess the actual technical assessment of housing need.
Just to forgive me for pursuing this, but so I think we've got to the point where you would acknowledge that the sustainability appraisal looked at different options for the assessment of housing need, and that included, for example, the economic development-led higher need. The sustainability appraisal clearly identifies some negative impacts of that option, but that is the option that ultimately the council is pursuing, is it not? In terms of need.
It is, yes, and that's a policy decision which is outside the scope of the SA. We are entitled to make a decision based on the evidence, providing the assessment. It also shows significant positive benefits for certain aspects against the framework as well. So actually the assessment notes that H1 is least harmful environmentally, but also least beneficial socially and economically. Option H2B is the reverse. So it sets out that those implicate that the assessment assesses it, and then it is for us to decide, I believe, what based on the evidence.
Indeed, yeah. We just wanted to be clear that you've actually said. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So can I just add an observation, just to, I don't want to leave this topic without kind of being clear in my mind, as to you're being satisfied at least with the answers that you're receiving. My understanding is, so far as the SA is concerned, H1A, H1B and H2B were all subject to SA. All of them hypothesize various housing requirements. H1A is a requirement based on capacity, and the remaining two, H1B and 2B, are based on need. So to the extent that two of the three potential policy responses are subject to SA, those two are informed by need scenarios. It's the first one, which is not a needs-based scenario, it's a capacity-based scenario, but needs-based scenarios are assessed in the remaining two options. And in a sense, the outcome here was to seek to understand what the level of the City Council's housing need was based on the evidence that effectively informed H1B. But it's the housing requirement is based on the capacity in the proposed plan. I hope that kind of vaguely assists to unpick some of these threads, but if I can assist further, I'd be kind of more than happy to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Woodfield.
I'm just slightly confused about the implications for the sustainability appraisal and the robustness of the assessments of H1B, H2A, H2B, of this assumption that I'm still not entirely clear, and I'm not sure whether you are, sir and ma'am, as to the level at which the overspill into the surrounding authorities has actually been assessed as part of the sustainability appraisal. Because obviously that will have implications for the robustness of the sustainability appraisal, looking at it in a global sense. I'm still not yet convinced that the overspill that gets pushed out to the neighbouring authorities is not somehow being lost in the ether somewhere. And that has implications for the habitats regulations assessments. It has implications for all manner of other related assessments. So I could do with a bit of convincing on that.
Okay, does the council want to come back on that?
Sorry. Can I? Yes. With respect, it's very clear. You look at column 4, which is the column concerning H2B on page 8 to 10 of CSD 13, that the consequences of proceeding in that manner in terms of meeting unmet need outside of the City Council's boundaries have been assessed. I mean, every single entry in that in that column it comprises an essay of that outcome. And if you look, for example, at row 7, the entry is as follows. As option H1B/H2A, however, additional housing land would be needed, which would be likely to have a significant impact on existing greenfield land outside the city.
Yes, you can. If you just give me one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my concern remains about precision. How do you define if you don't know where these greenfield sites are? And I've not yet heard that you've discussed this with the neighbouring local authorities. But if you don't know where these greenfield sites are that are most likely to accommodate this overspill, how can you undertake a comparative assessment of their sustainability merits versus inner city sites, for example?
Would you like to come back on that?
I mean, obviously that is a matter which is subject to a degree of uncertainty because the unmet need sites haven't been allocated or tested through the neighbouring authorities' plans. But the point is that that uncertainty is reflected in the essay itself. Obviously, there doesn't need to be certainty before a matter can be subject to analysis on some level, as long as the uncertainty is reflected. And the essay in column 4 does reflect that uncertainty in the sense that it acknowledges that the specific location of any sites which came to be regarded as unmet need sites would, I was reading it, need to be negotiated through joint working with neighbouring local authorities. So we would say that this is a perfectly adequate way of responding to that uncertainty.
So in relation to options 1B and H1B, sorry, and H2B, the assumption is that what's needed within the authority, within the district boundary, would be based on the capacity, and then everything else would be met outside. Is that correct?
So that's correct for the H1A option there.
Yes.
That's the other two options. I think they haven't been pursued, but we've tested what it would look like to base a requirement on need in the city rather than on capacity, and the sustainability implications thereof have been assessed. If you sort of see the nuance.
But Mr Mackenzie drew my attention to row 7, which talks about housing need being met outside the city. So it seems as though that is how it's been assessed from reading that. So it's assumed that, and ignoring the wording that's used in terms of requirement and need, but that the assumption is that some will be met inside the city and some will be met outside. So that's it, implicit within that assessment.
Yes.
In terms of how you've looked at it, yeah.
You'll also see for subsequent columns, it also under 8, it says some of the new housing would be located outside of Oxford. For H1B, then for H2B under 8, it says most of the new housing would be located outside of Oxford, leading to significantly more traffic. I think it's all pretty transparent, that we are talking about exactly that.
Okay, thank you. It's not clear from the options, the way that they're set out to me. However, from the assessment, reading between the lines, that's what it looks like. So thank you for that clarification.
And Madam, just as a footnote, really, if you look at row 11, the universal response there is question mark depends on location. So that's the one area where the uncertainty about the location of those sites was so great that it wasn't possible to provide any analysis. But, for example, in row 7, the additional housing is likely to be located on greenfield land. That recognises, through the concept of likelihood, that there is a degree of uncertainty, but it didn't prevent analysis for the purposes of SA in relation to that objective.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr Woodfield.
If I could, yes, thank you, Ma'am. If I could just pick up on the point that Ms Terrival made, I think. Row 8, I mean, maybe this is a marker for a later agenda item, but row 8, most of the new housing would be located outside of Oxford, leading to significantly more traffic, including longer journeys, e.g. for work in Oxford. Can Council reassure me that that significantly greater volume of traffic generated by development outside the city limits on unknown sites has been assessed as part of the Habitats Regulations assessment in terms of the implications for the European sites?
We will come on to
I know we're coming up with a marker, but I just wanted to let's not forget that before we move on.
In response to your question earlier, that the whole point of the Oxfordshire 2050 plan was to try to identify the kind of sites you're talking about, and unfortunately that wasn't possible. So hence it is very difficult, well, it's impossible in a single plan to make assumptions about what the neighbouring authorities are going to subsequently do. Hence there will always be, in a sustainability appraisal, it's meant to be high level, there will always be uncertainty. But I think what's clear here is that the higher growth levels do have negative impacts, including on greenfield in adjacent authorities.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Ms. Glass, did you want to say? Ms.
Sorry,
Glassman, yeah?
Ms. Glasswood.
Thank you. Scope 3 embedded carbon appears not to have been assessed or included in the sustainability appraisal, nor is there an impact assessment or monitoring plans for it. So table 1.4, which is showing a neutral carbon impact rating, I would suggest is essentially incorrect and misleading as a result, and should show a strongly negative impact, and would do.
Which document are you referring to, Ms.
This is a really good... so I'm just reading from my colleague who's unable to be here.
Okay.
Local plan sustainability appraisal. Dominic, can you help?
I think, Ma'am, it's page 10 of the Regulation 19 Sustainability Appraisal. I can't remember the reference number for that document. But
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just wondering how our local plan enables us to conform to the legal requirement to reach net zero by 2050 if we're not considering the highest carbon emission, which is scope 3. I'm wondering how the local plan and the plans for more housing and employment sits with the recent ruling by the Environment Agency that our sewage cannot cope with any further developments. This isn't reflected in any way. Daniel Young, correct me if I'm wrong, you said something about, and I think it was with reference to the Reg 19 consultation, that feedback was considered but didn't result in material changes. And I'm wondering where the comments on the feedback and the response to the feedback, where the documentation is about that, and how it shows that views were conscientiously taken into account. Thank you.
I mean,
Shall I start?
yeah.
So in terms of the embodied carbon, what the essay concludes is both positive and negative impacts. Positive on basically a per person impact because they're going down, and negative on a total impact because of the number of people subsequently moving in. In terms of embodied energy, that really has to do with both the location of housing, so the embodiment in the soil, and embodied energy in terms of housing construction. In terms of soil, obviously it would be beneficial to have more on brownfield land because then you're not building on top of greenfield land, hence as much as possible in the city. In terms of how the carbon is in housing, I don't think it really matters where it is. And so in terms of alternatives, it doesn't really matter. The plan actually does say a lot about carbon, and I'm not sure exactly which policies you might want to mention that. In terms of water, I think we all agree that water's really come up the agenda very quickly now, and that it's an issue that probably was less around at the time when the sustainability was being carried out. The essay does talk about the plan cumulatively with other pressures would have impacts on water quality, and it shows a double negative for cumulative impacts, which I think is actually really fair and is still up to date. That's a Thames Water issue.
And yeah, so just on that carbon, it's the policies in Chapter 5, operational energy, embodied carbon, retrofitting buildings. In terms of the feedback on the sustainability appraisal, that's all in the consultation statement, CSD 003. So we have a summary near the top of the document, which just sets out what the comments have put out. And then in the appendix 4, there are detailed comments and then officer responses in terms of each one.
May I come back? I mean, I read the officers' responses and they read somewhat like, oh yes, we did, oh no, we didn't, i.e. people had very clearly stated what their concerns were, and the officers' responses read as if, I don't agree with you, therefore I'm not going to include what you're saying. This doesn't feel to me like it's, and there was very little explanation, and also it doesn't feel like a conscientious attempt to take the views into account. But anyway, that's my personal view.
Okay, does the council want to comment on that at all before I move on? No? Okay. You've touched on it a little bit, but can I just ask you, Councillor, to briefly explain the distribution of development across the city and how that was considered in terms of housing, employment and student accommodation, please?
Was that in terms of housing and student accommodation?
In terms of housing, just generally, employment, and in terms of student accommodation, specifically.
Well, I mean, just in terms of the options appraisal and what we did, policy option set S1 in the preferred options document contained a single option to include an overarching spatial policy, which sets out a strategy for where different types of new development can be located. And then box 1, apologies, I'll lose my place now, of the preferred options SA, CSD 13 screened in, hold on a minute, sorry, no it didn't, apologies, I've got a really bad mouse, shows the results of the policy screening assessment that was undertaken to focus the SA process towards those. Yeah, here we go. So actually policy option S1 was screened out of the assessment as there was, this was at the preferred option stage, as there was only one uncontroversial option. And then Appendix A of the Sustainability Appraisal Appendix, CSD 004B, sets out the appraisals of the final draft submission policies against the SA framework. Page 1 of this document shows the appraisal was undertaken against the SA framework for the final policy wording of S1. Sorry, this is mine. I should have got with the mouse. And this appraisal includes consideration of the overall impact of the policy as well as some mitigations and suggested mitigation measures. The Council then considered whether to include the suggested recommendations and changes made to the plan accordingly. So it's certainly very much related to this was the approach to greenfield sites. This is an important consideration within the overall strategy for the development within a constrained and compact city such as Oxford. The approach to greenfield sites is considered in the preferred options document, which is the preferred options SA document, as policy option set S2. This was screened in box 1. And then the assessment of the two options has been reported on page 6 of CSD 13. This assessment provides scores and gives a commentary against the SSA framework for each of the options assessed and provides some commentary about the impact of the assessed options against the SA framework. In this instance, there was no clear alternative from the SA framework. So in terms of, I suppose, to answer your question on the distribution of housing, given Oxford is a constrained city, it's a compact city, it's an accessible city, there's really only one option that we can look at when we're considering housing, and that it's appropriate wherever there is a site available, and that site assessment process basically uncovers the suitability of each site assessed, and they've come through the integrated assessment out of the HELAR. That then assesses the suitability for development. It doesn't look at the type of development, it just looks at whether it's suitable for development. Within the stage 2, and under the various different parts of that form, there are considerations like urban design, ecology, etc., and where potential effects are highlighted through that stage 2 assessment. Appropriate wording, policy wording or mitigation measures are then applied to each site allocation. But with regards to the suitability of sites in the city, it's really that process. I don't want to get into how sort of other matters, but we really do take an approach of no stone unturned. I can't remember the exact number of sites, but it's in the hundreds that we originally look at, and they're whittled down to the final number of allocations in the plan through the HELAR process combined with the stage 1 SA, and then subsequently that pro forma assesses the suitability of each site for development. At the risk of straying into sort of policy decisions, the Council's priority is to deliver housing. So that's what we seek to deliver on most of our sites. But I fear I'm straying a little out of the essay and into other matters, so I'll stop there.
Okay.
I guess the only bit to end that story then is section 7 of the CSD 004A, the Reg 19 essay, just identifies where those mitigations were identified, and so there's a table of the sites, and we flag up where there are potential issues, where we essentially added additional wording into the allocation policy.
Section 7 of CSD 13, did you say?
004A, sorry, the Reg 19 essay. More specifically, 7.2.
Do you mean table 7.2?
Effectively, yeah, and there's a bit above it that just sort of explains it.
Thank you.
Did you also want me to talk about student accommodation?
Yes, please.
Okay, just bear with me. Very dodgy mouse.
Well, I've got a question on what's just been said, but before we move on to student quiz, but I can wait till...
I think it's sensible to bring you in now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, very interested to hear the phrase "no stone unturned" in the context of the primary reason why I'm here today and why the organisations I represent wanted to be represented here today. I don't want to get into the specifics of site allocation policies because that's presumably for part 2, but just in terms of the process, it is striking how certain allocations have simply been carried forward from Local Plan 2036 with scant, if any, consideration of newer information, which actually calls into entire question their suitability for development at all. And I'm not sure Table 7.2 properly reflects the position as regards the particular site that I know well, and I'm here to effectively make representations on, SPS 13. The council allocated that site, if I can just briefly give the story, the council allocated that site under Local Plan 2036 in effectively an information vacuum. Nobody actually went and had a look at it. Or had a proper look at it. They looked over the gate and decided that it was a suitable site for development. Now, those chickens are now potentially coming home to roost because there's an application in which has revealed in the course of the process that the site is of extremely high biodiversity value. It's a flood zone. There's an outstanding objection from the Environment Agency. There are objections on heritage grounds. It's a site that should never have been allocated, and yet what we see is that it's simply lifted out of Local Plan 2036 and plonked into Local Plan 2040 with no consideration of the new suite of information that actually calls into entire question whether it should ever have been allocated before. So no stone unturned doesn't quite fit with my experience of what's happened in that particular case. It may have happened elsewhere, I don't know, but it does flag a concern that poor decision-making in the past is effectively doubled down on rather than revisited and reassessed and subject to stringent assessment to determine whether sites allocated in the past are still suitable. To some extent, I have some sympathy because there is a fundamental problem with the forward planning process in not getting into sufficient detail early enough. But when those mistakes are outed, there should be a reactive response, and there doesn't appear to be in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Just in relation to that, does the council want to come back in and if you do, without getting into the details of that specific site, it's the points of principle and approach in terms of the essay that I'm particularly interested in.
Yeah, so
Could I add to that, and then they can answer it at the same time? Because it's kind of linked.
Is it relevant?
Yes.
It's similar.
It's around why we're continuing to build for thousands more jobs in a city that has a chronic housing shortage. So I can show you where the land is. Change of use sorts the problem. Build the housing where the employment is now going.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's worth highlighting that there are two separate planning processes going on concurrently. There is the live application, which is considering all of the information which has been provided to it, and it will come to its decision based on the extant policy application. What we did for the essay, it needs to be a little bit more high level than for a planning application. We developed the framework. It's not the first time we've used this essay framework. It goes back to 2012 when we came up with it as a concept. It integrates all the parts of the essay legal environment within it to assess sites for their suitability for development. We have looked at more up-to-date ecological information, and we have taken account ecological considerations as part of the assessment of the site in question. We feel that the assessment methodology is appropriate, it's rigorous, and it's at the right level for a local plan. And I think that's the key.
I think the bit that I'd like to understand is whether or not there was any distinction in terms of the way that sites previously allocated were assessed and new sites proposed.
Like the old sites, there were a couple of changes actually to the pro forma that we did. I think we rationalised the number of objectives. It's a different pro forma. from the 2030-36 plan than it is from this plan. They were all assessed and against it.
Sorry,
I've answered your question, have I?
No, the point that I was trying to get to was, has that site been assessed differently to any other site that's been considered? And I don't want to highlight that site specifically, but in terms of the approach to sites that were previously allocated, has the site assessment process been consistently applied?
It's almost like we take each site anew, apply the criteria afresh, and whether or not it's an existing allocation is by the by. We're looking to establish the site's suitability for development for this plan, and that's the same with all the sites.
At the top of page 56 of CSD 004A, so the Regulation 19 Sustainability Appraisal is a web link to site appraisals for all the sites that were considered. And that goes into a lot of detail, including new information since the last
Sorry,
time.
what page are you referring to?
Page 56, the top of page 56 of CSD 004A. I don't know what I'm doing to it.
I think if people are not using as many mics, if you can turn them off, I think that's giving us some feedback.
I can also talk loudly.
We're just getting quite a lot of feedback at this end.
Yeah.
It seems to be when you tilt your computer back towards the mic.
So it's top of page 56 of CSD 004A, gives the individual site appraisals. The summary assessment comes off of those individual assessments. And then what we also did was so this is the table 7.2 of CSD 004A, was to look through the individual policies for each of the sites to make sure that where a negative impact had been identified for that site, that there was mitigation measures proposed in the policy. And this was all done afresh for this round of plan.
Just the only other thing I'll add to that as well, just on that process, we've essentially looked at the sites twice, because we will have done it preparing them for the preferred options consultation, so we did appraisals of them. And then, as I said earlier, we essentially looked at them again as the allocations were emerging to take account of updated information, and it was the same across all the sites.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I can do little more really at this stage of the process than invite you to read the new policies and compare them with the old 2036 policies. One of the major problems with that specific site, and I don't want to get into detail, but is the number of units that's proposed for it, and that hasn't changed. And that's what generates and drives all of the policy conflicts. And yet, regardless of whether it's been looked at again, there's been no substantive change to it, and therefore the major problems which make it unsuitable for development remain.
Okay, thank you. Does the council want to come back in on that before I move on? No? Okay, is there anything you wanted to? Okay. So I'll move on to item 3 on the agenda, which is the Habitats Regulations Assessment.
Ma'am, sorry, I just had a few generic overarching sustainability appraisal questions for the council that you may wish to here.
Okay, I think what we'll do, I'll hear what you've got to say, Mr Woodfield, and then I think it might be an opportune moment to take a brief comfort break.
Sure.
So, go ahead.
So yes, thank you. I was particularly struck with the regular references to proposed monitoring of the performance of the plan going forward. And that generated a question in my mind as to what monitoring has there been done on the performance of the 2036 plan, and where is the learning set out in terms of the performance of the various 2036 policies? Where is that clearly set out and used to inform the suitability of the policies in Local Plan 2040? In respect to the future monitoring, the only other comment really was that whilst I think that's extremely important and welcome to understand whether the sustainability appraisal conclusions are borne out in reality, because so often these things are assessed and then nobody goes back to look and see whether that assessment was correct. So I absolutely welcome the commitment to monitoring the performance of Local Plan 2040, but I fail to see any methodologies other than nebulous references as to how that's actually going to be done. And that's one of my major concerns with that element of the Plan 2040 and the sustainability appraisal of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the council want to come back on that, please?
So it's a requirement of all local plans to have a monitoring framework, and that's something that we'll come on to discuss at later sessions, I'm sure. But just to explain that monitoring framework forms the basis of the authority monitoring report, which is carried out every year. We've put the last 3 years' worth of authority monitoring reports in the examination library. They're at SUP 004, 5 and 6. And that's where we monitor the impact of the policies of the local plan. And we have reflected on those over the past years in framing the new policies of the local plan. We'll continue to carry on that process.
Also, the monitoring reports form a strong basis for the scoping report, so that the underlying data is gleaned often from the annual monitoring report. I agree that monitoring generally in sustainability appraisal is not carried out particularly well. Actually, Oxford does pretty well on its annual monitoring reports because lots of local authorities don't prepare them, but at least the data was there that we could incorporate in the scoping report this time. But I take your point. It is something in the sustainability appraisal world that could be definitely done better.
Only other quick point on that is probably the other place to look is the topic papers. This is where the topic papers that support the essay come in. They talk about what's the current situation, what are the issues. So that there's that kind of general story of how we've kind of come to these points. So that they've fed into that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's nearly 11:10. I think it would be sensible to have a break until 11:30. So if I can ask everybody to come back here and be ready to resume at 11:30, please. Thank you. Okay, so just before we move on, at the end, just before we broke, two members of the public came over to speak to us to basically advise that they were having trouble hearing. So as you can probably hear, the microphone that I'm using has been tinkered with a little bit. I'm not sure if improvements were made to the other microphones, but if I can just ask anyone who's speaking to turn your microphone on before you speak, and to speak up as much as you can, and to speak slowly and clearly so that everybody can hear, because we need to hear, but also the people watching want to be able to hear as well. And when you finish speaking, if you can turn your microphone off, please, just to ensure that whoever then turns their microphone on, that can be heard properly, and so that we don't get interference and what have you. So if you can just make sure that you do that, please. And if anybody at the back does have difficulty hearing, please do let us know. We'd rather you do that, even if it means pausing things so that we can make any necessary alterations. Okay. So unless there's anything housekeeping-wise, I'll just move on to the Habitat Regulations Assessment, which is agenda item 3. And can I just ask the Council to give a very brief overview of the methodology used and the process, please?
Yeah, thank you. Does everyone hear me okay? So I just want to highlight a little bit of context before I dip into the methodology, and it's just to reiterate that it's worth highlighting that part of the Oxfordshire Plan work programme included a county-wide HRA assessment, and that this work stream ended when the Oxfordshire Plan collapsed. Just to highlight that the implications of the end of the county-wide HRA work stream are that each local authority now needs to carry out an individual HRA on their own plans as they come forward. Now, this is not an unusual situation nationally. So in terms of what the Habitat Regulations Assessment looks at, it's worth highlighting there are 4 conservation objectives that are directly relevant to the HRA for the Oxford Local Plan 2040, and these were considered from the outset of the process. The HRA for the Oxford Local Plan assesses the impact of the plan on the Oxford Meadows SAC in relation to these objectives, and they are just, I've repeated them, they are air quality, ensuring a balanced hydrological regime, the maintenance of good water quality, and ensuring minimal recreational pressure. Now that applies to Port Meadow only. Paragraphs 2.
I'm sorry, Mr. White, I've got a lot of noise coming from behind me. I'm not quite sure exactly what it is.
It sounds like some kind of machine.
Is it a dishwasher?
Coming to get us, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I suspect we're not going to be able to do an awful lot about that, but if perhaps somebody from the council could investigate for me, please. And apologies, I really need you to speak up, Mr. White.
Okay. So the 4 conservation objectives that relate to the Oxford Meadows that were considered in the HRA are air quality, a balanced hydrological regime, water quality, and looking at increased recreational pressure, which applies to Port Meadow only. Paragraphs 2.10 and 2.11 of the HRA screening at CSD 005A set these out in more detail. Now, just to go over the methodology quickly, the HRA policy screening was reported in core submission document CSD 005A, published in September 23. The HRA air quality screening was reported little after that in November 23. The appropriate assessment was reported in CSD 005C in January 24. So this appropriate assessment, CSD 005C, addressed 3 of Natural England's concerns relating to the following conservation objectives, namely the balanced hydrological regime, the water quality and recreational pressure. So this agreement is set out in the Statement of Common Ground, COM 007, between the 2 parties. This signed statement sets out that in relation to any issues regarding the above conservation objectives, the 2 parties agree that these have been resolved. Paragraphs 3.4 and 3.5 of COM 007 provide the details of this resolution. So, therefore, Natural England has only one outstanding concern, and this is in relation to the potential in combination effects of the on the air quality at the Oxford Meadows SAC. Now, our matter statement has gone into considerable detail about various different methodologies. I can repeat them, but I'll leave that to you.
There's no need to repeat them
Okay.
in detail. No, thank you. So, I mean, what I did want you to do is just confirm what the council's position is now with respect to the approach to in-combination assessment of air quality impacts, please.
I mean, so the council's position is that we've undertaken an appropriate air quality assessment. We've taken it at the right time in the process, and that our air quality assessment follows Natural England's advice. It follows government guidance and is in accordance with all relevant legislation and other regulations.
And I appreciate that Natural England aren't here, but is the council able to advise what Natural England's current position is?
So yes, so Natural England, as part of the... Oh, sorry, I'll defer to George for this. He's got...
Can I assist you on this one, if I may? I think if it would be helpful for you, I was going to take some of the agenda items together, and I've identified the following 4 questions that I think I might be able to help you with. Firstly, what is Natural England saying and what's our response? Secondly, what exactly have we done in terms of air quality assessment for the purposes of the HRA, and what in-combination effects have we considered? Thirdly, were we required to do more? And central to that question is the issue of what other plans and projects, what is a plan for HRA and habitats regulations purposes in the context of the 2012 regulations and local plan making? And then the 4th question, which I think is raised on here, is whether any material changes in circumstances after the HRA screening which lead to a need for re-screening or appropriate assessment. So if I can kind of take those in turn. The first point or topic is what is Natural England saying and what's our response? In their response to Reg 19 consultation, Natural England say that they can't agree at present, or at that time, that the local plan would not have air quality impacts on the Oxford Meadows SAC. In combination with other quotation is as follows: local plans and planning applications in Oxfordshire out to consultation. And they say that in combination impacts should be assessed fully in the subsequent appropriate assessment. And the references, Madam, are Rec 201 and also the Common Ground 007. And it's important to note that Natural England have not stated that they have any information available to them which would indicate that there is a realistic prospect that there would be any significant effects in terms of air quality on the Oxford Meadows SAC. And I use that term, realistic prospect, intentionally because it's a term of art. It's the critical litmus test that follows from the Swire and Ashford case, which I'll address you on later as well. And the reference for that is 2021 EWHC 701.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, it's 2021 EWHC 701 admin. And I'll refer to a few cases, and we can obviously provide copies of all of them, if that would be helpful following today. So Natural England aren't saying that they have information available to suggest that there's a realistic prospect of significant adverse effects in terms of air quality. Rather, what they say is that the plans and applications out to consultation, and again, quotation is, highlight a more serious issue. But neither the specific meaning nor the evidential basis for that contention is clear.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please? Neither the
specific meaning of a more serious issue nor the evidential basis for that contention is clear. And so that, I submit, neatly illuminates that the heart of this issue, which is that while Natural England agree that the Oxford Local Plan 2040 on its own terms will have an imperceptible effect on air quality at the Oxford Meadows SAC when considered in combination with the adopted suite of Oxfordshire local plans. And I'll address you on that in a moment and explain exactly what other plans and projects we had regard to in terms of assessing in combination effects. What their core contention appears to be, and I appreciate that they're not here to explain exactly what their position is, but it appears to be that there is uncertainty as to whether that position will also hold true in the future when neighbouring authorities' new replacement local plans reach Reg 19 and submission stage. And that the core submission that the City Council make is that the HRA has responded appropriately and lawfully to that uncertainty, i.e. the uncertainty regarding what the neighbouring authorities' local plans will make provision for in terms of development that is capable of having an effect on air quality at the Oxford Meadows SAC, i.e. development that would materially increase traffic flows on the A40 and A34. So that's the first question. And then the second question I was going to address you on is what exactly have we done in terms of HRA on the air quality point and what in combination effects were considered. And the way that this matter has been approached by the City Council has been as follows. Initial screening work was undertaken in September 2023, and the reference to that document is CSD 005A. But that did not include screening in respect of the air quality objective because the technical transport modelling needed in order to do so was not available. It became available in September 2023 because a technical transport note was produced by the consultants Atkins at that time using the latest Oxford strategic model known as the OSM, which is a Saturn strategic model validated and maintained by Oxford County Council. It was Oxford County Council that commissioned Atkins to produce this analysis, and they agreed and validated its outputs. So in that context, an air quality addendum was published in November 2023, and that document is CSD 005B. And it's based on an HRA compliant analysis of two OSM model runs, which were known as 2040 do minimum and 2040 do something. And there's potential here for some confusion because the 2040 do minimum is equivalent to a 2035 do something scenario. And If it would be helpful, we can get these documents up and I can take you through them in detail, but I'm happy to try and explain without reference to the documents. But I will give you all the references. So it's paragraph 1.21 of the Atkins technical note, which is the appendix to CSD 005B. And what that paragraph explains is that the 2035 do something scenario includes individual developments from the local plans for each of the 5 districts in Oxfordshire up to the end of 2035, together with the Oxfordshire County Council Local Transport and Connectivity Plan 2022, together with modelled temporary growth outside of Oxfordshire, i.e. national growth, and both for for non-HG vehicles. And then in terms of heavy haul growth, the growth factors contained in the National Road Transportation Plan 2022 have been modelled for 2035 to 2040. And in terms of the do minimum 2040 scenario, no vehicle demand management measures have been modelled for the period of 2035 onwards. So that's the 2040 do minimum scenario. It also includes the workplace levy from 2022, 3 other traffic and transport schemes, which clearly are plans or projects, which are listed at paragraph 1.22.1 of the technical note, as well as a number of highway improvement and public transport schemes, which are listed in appendices A1 and A2. The land use assumptions for the 2040 do something scenario are modelled in terms of the number of dwellings per district, and they are measured according to the degree of certainty that Atkins thought appropriate using WebTag guidance, as well as trip rates for residential and employment growth, which are set out in section 1.2.3 of the technical note. So the 2040 do something scenario then consists of the 2040 do minimum and additional growth proposed after 2035 in the emerging Oxfordshire Local Plan 2040. So the short point that follows from that sort of overview of the technical content of the note is that the 2040 do something scenario does include a cumulative assessment of growth which is currently provided for in all 5 of Oxfordshire's authorities' adopted local plans, together with national growth assumptions for HGV and non-HGV traffic, together with the additional proposed growth in the proposed local plan 2040 for Oxford City Council. And the conclusion of the technical note and the air quality addendum, which appraises it for HRA purposes, was that traffic flows in the do something scenario would be significantly less than the 1,000 annual average daily traffic flows relative to the do minimum scenario on both of the road corridors which were being investigated as a result of their proximity, i.e. within 200 metres of the Oxford Meadows SAC. And the reference for those figures, it's figure 2 on page 11 out of 24 of the technical note, and paragraph 125 of Oxford City Council's Matter 1 statement. So just drawing those strands together, it is the case that the modelling, i.e. the evidence in the air quality addendum, was based on an assessment of the draft Oxford Local Plan 2040 in combination with all other relevant plans and projects, which at that stage comprised the neighbouring authorities' adopted plans which make provision for a significant proportion, around 90% of the projected unmet need that comes out of the HENA analysis context of this plan, together with the local transport and connectivity plan which had been adopted by Oxfordshire County Council in 2022, and that was a plan which was supported by its own HRA, which was expressly considered in the Equality Addendum, together with Cherwell District Council's Reg 18 consultation local plan. That consultation draft had been supported by HRA that concluded that it would not adversely affect the Oxford Meadows SAC, whether alone or in combination, including in combination with the Oxford Local Plan 2040 pre-submission, i.e. Reg 18 draft. And the reference for that is paragraph 4.7 of the Air Quality Addendum. So none of the other authorities had plans had reached Reg 18 stage as at that date. And that's why the Air Quality Addendum concludes that there was insufficient information available to enable those draft plans to be included in the HRA assessment. So then turning to the third question, were we required to do more? And as I said at the outset, central to that question is what is a plan for HRA purposes? And we submit that a plan within the meaning of the 2017 regulations must in fact be a plan, i.e. it must be adopted or proposed to be adopted. And proposed to be adopted would cover a plan submitted for examination and also potentially a plan at Reg 19 stage, given that it's supposed to be at that stage that an authority expects to be able to submit a plan to the Secretary of State for examination together with Reg 20 consultation responses.
So, sorry, just to clarify, Reg 19 or submission?
So to be clear, it certainly would include submission, and it may well, as a matter of judgment, include a Reg 19 plan. There may well be cases that the objections made to a Reg 19 plan are so significant and the Reg 20 responses garnered mean that there's an indication that although a plan has been subject to Reg 19 consultation, the relevant authority has indicated that it won't actually submit it. That clearly wouldn't be a plan. So at the Reg 19 stage, it's a question of judgment. At submission stage, it certainly would be a plan.
Just ask
yes.
at that point, you referred to the air quality addendum and the fact that that took into account the emerging Cherwell local plan.
Yes.
That had reached Reg 18 stage.
It had. Yes. I was going to come on to that, but I'll address it now. What the air quality addendum does, and it's paragraph 4.7, is that it has regard not to the plan itself, the Reg 18 plan, but to the HRA appropriate assessment which accompanied the plan. And it did so as a matter of judgment, not because it was legally obliged to do so, but simply because there was a body of HRA relevant evidence which had been produced in connection with that Reg 18 draft, which specifically addressed in-combination effects on the Oxford Meadows SAC. And so Oxford City Council decided that as a matter of judgment, it ought to have a look at that HRA work. But to be very clear, sir, the Atkins Technical Transport Note doesn't consider the Reg 18 draft. It's only the addendum itself which considers it at paragraph 4.7. So at Reg 18 stage, what exists is not a plan as such, but rather a series of preferred options which are being tested in the context of a statutory consultation exercise or as against other possible options.
Sorry, just to clarify, you said
Yes.
the technical transport note doesn't consider the Cherwell draft.
Yes.
So any development considered or proposed as part of that Reg 18 consultation was not taken into account at all in the technical advice note. Is that correct?
It's true. So the purpose of the technical advice note was to ascertain the additional traffic flows along both of the affected roads, which is the A40 and the A34, which are within 200 metres of proximity to the Oxford Meadows SAC, and specifically to effectively ascertain whether those flows would breach the 1,000 AADT threshold. The HRA work that was carried out in respect of the Reg 18 version of the Cherwell plan didn't include analysis in relation to AADT, increased traffic flows. So it's for that reason that the air quality addendum doesn't have regard to additional increased AADT from Cherwell.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not. Is that what
Yes,
you were asking?
yeah, that was what I was asking.
Okay. So the submission is that that I advance is that understanding of the word plan in the 2017 regulations accords with the government guidance on HRA, the Natural England guidance on air quality assessment, the agreed position with Natural England at the last Oxford Local Plan examination, and the 2012 regulations themselves, as well as case law. In terms of the government guidance on HRA under the heading when a proposal is a plan, the example is given of local plans and local development plans. So clearly a Reg 18 draft doesn't sit within those categories. But it also refers to changes that are proposed to them, and plainly changes are only formally proposed at submission stage. And there's a heading which is check for combined effects, which refers to plans that have been drafted but not yet adopted. So it's referring to draft plans at the stage immediately prior to adoption. So that would be the submission stroke examination stage, but also potentially the Reg 19 stage, following an indication that that Reg 19 draft together with Reg 20 consultation responses and possibly a schedule of modifications is going to be submitted for examination. I would accept that that also would constitute a plan for those purposes. And then in terms of the Natural England guidance, paragraph 4.44 refers to plans which are live at the same time as the assessment being undertaken, and this includes draft plans being prepared by a public body. So we say that a draft plan is a plan at submission, or again potentially Reg 19 stage, and also refers to proposed plans that are reasonably foreseeable and or published for consultation. And again, we say that that refers to Reg 19 consultation. And I'll explain why in a moment by reference to the 2012 local planning regulations. But before I do, just to remind you that it was agreed with Natural England at the last Oxford Local Plan 2036 examination that only submission version local plans should be considered in an HRA cumulative assessment, and neither the policy framework nor the guidance has changed since that point. So there's no reason on the face of it why there ought to be any change of position in terms of Natural England. Then turning to the 2012 regs themselves, under Regulation 18, planning authorities must undertake consultation in respect of the subject of a local plan which they propose to make. And then after that consultation is carried out, Regulation 18, paragraph 3, provides that a planning authority can, in preparing a local plan, or must actually, in preparing a local plan, have regard to reps received in the context of Regulation 18 consultation. So effectively, at the Regulation 18 stage, what is being consulted upon is not a plan, but the likely subject matter of a plan. And it is only following consideration of responses garnered in the context of Reg 18 consultation that statutorily a planning authority embarks upon plan preparation. Under Reg 19, on the other hand, there is a plan that is in draft. And as I've said, at that stage it may well be the case that a plan prepared and consulted on under Reg 19 could be regarded as a plan for the purposes of the 2017 regulations. And at submission stage, plainly, there is a plan. There can be no doubt about that. In terms of case law, it's notable that in the Wealden and Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government case, that was a statutory challenge to the Lewis and South Downs joint core strategy, was successful on the basis that the HRA for the challenged plan should have considered the cumulative effects of the Wealden core strategy, i.e. the neighbouring core strategy, once that joint core strategy had been adopted, not before. And again, I can provide a copy of that judgment.
Yes, please.
And then recently, very recently, in fact, the Court of Appeal in the Substation Save East Suffolk case have emphasised that an authority carrying out an environmental impact assessment, in that case to do with a nationally significant infrastructure project, are entitled to defer the consideration of cumulative environmental effects arising from future projects where there is, as a matter of judgment, inadequate information on which a cumulative assessment can be based. And similar reasoning was also accepted in the Wealden case I've referred to. The High Court accepted that the Wealden core strategy did not need to assess cumulative effects arising from the joint core strategy because it had been adopted shortly after the JCS proposed submission was published.
Sorry, what was the reference to that case law you're referring to?
So the judgment is 2017 EWHC 351 admin. And
yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The Substation Save case is 2024 EWCA Civ 12.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please? The last
2024 EWCA Civ 12.
Thank you.
Sure. And in the Wealden case, it's paragraph 70 that Mr. Justice Jay accepts that the JCS was insufficiently developed before submission to enable any sensible AADT data to be extracted for it from the purposes of the core strategy HRA. I also note that the meaning of a plan in the 2017 regulations doesn't differ depending on whether the HRA stage is a screening stage or an appropriate assessment. And that's significant because it means that any plan has to contain sufficiently reliable information as to the elements of future projects which would contribute to adverse traffic effects before it could rationally be treated as a plan. So attempting to predict likely traffic movements at a Reg 18 stage would rely on ambiguous assumptions about what the relevant projects were, i.e. the development proposals in the plan, where they will be located, what policy framework will be devised to deliver them, and what mitigation may be proposed in the plan. So at that stage, my submission is that a Reg 18 plan which raises uncertainty in respect of all of those matters can't rationally be susceptible to appropriate assessment and by logical extension, therefore, to screening. So, in summary, I submit that the approach to screening was perfectly adequate. The City Council was entitled to adopt the approach to cumulative assessment that it did, which involved, as I've said, having regard to a number of adopted plans, as well as traffic and public transport measures proposed in the county area, but not Reg 18 consultation drafts, because there was insufficient information within them to enable a rational and sensible screening exercise to be carried out. And that's what the air quality addendum itself makes clear. And then the final point is whether any material...
Sorry, can I just pause there just for a moment, just so that I can finish? Thank you.
The final point is whether any material changes in circumstances after the HRA screening took place that led to a need for a re-screening or an appropriate assessment. And the reason why that's an important topic is because it's not suggested by Natural England, nor can it credibly be suggested by anyone, I would submit, that when the air quality assessment was undertaken and published in October 23, it was anything but rational and lawful. And so it's in that context that there is a question as to whether there's a need under the legal framework for that screen to be revisited, bearing in mind the case law which indicates that screening doesn't have to be kept under review constantly. And the case law is the Swire case, and I gave the reference for that earlier, and happy to provide a copy of the judgment. Makes it clear in the context of EIA, but in a manner which I submit is applicable to HRA on this particular point, that a screening decision only needs to be revisited if there is, one, a material change in circumstances, and two, which results in a realistic possibility of a different screening outcome. And applying that test here, there have been no material changes in circumstances, let alone any changes which result in a realistic possibility that air quality impacts on the Oxford Meadows SAC should be screened in for appropriate assessment. Since the air quality addendum was undertaken, the only possible change is that Southern Vale have undertaken a Reg 18 consultation. But as I've explained, a Reg 18 consultation is not a plan. And there is still insufficient information and certainty regarding the ultimate content of that plan, the projects contained within it, or the policy framework for their delivery and mitigation to enable the contents of that Reg 18 document to be assessed for HRA purposes. And there is, in addition, no detailed transport or HRA work from which traffic flows in AADT terms on the A40 and A34 roads can be extracted. Charwell have not produced a Reg 19 draft plan, and as I've already said, despite that, we have had regard to the appropriate assessment that accompanied their Reg 18 consultation, but again I note that that didn't contain any AADT data that could be sensibly extracted. So we considered the appropriate assessment as far as we felt able to as a matter of our judgment. And West Oxfordshire have initiated a Reg 18 consultation, and there is nothing evidential to consider and no plan to assess in terms of in-combination effects with respect to Charwell, Southern Vale or West Oxfordshire. So that's our position.
Are discussions ongoing with Natural England on this matter? And have they provided any further response beyond what's included within the Statement of Common Ground? No.
Sorry, no.
No. Okay, thank you. Okay, just in relation to the applications out to consultation, you've talked a lot about the plans, the approach to plans, and I understand the Council's position in that respect. But I'd just like to explore a little bit further Natural England's points about planning applications, live planning applications, and if I could understand what your position is on that, and perhaps what your take on Natural England's position is, if possible, please.
Thank you, Madam. I should have made that much clearer. What we say the clear answer to that is that the applications which are currently out for consultation are all applications which are contemplated by the existing suite of adopted local plans in the neighbouring authorities' areas. So to that extent, we have considered them because we have considered all of the development that provision is made for in the adopted suite of development plans. So if we were to double, it would effectively be a form of double counting to say that we've considered the effects of the development proposed in the adopted plans up to the end of 2035, plus individual planning applications.
So, sorry, just to take a couple of steps back. So, the concern is planning applications that have been submitted but not yet determined in different authorities within Oxfordshire, and these planning applications that have been submitted are submitted on sites which have allocations in existing plans, and do those planning applications accord with the allocations? So, for example, a particular housing number or range was identified, those planning applications are deemed to accord with the allocations.
It's worth noting that the previous work undertaken to support the 2036 local plan examination on HRA actually showed there was significant headroom for additional growth that could be delivered before Natural England's published screening thresholds were reached. And that's all documented in the Council's Matter 1 statement in Table 14.1, and paragraph 120 as well provides a bit more detail about that, about the numbers.
But sorry, going back to my point, that would be an argument if, or justification if applications came forward that were twice, for example. What was in line with the allocations? But if my understanding is correct, these planning applications accord, broadly speaking, with
broadly
with
speaking,
the
yes.
allocations?
Broadly speaking, yes.
And Madam, just to note that Natural England in the Statement of Common Ground or Reg 19 consultation responses haven't identified any specific projects that they say ought to have been subject to additional consideration. They just refer to draft plans and applications out to consultation. So it's not a specific targeted criticism that's made, and I hope that the answer that I gave earlier is sufficient.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, sorry, Natural England haven't identified any specific projects that they say ought to have been counted in addition to the level of growth that we have considered in terms of the current suite of adopted local plans.
In terms of the council's discussions with Natural England on this, have they attempted to explain what their concerns are in respect of, I take your point, no specific, but has the question been asked by the council?
We asked them what if they could expand or elaborate on their concerns, and they were unable to. At the time, they referred to a desire to see a county-wide strategic HHR assessment as would have taken place had the Oxfordshire plan remained part of the statutory planning framework. But at the top of the note, sort of that work stream concluded, and we're back to business as usual, as it were, in terms of individually looking at HRA assessments to support our plans.
Okay. Sorry, you've responded to a lot of my questions without me having to ask them, so I'm just trying to make sure that everything's covered. Has the HRA considered the implications of other Oxfordshire authorities having to meet Oxford's unmet need, and if so, how?
So the answer is yes, and again that's because the current suite of adopted local plans in neighbouring authorities already make provision for the vast majority of the predicted unmet need to be met. So that is already considered as part of the 2035 do something scenario, which is, as I've said, equivalent to the 2040 do minimum. There is a small amount of unmet need.
It's a sort of floating 2,500, give or take.
I'm sorry.
There is a component of unmet need which Richard has said is around 2,500 units, which has not been subject to HRA because it doesn't comprise a plan or a project. It's a component of development that will need to be catered for or considered by neighbouring authorities as they progress their emerging plans. But because those emerging plans haven't reached Reg 19 or submission stage, at the moment it's entirely hypothetical and notional as to where, when and how that component will be delivered and met.
So this is the residual unmet need.
Correct.
That Oxford City Council has identified through its local plan process, that your position is that it's not subject to HRA because it's not subject to a plan or project. So the fact that it's been identified through your plan process.
Can I just come in on that point?
Yeah.
The thing is, from a technical perspective, it's not actually possible to just assess a number of homes using a transport model. Instead, the number of homes, it said you need to look at a number of homes and a location for those homes, and it's not for the City Council to determine or test possible locations for these homes outside of our administrative boundary. It's beyond the scope of what we're allowed to do.
Because the impacts are so locationally
Absolutely.
dependent.
In fact, under the essay, there was a question mark over the location because you can't determine the location of these additional homes.
So, Madam, again, it's an area where we rely on the substation save judgment of the Court of Appeal, who, as I said, held that authorities are entitled to defer the consideration of cumulative environmental effects arising from future projects and plans. And pausing there, the delivery of sites to meet any residual unmet need would be a plan or project at the Reg 19 stage or submission stage.
In a neighbouring authority.
Yes. They're entitled to defer the consideration of cumulative environmental effects arising from future projects where there is, as a matter of judgment, inadequate information on which a cumulative assessment can be based. That is plainly the case here, because there is, in fact, no information available as to whether that unmet need, as to whether that residual unmet need will be met, and if so, where, how, when, etc.
And you're going to provide us with a copy of that substation save judgment in addition to the other judgments? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Woodfield.
Thank you, Ma'am.
I do just want to check and ask a couple of more questions of the council, but...
I do. There was a lot in there, but I think I may be able to assist because actually I'm a Habitats Regulations Assessment practitioner. I've done maybe 70 in my career. I know the process pretty well, and I know some of the case law, probably not as well as Mr. Mackenzie, but I do take issue with the way that this has been approached, and I think you've already hit on some of the points, Ma'am, with your questioning. I'm going to take this in the order in which my notes, terrible notes, throw them up. So let's start with substation save. Reason I asked for that reference is that's not a judgment that I'm intimately familiar with, but it sounds as if it's a judgment that was saying in a situation where you cannot predict or come to a realistic, reasonable assumption about what likely cumulative or in combination impacts are going to be, you're not required to kind of second guess when and how, but...
Sorry, can... I'd like to hear what you've got to say. So, is it possible for somebody to find out what's causing that, please?
Is it the wind?
Is it the wind?
Sorry, I'm coming.
Okay, please go ahead.
No.
Oh.
Okay, I'll carry on. The key difference here, and I think you touched upon this in one of your latter questions, Ma'am, was the additional cumulative or in combination effect that's being considered here is being driven by the Oxford local plan. So that 10% unmet need is a figure which we have particularised down to 2,500 units. We know it will be delivered somewhere within the adjoining authorities. In my experience as an HRA practitioner, when you can, in order to come to a robust conclusion, and the elements of the case law that Mr. Mackenzie hasn't touched upon today are the ones that talk about certainty and about not having lacunae in your HRA assessment, not having gaps of information where they can be reasonably filled, or a realistic case can be determined. Now, in a situation where it's your project or your plan that's generating the potential for an impact to work in combination with other impacts elsewhere, it is kind of beholden upon you as the assessor to look at that. And if you can't particularise exactly where that's going to happen, you can make some educated assumptions and make some kind of modelling that at least factors it in rather than disregards it. It's this idea that we only have to go so far and we can disregard everything else that I find very difficult as a practitioner because that's not how it's operated in over the past 20-odd years that I've been doing HRAs. So there are exceptions where you can say we simply can't predict this. And it sounds to me as if the substation save case was talking about those kind of exceptions. But in a situation where you can reasonably predict what the magnitude of the impact is that needs to be considered in combination, you should give it your best shot rather than say we don't need to do that. So I have an issue with that. Mr. Mackenzie started by saying that Natural England haven't provided an indication of evidential material that they think is potentially think is being omitted from the HRA. That's not their job. They're not the competent authority. The City Council is the competent authority, and it's for the City Council to ensure that it conducts an HRA in compliance with all the relevant guidance and recommendations and case law, including the case law that defines that high bar of certainty needs to be achieved. You need to be pretty certain, to the best reasonable scientific endeavours, that you're not going to have an impact on the Oxford Meadows SAC for the HRA to pass muster. And from what I'm hearing, it seems as if the Council have approached it on the basis of saying, what do we have to do? And we will do no more than that. And that's not what's required. So I'm not surprised that Natural England are not saying that they are satisfied at this particular point in time. We can come on to one query I have is, it's unclear to me whether the Habitats Regulation Assessment or whether the traffic modelling and dispersal takes into account the impact on traffic dispersal patterns that will arise from the implementation of the traffic filters. Anyone who lives in Oxford knows that the traffic filters and the LTNs affect one of the impacts that they have, and I'm broadly in support of them, by the way. One of the impacts that they have is they force people to use the ring road rather than go through the city. Now, obviously, that is going to have potential implications for traffic volumes on the A34, and it is unclear to me whether that has been assessed. So, in the context that there is suggested to be no new information that's emerged since the HRA was published, that I would like to hear whether that element has been considered, because that will have a significant impact on the traffic modelling and on dispersal patterns and trip rates and what have you. And I hope that this will be a final point, but it's a fundamental one. When I look at the conclusions of the Atkins HRA, I see phraseology which is wrong in HRA terms. The conclusions are that the Oxford Local Plan 2040 is not likely to have a significant impact on the integrity of the Oxford Meadows SAC, either alone or in combination with other plans or projects in relation to air quality. That is not the appropriate assessment test. The appropriate assessment test is it going to have an adverse effect on integrity, not a significant impact? So the wrong test has been applied, because it's the screening test at which you decide whether you're likely to have a significant effect on a European site, not the appropriate assessment stage, where the applicable test is, are you or are you not having an adverse effect on integrity? So I think there is a fundamental procedural problem with the way that the HRA has been cast, at least in terms of the phraseology that's been used.
Really clear on this. Can you just advise me which document it is, which page you're referring to, please? So
this is the HRA screening addendum I was just looking at, page 8, which is CSE 005B. The conclusions of that are, this addendum report concludes that the Oxford Local Plan, this is at 5.1, by the way, on page 8. Okay. The addendum report concludes that the Oxford Local Plan 2040 is not likely to have a significant impact on the integrity of the Oxford Meadows SAC, either alone or in combination with other plans or projects in relation to air quality. What it should be testing is whether it's likely to have a significant adverse effect on integrity. So I remain concerned that impacts of the plan on the Oxford Meadows SAC have been approached in a way that's slightly prejudicial to the proper and due working of the HRA process. And there is one final point, if I may, which doesn't relate to the Oxford Meadows SAC, but it's an open question, really, which is that the Council, well, Oxford's been blessed with a number of sites of special scientific interest within its limits. Those are sites, some of those sites are also special areas of conservation, and they are covered by the HRA assessment. But the potential impacts of air quality on other statutorily designated SSI sites within the city limits have not been assessed in terms of this level of air quality assessment. And I believe that's potentially an omission because the Council is under a statutory duty under Section 28 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act to properly consider the impacts of its actions on such SSI sites. And I can't find anywhere where that's been done. And in my professional practice in the past, we have taken the step of saying, here's your HRA, but adjoining your HRA are a number of SSI sites that are also vulnerable to these impacts, and we've gone the extra mile and ticked the Section 28 duty box by assessing the same implications for those sites. Now, that hasn't been done in this case, which leaves sites like Iffley Meadows, sites like New Marston Meadows, sites like the Lye Valley, potentially at risk from air quality impacts, and I've not seen anywhere where that's been assessed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the Council want to come back in on that?
Yes, if I may, Madam. So the first point, or our response to the first point, is that it's important to recognise that the proposed Local Plan 2040 is a plan not to meet the residual, not to meet the unmet need component, as opposed to a plan to meet it, and it's only the effects of the plan which need to be considered.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, the plan, in kind of very simple terms, is a plan which is unable to meet the unmet need. Obviously, that's why it's the unmet need, not a plan to meet it. So Regulation 63 of the 2017 reg says, in that context, that that a plan's in combination effects with other plans and projects need to be considered. So for that unmet need element to be to be assessed in the context of Reg 63, the unmet need has to form part of a plan or project. And at the moment, as I've explained, it doesn't, and that's why we're entitled to defer consideration of cumulative effects until more is known about the way in which that unmet need might be met, if indeed it is to be met. And the suggestion was that if we can reasonably predict, and those are the words that the gentleman used, if we can reasonably predict where that unmet need is going to be met, then it's not beyond the wit of man, essentially, the submission was to subject it to HRA. Well, our submission is it's not possible to reasonably predict if and where the unmet need is going to be met, that residual component of unmet need. The majority of the unmet need is already assessed because it forms part of the unmet need from the 2036 plan, so it's already catered for in the adopted suite of development plans in the neighbouring districts. But it's not possible to reasonably predict where that additional extra component of unmet need may be met. So that's our response to the first point. The second point was a point about Natural England not being the competent authority. And just to be clear, that the submission that I was seeking to make there is simply that Natural England aren't saying that there's a body of evidence that the City Council have ignored when carrying out our HRA, or that there's some evidence out there that Natural England are aware of that they think we should have considered that we didn't. And that's why I say that their position is not that there will be or that there's a risk of significant adverse effects. The point is that they just don't know whether the position which is agreed at the moment will hold true when the local plans and neighbouring authorities come forward, and that would obviously a matter that will have to be dealt with in the HRA for those plans, plainly. Then there's a discrete point about the traffic filters, and paragraph 4.4 and 4.5 of the HRA screening addendum deal with the traffic filters, and the soundbite that I can just read out to assure the gentleman is as follows. As such, the Oxford Local Plan 2040 modelling considered the traffic filters as part of the 2040 do minimum scenario. So the answer is yes, they have been considered. And then on the fourth point about they're part of the modelling as I understand it. The Oxford Local Plan 2040 modelling considered the traffic filters as part of the 2040 do minimum scenario. And it then goes on to explain that the significance of that was that there was a forecast reduction in background concentrations of NOx levels over time, even when considered in combination with the growth proposed as part of the Oxford City Local Plan. The impact of the traffic filters is not likely to have significant impact on the integrity of the Oxford Meadows SAC. Then there was a fourth point about the difference between screening analysis and appropriate assessment. And just to be clear, the air quality addendum is a screening exercise, not an appropriate assessment. And it fully complies with the terms of Regulation 63 of the 2017 regs, which says competent authority, before deciding to undertake or give consent, permission or other authorization for a plan or project which A, is likely to have a significant effect on a European site, ... must make an appropriate assessment of the implications of the plan or project. And the effect of the addendum was to screen out the prospect and the possibility of any significant effect. And it is wholly in accordance with the regulations for it to have done so. And then the fifth and final point concerns SSSIs and Section 28 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act. And I think Mr. Wyatt is going to deal with that point.
Yes, it's just to say that in background paper reference BGP 008, which is entitled Biodiversity, including source pathway receptor analysis. That includes an analysis of all of the city's SSSIs against their sort of important ecological features. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
I struggled to hear Mr. Wyatt as well, so sorry. If I can just ask you to rewind back and say what you said again, please.
Sorry, yes. So the reference, BG, Examination Library reference BGP 008, and the title of that background paper is called Biodiversity, including source pathway receptor analysis. That documents the assessment of individual site allocations and looks at whether their impact on the city's network of SSSIs.
Sorry.
To which my question was, does it include application of the traffic modelling and, by extension, the air quality impact data on those SSSIs? Because I'm struggling to see that it does.
Well, it reviews each SSSI for its sort of important features. None of the other triple SSIs, apart from those associated with the SAC, reference air pollution. So it looks at, well, it looks at them in that regard.
Sorry, the Oxford Meadows SAC is a special area of conservation designated on the basis of rare types of grassland. It is not the only rare grassland site within the city limits. Iffley Meadows Triple SI is also a rare grassland, exactly the same type as it happens as the Oxford Meadows SAC. So is Newmarston Meadows. So by extension, those sites are equally susceptible to air pollution impacts as the SAC. They are just subject to a different level of procedural requirements. The SAC has assessment requirements embedded in the habitats regulations, but the triple SIs also have assessment requirements, arguably at least, embedded in a duty under the council is under Section 28 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act. Put it another way, if the council is forwarding a plan which will damage those triple SIs, it is under a duty of obligation to assess those impacts and see whether they can be mitigated, or alternatively is potentially failing in its Section 28 duty.
So, I mean, within the plan, we do have an air pollution policy which sets out, I can't remember the precise wording of it, but there is an air pollution policy which reduces air quality impacts.
I understand that. I understand that. The difficulty I've got is that the council has gone to the effort to do a traffic modelling study which determines AADT levels on key roads that pass close to triple SIs and SACs. It would be a relatively small step for the council to apply that information to its Section 28 duty and determine the impact, the air quality implications for the triple SIs as well as the SACs. And as far as I'm hearing, that has not been done.
Yeah, well, I think we're satisfied that the right tests have been applied to each level of statutory designation.
If that's your answer, that's your answer. You have point, Mum. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving on a little bit, but still HRA. Was it appropriate to screen out student accommodation within 1,900 metres of Oxford Meadows SAC? What are the implications of other types of residential development coming forward on sites allocated for student accommodation?
So we look. Natural England actually raised this issue, and we made a minor amendment to the HRA to address it. But in answer to your question, the recreational disturbance for this particular plant is associated with the increases in nutrient load due to dog fouling. And basically, because there is basically students aren't allowed to have a dog, we felt that was we were able to sort of screen those sites out. The whole recreational assessment is geared towards looking at the increase in dog walkers and the impact of that at Port Meadow.
I mean, the second point I made was about the implications of other types of residential development coming forward within those sites that have been screened out.
Yeah, what we did was we actually we updated the table. We probably just didn't update the text. So what the table now shows is that it makes an assumption that other types of residential can come forward on some of the sites. On some of the sites, they're university owned, and it's highly unlikely. And on those sites, we feel it's likely that student accommodation can come forward.
Sorry.
Sorry, am I...
I'm struggling to hear all of what you're saying, which I think is probably
Sorry.
affecting my understanding of it. So you've updated the table, but you haven't updated the text.
I'll have to just check 1 second.
Can you just explain that a little bit more, please?
I think we'll have to find the table, but essentially I think we already considered it. We had a scenario where it was just where we had the student sites and then we had numbers that assumed if it wasn't a student. Well, let's find the paper.
So table 2.1 in CSD 005C shows the number of dwellings, or the student equivalent number of dwellings that could come forward on any of the sites, and it's that number that has been assessed. So what we've looked at a residential dwelling equivalent number of the amount of student accommodation that could come forward on all of the sites considered, and that number has then gone into the residential assessment using Natural England's methodology, which is in the projected visitor numbers are set out table 2.3. Is that clear?
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Once again, I find myself having to say I think there's a fundamental flaw in procedural approach here. To screen out developments purely because they are student accommodation and purely because there's an assumption that students won't have dogs and that the only thing that creeping marsh rat is susceptible to is nutrient pollution shows a fundamental ecological misunderstanding. So the reason that the plant is there and the reason that it is there at Port Meadow and a fundamental underlying tenet of the SAC designation is as much to do with management as it is to do with enrichment. If you have large numbers of students adding to the recreational impact on Port Meadow, that creates problems with management, problems with livestock management, potentially affects vegetation structure, and And it is the vegetation structure, and particularly the importance of grazing, that is actually one of the fundamental things that underpins the presence of that plant and its status on that site. So to assume that it's all about the dogs and nothing else, for me, shows a fundamental ecological misunderstanding of what that plant's requirements are.
Sorry, just to go back on your point. What your position is that the students who use or could use the SAC should also have been considered because of their effect on the grazing in terms of the management. So what sort of consideration would you have expected to have seen?
I would have expected and it may be it could still have been screened out, but I would have expected the process contribution that the number of students within a catchment distance that would likely recreate on Port Meadow, I would have expected them not to have been somehow carved out and disregarded, but they would have formed part of the cumulative catchment for Port Meadow. There will come a point, and there are already problems with managing Port Meadow, as the City Council well knows, but there will come a point where Port Meadow is used by too many people to make grazing practical or effective. And that's a fundamental concern. So if the potential student contribution to that recreational pressure on Port Meadow has been disregarded, and yet, I mean, I don't know what the figures are here, but the way you would normally approach that is you would factor that in. If that still resulted in a figure that was below a threshold where you thought it was not likely to have a significant effect, then yes, you can screen it out. But what we don't seem to know at the moment is whether the additional contribution that students might make to the recreational impact pressure on Port Meadow would be enough to tip it into likely significant effects. Then it shouldn't have been screened out. So I don't know the answer to that. The City Council presumably knows the answer. But I do fundamentally think it's a wrong approach, a wrong-headed approach, to screen out students simply because you don't think they're going to have dogs.
So, paragraph 2.1 of CSD 005C, talking about recreational impacts. Second sentence says, Natural England has previously confirmed that A. repens, as in creeping marshwort, is not particularly sensitive to trampling, but is sensitive to dog fouling. The increased population that would be housed in Oxford as a result of the Oxford Local Plan 2040 that could own dogs, those dogs could potentially have a significant impact on the integrity of the Oxford Meadows SAC. As such, we've provided mitigation measures on certain sites.
It's not the same point, Mum. The point is about the impact of recreational pressure on the ability to manage that site in the right way. It's not about trampling. I didn't mention trampling. Trampling may well be not a concern, and it isn't really a concern for apium repens. What is a concern is the appropriate management of that site. And if the recreational pressure on Port Meadow gets to a point where managing it with horse grazing and commons cattle grazing becomes impractical because there's simply too much recreational pressure, then that will spell disaster for the plant. So there is the basis of a likely significant effect that is the simple function of numbers of people who choose to recreate on that site. And the driver for the numbers of people who choose to recreate on that site will be people within walking distance. And if student accommodation contributes to that significantly, then that should have been assessed.
Does the council want to come back on that?
I mean, the other thing to say is that as part of previous HRA work, I've actually been out and visited the site with the Oxfordshire Rare Plants Group, with Judy Webb, who is part of that organisation, and we've not changed the approach since then. We focus on the impact of the increases in nutrients associated with dog walking rather than with trampling, with any other kind of recreational disturbance. But Natural England's agreed the approach.
Well, it just comes back to whether the competent authority thinks unilaterally or it just takes dictation from Natural England, who may not be in possession of all the facts all of the time. Yes, they are the statutory authority, but they've proved, in fact, Mr Mackenzie was referenced a case, the Wealden case, where Natural England were proven to have got it wrong. So I think simple deference to Natural England on matters such as this isn't good enough. There needs to be some autonomous thinking. And it seems to me as if a potential impact vector here has been completely disregarded.
Okay. Did you want to come back, or I'll move on? Thank you. Is the generic approach suggested at paragraph 3.9 of the January 2024 HRA appropriate, given that certain employment sites, for example, category 2, don't benefit from bespoke site allocations?
Could you repeat the page that's on?
It's paragraph 3.9. I didn't write down the page.
Okay, no, that's fine. And your question was in relation to, is this approach appropriate? Is that?
Yeah, given that certain employment sites don't benefit from bespoke site allocations.
So it's because certain employment sites don't benefit from bespoke allocations that this generic approach is appropriate. It's for that very reason, Mum. The way our Category 1 and Category 2 sites work is we have an extensive network of Category 2 and 1 sites all benefiting from a site allocation. And our Category 2 sites are often smaller sites, but can be larger. Because they don't benefit from site allocations, a more holistic approach was felt in this instance to adequately cover any potential impacts that may be arising, to ensure that they don't happen through the policy wording that's been applied through the plan or added to the plan.
Thank you. Okay, that's all my questions. Did you want to ask anything else? No. Okay.
Madam, sorry, can I just butt in? The team and I have been trying to find places in Reg 19 consultation responses and matter statements where the statements made effectively advanced as evidence, although I'm not sure what the kind of evidential basis is, but we are unable to find in the Reg 19 consultation responses or the matter statements any references to the matters which have been advanced in the examination this morning. I just wondered if we've missed something, or perhaps if we can be helped on that, because clearly if indeed it said that this management issue is something that we should have taken account of, then it ought to have been put to us before oral proceedings in this examination today so that we could properly consider it.
Pardon?
Yeah, very happy to respond. Yes, you won't find any submissions from me to that effect, and that is why I prefaced my answer with I may be able to assist, because I happen to be a professional practitioner in habitats regulations assessment. So it was really in the spirit of assisting understanding of the process and the correct application of the process that I made those submissions.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll move on then to item 4. I think, given the time, I'm probably intending just to take more or less things as read from the council statement, so I'll give you the opportunity if you wanted to particularly emphasise anything in relation to the questions in the items on the agenda there, but we've provided a fairly full response in the hearing statement, so I'm happy to take that. So unless there's anything you want to particularly emphasise.
I was going to largely refer to points in my hearing statements, so thank you. That's okay for us.
Okay. Ms. McDonald, yeah.
Thank you. I just want to come back to what I said beforehand with regards to the healthcare provision. Looking at the plans, there's 9,612 properties proposed to be built over Oxford. I mean, first of all, there doesn't seem to be any mitigation primary care along that way, and I don't think it's any surprise to anybody who looks in the media that primary care is under quite a bit of pressure. When it comes down to specifically the OX4 area, it's got some that are amongst the most deprived health inequality areas in England, not just the county, and again there doesn't seem to be any provision made towards the primary care that 9,612 extra properties in the city will cause. So I just want to know if this is something that councils are going to be taking any heed of. I know you said you've been consulting with the ICB. I mean, I've looked at what the ICB proposed and sent over as far as their ideas, of which I can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plans on there, of which there's none that I can see specifically in the local plan.
I suppose under the theme of how the plan deals with issues of equality or inequality on that front, but you referred, sorry, in terms of how the plan, is that better?
Are you switched on?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I put it off rather than on, I'm sorry. So under the kind of umbrella of the issue of equality and inequality, particularly in terms of health, access to health, primary health facilities, you referred earlier to work that's ongoing as far as the infrastructure development plan is concerned. Perhaps you could just explain the relationship between the local plan and infrastructure provision, particularly as it relates to health issues.
Thank you. The City Council is well aware of the situation in the city regards to primary care health facilities, and we're trying to work with all our partners to try and achieve better outcomes for the residents of the city. As I mentioned earlier, this includes working with the local ICB. We've tried to make inequality and health key threads of the local plan. So whether it's producing a background paper on the issue of health, whether it's subjecting the local plan to an equalities impact assessment and a health impact assessment, we very much want to ensure that we take every opportunity to further the aims of health practitioners and the residents of Oxford in their wants and desires for better primary healthcare facilities. As I mentioned, we've been working with the ICCB. That conversation is ongoing. They did a very full representation to the Reg 19, at which point I met with them. We've made some modifications to the plan to address some of their specific requests. As I've said to them at the time, it might be that this is one of the areas where working together across Oxfordshire we can achieve better outcomes, because it's a complex issue with resources, and even resources for planning, for strategies. This is quite challenging for the ICB. So it very much an ongoing conversation, and the City Council and the local plan are trying to do what they can to help improve the situation. So yes, for example, we took some of the suggestions that the ICB had to specific site development policies and made some main mods to those. That's in the schedule of main mods at CSD 009, but it's an ongoing conversation, and we'll continue to do what we can to try and further those objectives.
Yes, Ms. Costello.
To me, the plan, sorry, are we talking just to inequality, or can I talk to the climate change issue as well? Is anything under other matters, is it?
Yes, you could make a point about that as well, yeah.
Yeah. So there are obvious things within the plan about energy efficiency and, well, net zero, which I think is problematic. Can you assure me that we are able to do this for the houses that already exist, for the employment that is already in the pipeline, and not be here in 6 years' time wondering how on earth we're going to meet our targets, never mind for all the new development that this plan proposes? Because I'm not convinced. So that's on the climate change issues. And clearly the previous plan wasn't attempting to increase inequalities in the city, and yet here we are, the second highest wealth inequalities after Cambridge. What is this plan going to do to mitigate inequalities in the city?
Okay. Yeah, if we could take the first point there, I think the essential question was, what about the existing stock of housing and other buildings,
Yeah.
as far as climate change matters are concerned?
Okay, in terms of climate change, it's a really, I hope people can see it's a really strong thread through the local plan. We're really keen to do everything we can, bring in a wide range of suite of policies to ensure that new development in Oxford will address the climate challenge that we face. I'm afraid it is a matter of fact that planning policies are only enacted and enabled when there's a planning permission. Now, that might be new development, it might be a change of use, it might be an extension, but planning policies can only affect where change is proposed. So the issue of retrofitting will largely be down to other measures that the City Council is involved in with other partners. So, for example, on the city's housing stock, we have a number of projects to try and make sure that those properties are retrofitted to reduce their carbon impact. The focus of the local plan, of course, is on future change. So as a planner, we only have the opportunity to apply the policies of the local plan when there is a planning application in place.
Sorry, I know that my question has been misunderstood, and I'm sorry I wasn't clearer. I'm concerned that we're not going to mitigate or adapt to climate change with our present local plan and its developments and the housing that already exists. I'm not asking you to do so through this new local plan. I want you to reassure me that the planned developments being suggested in this local plan will not further exacerbate a situation that we already cannot manage. I'm not saying the intention of the new local plan is to manage our present chronic and unmanageable situation, but the proposed developments will simply exacerbate it for all their energy efficiency, net zero carbon, that we can't even manage the climate change challenges with what's already on the table, never mind what is planned for the future. Can you reassure me that is not the case?
Apologies if I misunderstood understood the question there, but yeah, so I suppose it is about what this plan can do, what the intention is.
I mean, I guess in terms of new development, that is the objective of these new policies. It's about, planning is about striking a balance, and obviously we need to plan for housing, we need to plan for employment, and what we're trying to do with all the policies in Chapter 5, Chapter 4, is seek to mitigate that additional impact. So, the idea of driving for net zero development is so that these buildings aren't being put up with and adding to the retrofit burden. We know there's already a retrofit burden of all that existing stock, so we want the new buildings to be as efficient as possible. I think that...
No, the problem is you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't be all things to all people. You cannot address the climate change challenges and propose these developments however you might tweak them. And nothing you've said so far reassures me that we are going to remain within our 1.5 degrees or whatever it is, or meet our national requirements through the proposed developments in this plan. Please reassure me.
Okay, I'm not sure you are going to be able to be reassured.
No, because this plan is not fit for purpose, no offence.
Okay, so the second point that was raised was about furthering inequality and concerns about that, and perhaps you could just briefly outline what aspects of the local plan you see would be to tackle that issue.
Again, the City Council is very aware of the inequalities in the city and is something that's front and centre of the agenda. There are a number of things that the local plan can help with, but there are a number of things that will need to be out with the local plan and out with planning. So, as examples, in the local plan we have very high standards for affordable housing and focusing on social rented, because that's the real need that we have within the city. In the employment policies, we're seeking to secure some benefits for the wider community from employment development. So whether that's apprenticeships, local jobs, skill training, affordable workspace, for example. These are some of the measures where the City Council, through the confines of a local plan, is seeking to address those very real issues of inequality in the city. As I say, that won't deal with inequality in the city in itself. There will be a number of other things that are needed to come alongside the local plan and help achieve those wider aims. But I think a number of those will come through as we discuss the detailed policies in more detail.
Thank you. Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. I think it would be remiss of me not to mention this before we depart for lunch. Water and water quality specifically. I note that the sustainability appraisal on page 11, table 1.4, says the plan says little about water quality. It expects new housing to use no more than 110 litres of water per person per day. Policies on green infrastructure, biodiversity net gain and sustainable drainage systems support good water quality. However, the planned 9,612 new homes will increase water use and runoff. You heard mention earlier on of the Environment Agency's position on the capacity for Oxford and the sewage treatment works at Oxford to cope with the development that's planned. That is a sewage treatment works that's now been failing for some time, and the quality of the water in the Thames has nosedived as a consequence, with people getting ill and people, during lockdown, lots of people swam in the river, including myself, and now none of us want to do it. There is a major, major issue there, and I'd like to hear from the council. I mean, it's interesting that the sustainability appraisal gives it a single negative, an orange categorisation. That absolutely should be a double negative, should be red, and it should be a big red flashing beacon that hangs over all future developments until this situation is sorted out. So I'm aware, Ms Thorovel said earlier on that it was Thames Water's problem, but the council are in a position to influence that. And I'd like to hear from them as to what they're going to do to get the sewage infrastructure in the city up to scratch, and whether they are going to ensure that that happens prior to the delivery of a whole load of new developments that are going to make it much, much worse.
Okay, I think we're stretching. Sorry, is that on? Or is that on? Okay, good. We're probably stretching into detailed kind of policy area matters that we would do within in other issues, but perhaps just briefly, if the council could just summarise your position on the water quality point.
Yes, very briefly, the City Council is of course aware of concerns about water quality and sewage capacity. We've been doing everything we can to work in a tripartite way with Thames Water and the Environment Agency to try and make sure that all parties have the information they need to make the plans they need to feed back into that loop. That's been a really important kind of conversation for us. We've got a statement of common ground. It's in the background in the library at COM 011. It identifies where we have been able to make good progress between the three parties. There is need for further conversations, and I'm sure we'll come back to this point in more detail later, but absolutely that's making sure that both of those organisations are well aware of the City Council's intentions and that we're fully versed with both of those organisations' plans for improvements and regulation. It's been a really important conversation and that continues. As I say, I'm sure we'll come back to that.
Just to add that we've also set out some modifications in the schedule of modifications that came from feedback from the EA, and that's documented in the other statement of common ground with the EA.
And as I understand it, Dominic, you're allowed to build the development, but you can't move people into them. That's how you get round it. I mean, I've never heard anything so ridiculous, but that's apparently one solution.
Okay, so thank you. That's, as I said, I've taken most of the final points there in as written from the council's statement. So we're going to bring the session on matter 1 to a close and break for lunch. So if we can, those who are participating this afternoon, if we can start again at 2 o'clock, because we have quite a bit to get through. So we'll break now and we'll come back to move on to the duty to cooperate at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
done some DDoS
Okay, good afternoon. Can I just check everyone can hear me? Yep. Good afternoon. It's now time to open the hearing session for Matter 2, which concerns a duty to cooperate. My name is Kevin Ward and my colleague is Martha Savage. We are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to carry out the independent examination of the Oxford Local Plan. Ian Kemp is the Programme Officer, and any queries regarding the hearings or examination generally should be directed to Ian in the first instance. If everyone in the room please can make sure mobile phones and any other devices are on silent mode please for the duration of the session. And again, we're not expecting a fire alarm test, so if the alarm sounds, can we leave promptly following the exit signs. As with this morning, the hearing session is open to the public to observe, and it's also being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the website. Again, though, only those invited participants around the table can speak and contribute to the hearing session. Hopefully, you have a copy of the agenda available to you, so we'll work through that, hopefully fairly logically. When we've dealt with a particular point, we'll move on and won't be returning to it. So, again, just please to emphasise, if you wish to make a point at any time, please do so, and we won't be returning to it. For most of the time, we'll be starting off at least asking questions of the Council, but we'll give others around the table full opportunity to make the points that they need to. If you do wish to speak at any point, can you indicate that by raising the nameplate that's in front of you on its end, and we'll bring you in as soon as we can. If you can use the microphones, if you can switch them on when you're speaking and off again when you've finished, and if you can direct yourselves towards the microphone and speak as clearly as possible. We'll take a break this afternoon at an appropriate point, so if we can make sure we're all ready to resume the session promptly after the break. Okay, unless there's any housekeeping, etc. matters arisen from this morning? No, from the Council. Just one point before we start. We asked for some information on, including on commuting evidence, which we've received yesterday, so we're grateful for that, and that's been published. It wasn't quite what we wanted, I'm afraid. Perhaps it was, well, it probably was not being clear in what we asked for. If we could have, and I'm not sure how quickly this can be done, but if we could have, we take the point, because there's references to commuting information from the 2021 census, but we take the big caveat there that was clearly affected by COVID and working from home influences. But if we could, if possible, have a breakdown, and you've picked out the key places of origin and destination, but if we could have a full list of origin and destination for that.
The full list is very long, hundreds of lines.
I suppose down to a certain point where it becomes an insignificant number. But certainly more than we've got at the moment, I see.
Yes,
yeah.
we can go a lot further, but it's
yeah, okay, but down to a significant, where it ceases to be a significant number. If we could have that for the 2021 data and also 2011, so I'm assuming there's two data sets there, there's nothing in between.
I assume we'll still be able to find the same for the 2011 data set, but I haven't looked. So, yeah. But I presume, assuming it's there, then yes, we do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because obviously the 2021 figures are skewed by the home working situation at the time. So that would be helpful if we could have that. So probably wasn't as clear as we could have been. Okay. Thank you then. Before we move on, I think it's probably useful again to get people to introduce themselves. So again, if we could start with the Council's team and then we'll move around the other participants.
Good afternoon, sir. George Mackenzie of Council for Oxford City Council.
Rachel Williams, Planning Policy Manager at the City Council.
Sarah Harrison, Planning Policy Team Leader at the City Council.
Lindsay Bailey, Principal Planner for the City Council.
Rachel Nixon, Principal Planner, City Council.
Thank you. Okay, if we could take others starting at this end of the table, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name's Emma Dring. I'm a barrister representing South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse District Councils. Behind me, I've got Emma Baker, who's the Planning Policy Team Leader, and Tom Rice, Infrastructure Planning Team Leader.
Okay. Would one of those like to join you at the table, or will you be speaking on their behalf?
I think they're quite happy sitting behind. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If you feel the need, you know, because it'd be useful to have the officer input as well, if necessary. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, I'm Chris Cherry. I'm the Planning Policy Manager at Cherwell District Council.
Hello. Thank you.
My name's Holly Jones. I work for Cherwell District Council in Planning Policy.
Good afternoon, Chris Hargraves, and I'm the Planning Policy Manager at West Oxfordshire.
Good afternoon, I'm Lynette Hughes. I'm Principal Strategic Planner at Oxfordshire County Council.
And last but no means least, Jeanette Camps-Walsh. I'm Chairman of Beckley and Stowood Parish Council, and we had the allocation from the unmet need from Oxford last time round, so we have direct experience.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what we'd like to do first of all, I think, I mean, we appreciate there's probably going to be likely to be some overlap between different items on the agenda, so we'll keep an open mind on that as long as we cover all the points that we need to at some point, but we'll try to follow the agenda as much as possible. I think the intention first of all was just to ask the council to take us through, obviously from your perspective, so we're looking initially and probably primarily at the issue of housing needs and housing requirements as far as the duty to cooperate is concerned. I suppose just to stress, we're looking at this as a duty to cooperate issue. We're not going to stray into the soundness aspects of those matters. That will be particularly for tomorrow. So I appreciate it can be difficult not to stray over the line, but we'll all try our best just to keep it focused on the duty to cooperate and the requirements there. So if we could just get the council first of all to take us through, from your perspective, I suppose an overview of engagement on the issue of housing needs, housing requirements. So I suppose in simple terms, just who did you engage with, what did you engage on and when, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Housing has been a key element of all consultation stages on the Oxford local plan because it's such a major issue for Oxford. I touched on the general consultation this morning. Just to focus specifically on duty to cooperate, housing was identified as a strategic matter right at the start of the work. That's recognised in the General Statement of Common Ground for the duty to cooperate, which is in the library at COM 001. That document identified the duty to cooperate bodies who it was considered particularly relevant to, and those were Oxfordshire County Council, Cherwell District Council, West Oxfordshire District Council, South Oxfordshire District Council, Vale of Whitehorse District Council, Homes England, and the Oxfordshire Local and Enterprise Partnership. So in terms of the what or the how, we've sought to use existing partnerships where they're in place. There are a number of those in Oxfordshire. So particularly the Future Oxfordshire Partnership, that were formerly known as the Growth Board. We've used existing forums that are in place. Particularly, I would like you to refer later to Heads of Planning meeting, which is where the Heads of Planning across Oxfordshire meet and discuss matters, and to OPPO, which perhaps later I'll keep calling it OPPO. It's the Oxfordshire Planning Policy Officers meeting. So it's myself as a manager of planning policy and others who are here today. So we've used existing forums and we've regularly checked with others on what are the best forums to use. We've shared emerging work, so a couple of particular examples, sharing our draft HELAR, sharing our draft exceptional circumstances, for example. We've also held specific meetings and workshops, and they are sometimes bilaterally and sometimes multilaterally, so whether that's on the HELAR method or addressing HELAR queries. Sorry, lots of acronyms there. The two key pieces of evidence that I'm likely to refer to are the HELAR and the HENAR. Other things that have happened over that period is we've responded to consultations from others where they've held the consultations on their own draft plans. The form of engagement, I think it's worth noting right at the outset that work on the Oxford local plan began in October 2020 and was submitted in March 2024. And for more than half of that production time, the governance arrangements for the now former Oxfordshire Plan 2050 were key for county-wide cooperation and strategic matters. I've provided lots of details on that in background papers 16 and 17. We might come back to some of those details later. Under the days of the Oxfordshire Plan, there were, in addition to the meetings I mentioned already, a monthly Oxfordshire Plan Advisory Member Group. There was a fortnightly Officer Liaison Group, and then meetings associated with the Oxfordshire Plan directly, of course. Post the Oxfordshire Plan period, some of those forums have adapted, some of them have continued because they were well established ahead of Oxfordshire Plan. So as I say, we've used the OPPO meetings and the heads of planning meetings. We have had additional specific meetings, usually on a bilateral basis, but not exclusively, and they're detailed in our response to your Matter 2 questions. Over the past year, I would say OPPO has been one of the most important multilateral forum, and of course with bilateral meetings held in between time and sharing of information. I expect we'll come back to some of those in more detail later. That's a bit of an overview of the approach we've taken.
Okay. Just, I suppose, taking a little step back there to the Oxfordshire Plan. If you could just kind of explain the situation there. So, in the previous round of plan making for Oxford City and other authorities, there was agreements in place and there was a cooperation on that level. How did you move from those round of adopted plans towards the concept of an Oxfordshire local plan? What was the stimulus for that?
I suppose I'd go back a little bit further than Oxfordshire Plan. Joint working, particularly on housing issues, because that's relevant to this agenda, predates the local plan, predates the Oxfordshire Plan. Back in 2014, the Oxfordshire Strategic Housing Market Assessment was published. That was a joint commission of all the Oxfordshire authorities, and that formed the primary evidence for housing need on the adopted round of local plans. Following the SHMA, Oxfordshire partners, through the forum of the Oxfordshire Growth Board, agreed a programme of work to address unmet need emanating from the SHMA and arising from the SHMA, and that resulted in a working assumption and a memorandum of understanding on apportionment of 15,000 unmet need homes. But that was supported also by common collective commissioning of work on the Greenbelt and on assessment of strategic options. Then we come to the period of time of the Housing and Growth Deal. So the budget of 2017 announced a Housing and Growth Deal for Oxfordshire, and that committed partners in Oxfordshire to two key items: production of the joint plan, which became known as the Oxfordshire Plan, and delivery of 100,000 homes between 2011 and 2031. The other side of the deal was that the government committed to funding of £215 million towards affordable housing, supporting infrastructure and the work to deliver those. So, Oxfordshire Plan began, it used to be known as the JSSP, the Joint Statutory Spatial Plan. A team was put in place with secondees from a number of the districts. I was part of that team, I was the lead of that programme, and we recruited others to a central team to carry out that work. A set of governance arrangements was agreed for the delivery of the Oxfordshire Plan. It was really important that all districts were going to individually agree and approve each stage of the Oxfordshire Plan work ahead of joint consultation. Now, that was really complex, and you can imagine added a lot of time to the process, but that was the basis on which we were working together on the Oxfordshire Plan. So, a significant amount of work was carried out on that. So we had a scoping, an LDS and an SCI approved in 2018. We did a Regulation 18 Part 1 consultation. This is on the Oxfordshire Plan, I'm talking, in February 2019. There was a Regulation 18 Part 2 consultation in July 2021, which included the work of the OGNA, the Oxfordshire Growth Needs Assessment, which I'm sure we'll come back to in time. After approval of the publication of the Regulation 18 Part 2 and the OGNA work, the next stage was for partners to consider the responses. The responses to that consultation were quite mixed, but in contrast to some of the narrative that's built up since, it isn't the case that the majority criticised the OGNA or the approach to it. There was a consultation statement that reported those outputs, and that was approved by all 5 cabinets in March 2022, which expressed there's a wide range of views expressed. So partners also needed to consider then the potential policy implications from the OGNA. The OGNA tested a range of growth scenarios, but it was a technical exercise and the plan-making choices needed to follow. So through early 2022, partners worked to commission an update of the OGNA and then to brief senior officers and members on the emerging work to inform the plan-making and policy choices that needed to follow. Significant effort was made at senior levels over that summer of 2022 to try and get to an agreed position, but it became evident that decisions on strategic matters couldn't be pursued any further via a joint plan. My background paper 16, and in the response to your matters and issues, there are some details of the decision that was taken at the time to stop work on the Oxfordshire Plan. I think
just on that point in time, I mean, I think we can probably piece together what the issues were, but if you could just be more explicit about you know what the actual you know the detailed reasons why the Oxfordshire Plan I think it was referred to as collapsed this morning, but we'll why that ceased, that process ceased. What were the detailed presumably areas of disagreement between authorities?
So the work on the Oxfordshire Plan had come to the point where a decision was needed to be taken on level of growth. We'd done lots of the preliminary work. We'd carried out a technical assessment of scenarios, as I mentioned in the OGNA. It came to the point where we had reflected on what people had told us in that consultation, and partners needed to work collectively to make a decision on what policy they were going to take forward in the next stage of work on the Oxfordshire Plan. So, as I say, over the summer of 2022, conversations were ongoing at a very senior level. So we're talking workshops of chief executives and leaders of councils. And it was at one of those workshops where the decision was taken to stop working on the Oxfordshire Plan. I suppose that, the statement that was released at the time didn't elaborate too much, but as you say, it got to the point where collectively they weren't in a position where they felt they could land on one policy option to go forward.
And was that, I appreciate there was the public statement made afterwards, but was that a unanimous decision of all the authorities involved?
So from the City Council's point of view, we were incredibly disappointed that the work finished. We were a little surprised that it finished at that point because we felt there was more work that could have helpfully been done to try and help us get towards a common position. So that was the position of the City Council. I've no doubt others will want to express the positions of their councils, but from a City Council point of view, we wanted that work to continue. We'd invested quite heavily in that. It was a significant body of work that we were comfortable with, and we felt there was more space for conversation and negotiation, and there was a possible outcome that would meet everyone's objectives.
And what was the, so in terms of how far work on the Oxfordshire plan had got and how far work on housing needs and a distribution of that, was the crunch arrived at when the distribution amongst the different authorities was on the table for discussion?
So I'd say we were perhaps a stage ahead of that. We hadn't agreed on a common position on which of the scenarios for growth was appropriate and would be taken forward in the Oxfordshire plan. My reflection on that is that a good deal of water had flown under the bridge between starting work on the Oxfordshire plan and the summer of 2022. We embarked on that piece of work at a time when there was clear unanimity between the partners. The growth deal was really clear. It's, about what the vision for the county was. And I've quoted that at GRO 007, paragraph 22. At the time, we said Oxfordshire's plans are focused on placing economic growth at the heart of a drive to provide more housing, meeting both current and projected need. And that was really the position that we all embarked on the Oxfordshire plan. By the summer of 2022, though, there'd been quite a lot of political change within Oxfordshire. So South Oxfordshire had changed from a Conservative administration to a Lib Dem Green administration. Vale of Whitehorse had changed from a Conservative to a Lib Dem administration. West Oxfordshire from a Conservative to Lib Dem Labour Green administration, and the County Council from a Conservative to Lib Dem Labour Green administration. Cherwell was still held by the Conservatives and Oxford by Labour. My reflections are that some of the Liberal Democrat and Green councillors that were elected in that period were elected very much on a platform of reducing the level of growth. So my reflection is that it was going to be very, very difficult in those circumstances with the change in political environment to come to a common position on level of growth. A lot had changed.
So it got to the discussions had got to the point where the overall level of growth for Oxfordshire was being discussed. It hadn't moved on to the next stage of distributing.
Absolutely, it was about level of growth.
Overall,
we didn't get to that point. Okay, I'd say in this context, it was quite hard to see how the Oxfordshire plan could deliver what each partner envisaged. I think there had been a diversion of views.
And
Okay.
was this level of growth identified in the OGNA?
So the OGNA was I describe it as a technical exercise which tested a range of scenarios. So when we commissioned the OGNA, we had a kind of understanding of each other's position and vision and aspirations for the plan, but we wanted to make sure that we tested a wide range of the options that were available. So we used to describe them as bookends. So we would have a standard method scenario at the bottom. We would have a LIS-supported scenario at top. So that's the local industrial strategy, which had newly been adopted and had been agreed with the government. That was a kind of economic development-led approach. It seemed to me at the time that we would land somewhere between those two scenarios. The OGNA tests those scenarios, and in consultation on Reg 18 Part 2, we didn't put forward a preferred option. We said these are the range of options and we would like to have a conversation with the residents of Oxfordshire about that. That's why the next stage was so difficult, I think, because we then needed to reflect on the outputs of the testing, the results of the consultation, and then come to a common policy approach, which in the passing of time, as I've alluded, was going to be really tricky to do.
Okay. So after the decision to cease work on the Oxfordshire plan had been taken, can you just go on to explain from your perspective how cooperation, so presumably relatively quickly after that point, Oxford City Council moved to an approach of producing its full local plan dealing with the strategic matters. How, in your view, did cooperation move on from the Oxfordshire plan to the preparation of this local plan?
So I would say that engagement between Oxfordshire authorities continued without any pause. So I think that was an active choice on the partners, that we didn't want to lose the good work, the collective work, the relationships that we'd built up, just because we were no longer in a position to be able to move forward on the Oxfordshire plan. And I'd say that's consistent with the pattern of working relationships across Oxfordshire over the past decade or more, really. Oxfordshire Plan was a tool at a point in time, but it is not the be-all and end-all of the relationship between the authorities. We've been working together collectively before and since. So some of the arrangements that were particularly dedicated to producing the Oxfordshire Plan finished. So the project team broke up and secondees went back to their home authorities. And the weekly officer liaison meeting ended. But all the other arrangements, governance arrangements, continued, albeit in a slightly adapted format in some cases. So really briefly, the Future Oxfordshire Partnership, as I mentioned, the new name for the Oxfordshire Growth Board, continues as it was before. In fact, a report went straight to the FOP meeting in September 22 and confirmed that continued collaborative working on spatial planning matters will be valuable. That was very much the intention. So the Oxfordshire Plan member advisory group took a short break for an amended role, new terms of references, but it now meets quarterly as the FOP Planning Advisory Group. Other cross-Oxfordshire groupings, such as the Leaders Group and the Chief Executives Group, continue to meet as they did before. Particularly in planning, more specifically to planning. Heads of planning now meet less frequently than they had during the Oxfordshire Plan days, but they have a broadened planning agenda and they have their own new ways of working, the new agenda. And OPPO, so that's the policy managers, that had been well established long before the Oxfordshire Plan was a project. That continues to play an important role, leading work on joint statement of common ground, some joint pieces of evidence base, for example, on gypsy travelling young people. That's the key forum, really, where we continue to have those conversations. So I'd say, despite the difficult circumstances surrounding the ending of the Oxfordshire Plan, these wide and varied points of contact and forums for engagement between partners were maintained, from my point of view, continue to work well. I'm sure we'll get into some of the details later.
Okay, before we move on to specifically look at the Housing and Economic Needs Assessment, the HENAR, any comments? I can see we already have a contender there. Yes, Mr. Ring, So I don't want to get into the detail of the technical aspect of it in terms of the HENAR, but just in terms of the overview process.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to come back or comment on a few of the points about the engagement and the forums and also the Oxfordshire Plan. Just in terms of the engagement forums, I think the way that it's put today and the way it's been put in the written documents from the council is that OPPO was essentially seen as the key forum, but I think, our perspective, from South and Vale's perspective, is that actually that hasn't in practice been a particularly useful forum for the duty to cooperate. It's had quite a strategic kind of high-level function. There has been a local plan update on as an item, a sort of standing item on the monthly OPPO agenda, but that's really been more of a high-level kind of progress update, kind of review, rather than kind of delving into the detail of seeking to agree and resolve matters of dispute. So I think from our perspective, there's really only been a couple of OPPO meetings where there's been actual engagement on the details of housing need matters and also capacity, and trying to resolve those, or at least air the detailed issues. There was one item which I think we've alluded to in our written statement, I think probably mostly under question 3, about some joint work on housing supply positions. So there was an item that I think was led by the County Council, trying to look at completions data and see whether, if there was going to be some unmet need, whether there was a way of kind of aligning or moving forward with that. That was in September 2023. And then aside from that, there was an idea of the joint statement of common ground being dealt with through OPPO, but that was then later taken off and dealt with separately. So I think our perspective is that in practice, and I think we stepped up, as we've said in our written statements, South and Vale stepped up officer attendances at those meetings following the failure of the Oxfordshire plan as a way of trying to engage, but in practice haven't really found that to be a way of resolving the issues of detail. On the other forums or structures, clearly what we're concerned about here is the duty to cooperate for this plan and not for the previous Oxfordshire plan. So whilst that's kind of background, obviously cooperation in the context of that plan isn't cooperation in the context of this plan, and that those structures were really disbanded pretty much straight away after that plan failed, and it obviously wasn't designed for, those structures weren't designed for the purposes of individual local plans, so they don't have any remit for that. So that's not something that we feel is a relevant forum for the duty to cooperate for this particular plan. On the future Oxfordshire partnership, that doesn't have any strategic planning function or particular decision-making powers. So I think our perspective on that is, again, it's not a forum where the duty to cooperate can really be properly pursued and addressed. It doesn't really have that remit. There is the new group that's been mentioned, the planning advisory group, but that it's quite narrowly focused on a few pieces of key evidence, for example, energy and climate policy. And again, in practice, it's not been a forum for these detailed issues of housing need and capacity to be discussed and resolved, or attempted to be resolved. So I think that's our perspective on the structures. In relation to the Oxfordshire plan and kind of what led that to fail, I mean, as indicated, I think the growth scenarios, that was a key issue. It was in more detail. It was matters like assumptions in commuting, working from home, and the influence of local industrial strategies and the local enterprise partnership on levels of need. So those were the kind of issues that were cropping up. And I think our council's take on it is that Oxford were at that time intent on producing a higher housing number than even the OGNA was supporting, and that's something that other councils couldn't sign up to. There is obviously heard what's said this morning, and it's also this afternoon rather, it's also in the written statements about essentially the political administrations changing, and it's been suggested in writing at least that South and Vale were no longer supportive of the growth deal by the time the Oxfordshire plan failed, and that was due to the political administration. But at that time, South and Vale did have 3 officers still seconded to the Oxfordshire plan. They were there almost full time. In the context of Oxford City Council not having had anyone staffing that team for 18 months, the last 18 months of that project. And obviously South and Vale have delivered significant levels of housing towards that growth deal, and they remain committed to that growth deal as set out in our emerging plans, which still commit to that level of growth. So I think we wanted to put on record that we did still support that, and it's still something that we're committed to. Obviously it's ended now, but we're still committed to it in that way.
Okay, thank you. Ms Camps-Walsh.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a quick question. Given that Oxford City wants to increase the number of jobs within Oxford and therefore the number of people commuting into Oxford, the only sustainable way for people to commute into Oxford is down the railway lines, but they don't seem to have worked with other authorities down railway lines like Reading, Aylesbury, Warwick, even Ealing. People commute to there at the moment, and shouldn't they have done that?
Okay. Perhaps you could just briefly respond in terms of the engagement with authorities further afield, particularly linked by rail.
Yes, so Oxford sits in the heart of Oxfordshire. When I was working on Oxfordshire Plan, we did quite a lot of work to look across the boundaries, because obviously the Oxfordshire Plan was going to have a lot more boundaries with a lot of other authorities. So there are conversations that have been had with neighbouring authorities in that context. From an Oxford point of view, all of our neighbours are within Oxfordshire, so my focus is on cooperation with my neighbouring authorities in Oxfordshire.
Okay.
Would it help?
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, if we can then move on to look specifically at the housing and economic needs assessment, the HENAR. Again, as much as possible from the perspective of duty to cooperate, we'll be looking probably in quite a lot of detail tomorrow at the technicalities of it. So the first point, again, I'll turn to the council. From your perspective, how did you engage with the other authorities at the early stage, i.e. when you were considering commissioning and setting the scope of that study? What engagement was there with other authorities then?
Sir, sorry to butt in. Would you like us to keep our reply to Ms Dring's submissions until later, or address them now?
Were you expecting a reply? No.
Oh, right. Okay, then that's fine.
I
just didn't want to kind of lose the opportunity, because you did say earlier not to sort of seek to revisit old.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking I mean,
yeah,
on
I know
the agenda we're going to bring it all together at some point, so I think
sir.
we'll probably save that for then, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So yeah, engagement in terms of the commissioning and setting the scope of the HENAR.
Thank you. So when work on the Oxfordshire Plan did cease, each authority had to make a choice about whether to pause all their work on plan making or press on and trying to deliver their local plan. By then, in August 2022, Oxford had already made good progress and drafted the Regulation 18 document, with the exception of the detailed housing options, which had already been delayed by the update to the OGNA and the process of the Oxfordshire Plan, even before that work ceased. So in our view, continuing with the work of the Oxford local plan was even more important with the loss of the Oxfordshire Plan. And we were keen to work with as many of our Oxfordshire partners as were willing to believe that this joint approach continued to be appropriate. And we of course continued to speak to them about that. At the Heads of Planning meeting immediately after the collapse of the Oxfordshire Plan in August 2022, we informed the other parties that we intended to continue work on our local plan and to try and fill the evidence-based gap that we were left with on housing need, and that we were happy to work with any of our partners who wanted to work on that with us. Ultimately, we ended up continuing the work of the OGNA. We explained to the other districts that the same consultants had been commissioned to carry out this new commission, and we were jointly commissioning that work with Cherwell District Council. They were at a similar point in the process and considered that this was an appropriate approach for their plan as well. We were clear that it was based largely on the OGNA, and in our Cabinet report to approve the Regulation 18 Part 1 document, we said a detailed assessment of the specific housing needs for Oxford will be commissioned to support the local plan, ideally working with as many of our neighbouring districts as possible. And at that point, others could have joined the commission, but chose not to. So from the outset, they were aware that the HENA was intended as a refresh, but essentially continuation of the OGNA approach. Beyond that, we kept others up to date through the OPPO process and continued to explain the scope of the HENA. In terms of whether other districts could join, as I said, they were welcome to join at any point, and that stayed the case throughout the Commission. Obviously, if anyone else wanted to join the Commission at any point, that would have been fine, and we kept up conversations at informal officer level as well as at the more formal meetings. Do you want me to talk now about engagement with the other authorities?
Not just yet. So, from your perspective, there was a clear offer to other authorities to be involved. Was that, first of all, how was that communicated? How was that put over to them? In what forum was that done? And secondly, on what, at what point in time in the process was that done? Because from what you just said, it was the clear message was that you were going to be continuing along the lines of the OGNA and a refresh of that. So in terms of what the methodology, the likely methodology for it, had this decision already been taken as to what form this study was going to take and what the methodology employed was going to be prior to asking others if they wanted to be involved, or after that?
I probably wasn't clear, but there were two heads of planning meetings which are most relevant, one in the August and one in the September. The one in the August was immediately after the cessation of the Oxfordshire plan. And at that point, we weren't sure what the approach would be, but we were discussing the fact that we did want to continue with our local plan and that we had an evidence-based vacuum created and that we were intending to do something about it and that could be a joint commission. And that's when, with Cherwell, we did decide that we would join with them on this commission. And at the next meeting in September, because things were moving very quickly, it had to move very quickly. At the next meeting in September, after discussions with Cherwell and with the consultants, we did explain that the approach would be to continue with the OGNA. But that wasn't the decision immediately and not the decision taken to the heads of planning meeting in the August, because we hadn't made that decision at that point.
So August 22, you informed the other authorities that you were keen to progress things, you were keen to carry out or have a study carried out looking at housing needs. September 22, you decided to go ahead with that jointly with Cherwell, and you'd engage consultants on that. That's a quite short space of time between those two time periods. How did that allow for engagement with the other authorities on that?
I think, yeah, the engagement hadn't just stopped and started. It had been continuous. But the opportunity to come on board, there was enough. It was an immediate decision, I think, for the other authorities. It wasn't a case of they were thinking about whether to come on board because of the way the situation was. They didn't need time, I don't think, to consider whether to come on board and do a joint commission. It was fairly evident immediately that Cherwell and us wanted to continue gathering evidence base on a joint for housing need on a joint basis, and the other authorities at that point did not want to come on board with that, and they didn't need any more time to give that consideration, I don't think.
Okay. If I could just ask any or all of the other authorities just to give your perspective on that. So we're at the point in time where the Oxfordshire plan had ceased to be progressed, and we're at the point of around about August 2022, and the notion was put to you that a study should be carried out to assess housing needs, and an opportunity was offered to the other authorities to join in and commission that study. From the other authorities' perspectives, what's your take on that scenario from West Oxfordshire, first of all, please? Yeah.
Yes, of course. All these dates will be set out, I'm sure, in detail in the submissions you've had, and I'm not going to cast my mind too closely back, but the offer was there for us to be involved in the process. That was clear. So we were aware that the work was going to happen. We were aware of which consultants were going to do it, and that it was effectively a refresh and update of the previous OGNA work. So that was fine. And in fact, I think from memory, the offer does sort of remain, well, the offer remained on the table to get involved in the commission for several months after that. And because of the sort of stage we were at in terms of the preparation of our own local plan, we were sort of considering, yes, did that sound a feasible proposition or no? And eventually we concluded that it would be preferable for us to undertake our own local assessment of need, which is what we've now commissioned. And we have a draft report in the offing. So the offer was there, I think, really, and we'll probably come into this or get into this through some of your other questions, but I think it was where we have a concern is then, I guess, the level of engagement on the approach that the appointed consultants were taking. So I was refreshing my memory of what's in the HENAR report in this morning's session, just while I was listening to proceedings. And there's obviously a lot of assumptions and adjustments and sort of methodological choices that were made in that piece of work. And I know the consultants that have put it together are reputable, and that's fine. But I think where we do have a slight issue is that once we were aware that the work was happening, other than informal discussions through OPPO and other forums, there wasn't, at least I can't recall, and I stand to be corrected on it, much, if any, opportunity to sort of get into the detail of it and the assumptions, so which scenarios were going to be tested, the adjustments that were going to be made in relation to more recent census information and those sort of factors. And of course, that now has implications for us, because although it's not a piece of work we commissioned, it, as you know, it has figures that say things about West Oxfordshire. That's having sort of practical ramifications on the ground at the moment, because we're getting sort of levels of affordable housing needs cited and quoted at us in Section 78 appeals, etc. So it's having sort of real consequences on the ground. So I absolutely have a positive and very good working relationship with the city and the other Oxfordshire authorities more generally. But I think where there is a slight weakness here was, I guess, the opportunity we were given or not given to sort of get into the detail of the work that was being commissioned, and the fact it would then say things and make certain assumptions that has or have implications for the rest of the county.
So, in principle, were you concerned with a study that would look at the whole of Oxfordshire and then disaggregate housing need by different authorities? Could you have lived with that under different circumstances?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? And your task, of course, is to examine the soundness of the Oxford plan, and not the West Oxfordshire plan or South and Wales, etc. So it's a very difficult one, because inevitably it has practical implications in making any sort of quantification of need outside of the city. And I can understand the process that's been followed, and we were aware that there was effectively, I think we had our understanding was that it would follow a sort of two-pronged approach. So a general look at housing need across the county as a whole, but we weren't sure exactly what that would comprise. But we were aware that the more specialist assumptions about levels of need for older persons housing, etc., would drill down into a district level, city level basis. So we were sort of aware that. But yes, I think it's created a difficult set of circumstances, and as I say, in terms of where we're at with our plan making, we've now got our own assessment of need, as of South Oxfordshire and the Vale, that says different things. You know, I can't say too much about that at this point in time, but I can see that the fact this report is already there and being tested through this examination process does create a bit of an issue for us when we get to this stage further down the line.
But was it your council's perspective at that point in time, when the Oxfordshire plan had ceased to be, was it your council's intention to pursue any assessment of housing needs simply on your own district basis, or were you open to the idea of a joint study looking at needs on a wider area?
I think we were sort of keeping the matter under consideration without sort of skirting the question, so we didn't sort of definitively state. Obviously, it was an issue that I was sort of taking soundings on corporately, politically, etc. So it was a sort of situation that we were keeping a watching brief on, and then, as I said earlier, just effectively concluded that it would be preferable to produce our own local assessment of need, which is what we've now done.
Okay, thank you. Southern Vale.
Thank you. And so I'm sure you will have picked up from our written materials that we've got rather a different take on the commissioning of the HENA to what you've heard from the City Council. And I think it's been slightly unclear in their documents and what they've said as to precisely how they are saying an offer was made to join in the commissioning, because certainly in the background paper, I'm talking about BGP 017. The critical paragraph there is paragraph 7.4, and that essentially repeats what Ms Williams said a moment ago, which is at that 12th of August Heads of Planning meeting. The City Council informed the other parties that essentially they wanted to continue. There was an evidence gap. They'd be happy to work with other people. And then it says later in August, Cherwell and Oxford were progressing conversations with the consultants who'd worked on the OGNA about a new commission. They'd been content with that, and essentially they wanted to go ahead and do a new commission. So, I mean, certainly South and Vale's take on that 12th of August 2022 meeting was that there was no concrete discussion or offer about commissioning a new Oxfordshire-wide needs assessment. It was a discussion about, well, the specific discussion was about looking at the existing evidence base that had been built up in respect of the Oxfordshire plan. And there was a review of that evidence base and a discussion about what may or may not still be able to be taken forward in the context of the local plans. And the outcome, and so we've got some contemporaneous documents which, if you wanted, we'd be able to provide. There was a table that came out of that meeting which went through the different pieces of evidence with comments, and each of the Oxfordshire Plan authorities had input or were able to have input into that table. And the outcome of that was that OGNA, the role of OGNA going forward was uncertain, but that contracts should end. But it was recognised that the authorities still need to work together on the issue of need for their own local plans. So that was our understanding of what came out of that 12th of August meeting, not that there was any concrete offer to start new work or a proposal of a new commission at that stage. And that seems to be what's reflected in the background paper as well. And then by the time of the next meeting, which was 9th of September, Oxford and Cherwell told the other districts that they'd already commissioned that work. So it was literally between the 12th of August and then discussions between Oxford and Cherwell later in August. And then on 9th of September, it was announced that that had been commissioned.
Can I just, a couple of things. You referred to a table there in the document. If that could be submitted to the examination, if it's not already, I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. We can provide it. I think it is, in that context, it is notable. This is obviously a key issue, and you haven't been given any minutes of that meeting, and there isn't anything.
That was my next question. Were there minutes of the meeting or meetings?
I've been unable to find a minute of that meeting. However, at that period of time, I was acting head of planning and I was in that meeting. I've got my own contemporaneous notes of the meeting, but there are no formal minute, is my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's our understanding, but then when we received Oxford's hearing statement, there were much more categorical statements within that. At paragraph 9, it specifically said that all Oxfordshire authorities were asked if they would like to join in that work at the commissioning and scoping stage. And then at paragraph 58, that all other districts were specifically asked if they wanted to be part of the commissioning of the HENA. And then there's a reference to the 12th of August meeting. So our simple point is that's not what happened at the 12th of August meeting. And we weren't invited. South and Vale certainly weren't invited. I've heard what West Oxfordshire have said, and obviously that's paragraph 100 of the City Council's hearing statement has some detail about West Oxfordshire and conversations that were had with them. That hasn't been what's just been said today by West Oxfordshire doesn't necessarily tie in with what we understood their position to be. Certainly at the time, there was an email where essentially they were also surprised about the commissioning. That's not in documentation before you. But anyway, what's said in paragraph 100 of the hearing statement about conversations, and it said that West Oxfordshire officers were invited to attend an early scoping meeting with the HENA consultants. Certainly nothing of that nature happened with South and Vale. If it happened with West Oxfordshire, it certainly didn't happen with us from our perspective. And if there had been some formal invitation to jointly commission work, I think you could expect to see something further, something in writing, a follow-up, rather than just a sort of implication that it may have been said at a meeting, but then no further evidence of it to, further discuss its scope or who was going to carry it out, and so on. So, if we had been asked, I don't think we would have been unwilling, but I think the issue was there'd been concerns and disagreement about the OGNA. So I think if we had been asked to jointly commission work, there would have needed to be some looking again at, rather than just continuing with the same approach that had been carried out in the context of the Oxfordshire plan, which is obviously a completely different context. So rather than just carrying on with that approach in a completely different context, we would have wanted to have a discussion about, how that should be taken forward, which consultant should be approached, what the scope would be, about the methodology that would be used, and so on. There was no involvement in that either. So, yeah, from our perspective, no invitation to join in with it. It was announced that it had already happened on the 9th of September, and then we've appended to our hearing statement the email and the note, which I think came on the 6th of January, where there was just a link provided to Cherwell's committee report, where the finished document was published. We'd not seen a draft. That was just published, and we'd had no input into it at all, or into its methodology.
Yeah, we'll come into what happened after it was originally commissioned. We're still struggling with that stage in the process.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mackenzie, did you want to come in there just to respond to anything?
Yes, if I may, can I just pick up on that last point? If I understand the submission that was being advanced, it was that our hearing statement was the first time that it was advanced by the City Council that at the 12th of August 2022 Heads of Planning meeting, the other neighbouring authorities were invited on board with the proposal to continue a work stream which sought to assess the level of housing need. But paragraph 7.4 of BGP 17, which is the history of the development of housing needs evidence in Oxfordshire, makes it clear that our position at that time and in that meeting was that the City Council would be happy to work with whichever partners would like to work together on that. So I don't think it's fair to say that this is all kind of new histrionics, essentially. It's a position which has been confirmed by Rachel, who was at the meeting, and also by the Head of Planning at West Oxfordshire, and I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that both of those recollections are wrong.
Okay. We're in a difficult situation where different people have different recollections of the same meeting. I'm hoping you were all actually at the same meeting, for a start, yes. In the absence of minutes, I think we just have to perhaps leave that point there. We have a difference of a view as to what the City Council put to others in terms of an offer and when, and the recollections of what that was. So I think we probably move on from that point. Yeah. Okay. Moving on from the actual commissioning of the HENAR, and work was underway. The consultants got underway with that. From the City Council's point of view, how did you engage on an ongoing basis as that work was being carried out? How did you engage with other authorities in terms of, I suppose, the detailed methodology or the scope of that study and initial results, findings that were coming out from it?
Well, once others had decided not to join the Commission, they weren't involved in the detailed conversations about it, as it's a technical, evidence-based piece of work. Although, of course, as we've said, they were very familiar with the approach of the OGNA, having been full partners in that work. And we were clear that the HENA was very much based on the work of the OGNA, with the same consultants and reassessed and refreshed, but the same basic approach. And we have tried to be clear throughout that the HENA is only attempting to identify the housing needs for Oxford and for Cherwell. And the decision to assess on an Oxfordshire-wide basis is not to try and identify the other districts' housing needs for them, but it's part of a long-established methodology, and entirely because of the judgment that it's the most, or really only accurate way to assess Oxford's and Cherwell's housing need. We can't accurately assess the housing need for Oxford alone because of its constraints and the economic dynamism. And its influence well beyond its boundaries. So Oxfordshire does operate as a functional economic area and housing market area, the principle that's been established in the SHMART and even before that in the market assessment. So the distribution is then of the need where it arises, and that's the reason for the distribution, just to try and work out where the need is arising and assess accurately Oxford's and Cherwell's housing need. So full consultation wasn't until the Regulation 18 Part 2, where we published the HENA and a series of questions. And
so if I can just stop you there. So once the decision had been taken to commission the study, which was in by that September meeting, you and Cherwell had commissioned the study. It was up and running with the consultants. You were working on the basis there that it was going to be broadly following the same approach as the OGNA, so was there any engagement at all in terms of the scope of the HENA, i.e. the fact that it looked at Oxfordshire as a whole, for example?
the engagement wasn't on the technical details of the HENA. No, we engaged with Cherwell, with our consultants on that. That was only an engagement after publication at Regulation 18, Part 2, where we did engage, which I can go on to.
So can I just add, if I may, that it's just important here to remember that this was not a new piece of work, in a wholesale new piece of work. Rather, it was a continuation of the work that had been done that culminated in OGNA, which did take the Oxfordshire-wide approach. And there had obviously, in the context of the Oxfordshire Plan, been effectively, a very long period of strategic cooperation between all 5 authorities in that context. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, I mean, just to perhaps foreshadow submissions that I may need to make later, that the whole point of the Section 33A duty is to maximise the effectiveness of the preparation of a plan. And we don't accept this position, which seems to be being advanced on behalf of those objecting to at least to this element of the plan, that they can have their cake and eat it, in the sense that having been invited to come on board and continue the OGNA work stream, and having been told categorically at some point that they didn't want to be involved, that we still had to formally involve them in the fine detail of a methodology which had already been tested in the context of OGNA, because it was at that stage, it was effectively just a work in progress.
Yeah, appreciate that, but from the outset, the decision to look at Oxfordshire as a whole, presumably it was quite clear that that would have implications for other authorities in terms of the outputs of the study.
I think the outputs of the study were to find the housing need for Oxford and for Charwell, and this was part of the methodology that, and we'll probably talk more about the detail of it tomorrow, but it's part of the methodology that was decided on and agreed as being with our consultants the only accurate way to assess our individual housing need. And there's many reasons for that, which I touched on briefly, but we can go into more detail on. Okay. But it was not to find anyone else's housing need. It was just to find our housing need in Charles.
Okay. Other authorities, South and Vale. So it's particularly this issue of engagement in between when the study was commissioned and when it was published, which was at it was published alongside the Part 2 Regulation 18 stage, wasn't it? Yeah. So just what was the time? Just remind me of the time period between those 2 points.
For your benefit, I'm referring to table 8.1 of our response to your matters, issues and questions. I've detailed there that in the January OPPO meeting, the city asked other authorities when they wanted some more detailed discussions about the HENAR. Specifically, I reference here, South and Vale requested that a conversation ought to take place once their own consultant was on board, and that meeting happened on the 27th of March. Now, the next row in that table is the first publication of the HENAR. It was actually a publication on Charwell's website alongside their Reg 18 draft document, which is the only reason I've put it in brackets and italics. That was on the 19th of January. And then, as you say, the HENAR was published alongside our Reg 18 Part 2 consultation on the 8th of February.
So when it was the first point that the other authorities were able to see the HENAR and what it said was 19th of January 23, is that correct?
Yes, having turned down effectively an opportunity to have a conversation about it before, albeit shortly before, it was first made public on the 19th of January as part of Charwell's consultation.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, so I think I've already referred to our Appendix 1 of our hearing statement and the email there, and you'll see the note, which is dated the 6th of January. At the bottom, so the very last page of our hearing statement, you'll see the note from the Cherwell and Oxford Planning Team, 6th of January 2023. And the second paragraph...
Sorry, give me a moment to get that, sorry.
In our Matter 2 hearing statement, the very last page is the bottom of the note that we've appended, and it's got the date of the 6th of Jan.
Yeah, got that, yeah.
And paragraph 2, the second substantive paragraph of that note, says the assessment is now complete and is available as a published document on the agenda for a meeting of Cherwell's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So it was the 6th of September is when we were sent, and the other authorities were sent, or it was published to us. It may not have been published publicly, but it was sent to the authorities on the 6th of Jan. And then, as you've been told, the 12th of January, there was an OPPO where Oxford asked when other authorities wanted to discuss the HENAR. Obviously, they'd only been sent it a few days prior to that. Then it was then there was the meeting of the 27th of March, which has been alluded to. But I think, I mean, your initial, your question was how did the City Council engage on an ongoing basis as the HENA was being carried out on the methodology and scope and findings? And I think the answer that you've been given is essentially there wasn't any engagement on it, because once the commission had been agreed, discussion was only with Cherwell and with the consultants, and there wasn't discussion with anybody else, and that certainly tallies with Southern Vale's position as well. Their hearing statement doesn't suggest there has been any engagement on this point. They haven't pointed to any today, and our position is there wasn't any. We were simply told it had been commissioned on the 9th of September, and then the completed final assessment was sent to us on the 6th of January, and that was it.
Okay. Just coming back to the council, you talked there about the offer to discuss, and there was the meeting, but that meeting was after the HENA had actually been completed and published. Is that correct? If we're talking about it was finished and published on the 6th of January, or sent in that note on the 6th of January.
Yeah, forgive me, it's quite right. That note has got the date of the 6th of January, but that was sent directly to colleagues. It wasn't a publication. I'm afraid the date, the 11th of January, is actually Cherwell's scrutiny publication. I was referring to the Cabinet. So yes, that week of this note as appended was sent on the 6th. The scrutiny meeting was on the 11th, and the Cabinet meeting on the 19th. That's the correct sequence.
And in terms of giving other authorities the opportunity to discuss the HENA, that was when it had been finished?
Yes, although it was a very quick commission, as we've said before, building on what work had already been taken place, and all parties were in the room on the previous piece of work. So it was a quite quick commission to turn around.
Yes, but in terms of looking for, I suppose, well, there must have been a reason that you offered the opportunity to discuss the HENA, but it had already been finished. So was it an intention to potentially amend it, or was it already finished and that was it by that stage?
No. So we'd had receipt of a report which we had commissioned to inform our consultation.
Yeah.
We published that report to support our consultation.
Yeah.
That's the status of the HENA at that stage. We then engaged, I'm sure we'll go on to, detailed discussions about what the outputs of the HENA would mean for other authorities. And then, of course, the HENA is published in final form as part of our submission draft. So at that point in time, we were in receipt of a technical report for the purposes of consultation.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Hargreaves, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just a quick observation, I guess. I think Mr. Mackenzie, in relation to the HENA, explained that it wasn't a new piece of work. It was effectively a sort of a refresh, update, continuation of the previous OGNA work, which is my understanding of it. And in fact, I think it says as much in the HENA itself. It sort of says, for the sake of consistency, etc., we've effectively carried forward a similar approach. But of course, the OGNA work was prepared in the context of the Oxfordshire Plan, a joint plan for the whole of the county, and so it made sense for there to be a collective look at housing need across the whole of Oxfordshire. So that's a sort of sensible step to have gone through. But I guess the question, perhaps for you, sir, is with the cessation of the Oxfordshire Plan, was it, I suppose, appropriate to carry on and refresh and effectively update a collective piece of work when everyone was kind of then reverting back to individual local plan preparation? So I'm not sort of offering a view on that, but I guess that's the nub of the matter in to a large extent, is whether, and I think Ms Harrison said it wasn't possible to sort of produce a city level or a district level assessment, but and I'm not a housing needs expert, but I suppose the question is, was the fundamental premise of further joint working on housing need appropriate given the cessation of the Oxfordshire Plan?
String.
Sorry, I mean, that is effectively what I was about to say, but in slightly stronger terms, to say that we don't think it was appropriate, or at the very least, there needed to have been a conversation rather than just simply ploughing on with basically the Oxfordshire Plan work with the same consultants as a refresh of that, but without all of the other Oxfordshire authorities that had previously commissioned it being on board. There needed to be taking a step back and looking at the issue again, and in potentially engaging again in a new context of the local plan as to how to proceed, and that's what wasn't done.
Okay, thank you. We've probably covered other points on the HENAR itself. I'm probably looking to take a break soon, but are there any other points to be made in terms of engagement on the HENAR before we move on more specifically to look at the Regulation 18 stage?
Yes, there's in paragraph 82 of our responses to your questions, we do say, and perhaps we, if more detail on this is needed, we can try and provide it, but that Oxford and Cherwell updated Oxfordshire partners about their plans for their winter of 2022 at OPPO meetings. So although we've been focused on the January letter and the 12th of Jan OPPO meeting, which is on the next page, page 26, it's evident, at least from this document, that there were also meetings in connection with progress being made on HENA, which was a work in progress at that stage throughout the autumn and winter of 2022 at OPPO meetings.
Is the council able to identify which meetings they're saying this was discussed at?
Certainly provide that information.
So, just to clarify then, as far as the City Council's point of view is concerned, what form? So, you're saying that there were the subject matter of the HENAR was discussed at those meetings. Is that the case? And what exactly was discussed? Was it a presentation of how things were going, or initial findings, or what information was passed on at those meetings?
So it is a matter of course at OPPO meetings that we share where we are with our work. It wasn't until the new year where we began to share the outputs of the HENAR. From spring of 20... No. I'm afraid minutes of OPPO meetings prior to this financial year are scant. I myself chaired them this year, and we have full OPPO minutes. The previous year, I'm afraid, we don't have a full set of minutes. But we may be able to find details in notes.
Okay, but the reference in paragraph 82 of your hearing statement to autumn winter of 2022, was there any point in that period of time, autumn winter 2022, where the HENAR specifically was discussed, or any findings that were emerging? What was actually the subject of any discussions on it?
I didn't add this to my statement because I didn't have notes to support it, but I can recall conversations along the lines of the HENAR won't be much of a surprise given that everyone knows what's in the OGNA. I'm sorry I didn't submit that in my statement because I couldn't find minutes to demonstrate that. But I can remember a conversation along the lines of the HENAR won't be much of a surprise to other parties given our collective work on the previous OGNA. I'm afraid I haven't been able to find minutes to that effect.
So none of any of the specific findings that were emerging from that study were discussed or put forward to the other authorities?
I think...
Short of the fact that they were not going to be surprised by it, but
no,
what surprises one person doesn't surprise another, I suppose.
Findings only emerged early in 23.
Yeah. So again, going back to what form that engagement took during that period between the HENAR being commissioned and it being published. So we're talking about commissioning it August, September, and it being published early January the following year, fairly short space of time. In terms of engagement with other authorities in that period of time when the HENAR was being produced, was there anything specific you can point to in terms of how it was going, what it was finding, what direction it was coming with?
As I say, I remember being very clear that the intent of the HENAR was to take the approach of the OGNA, and that was the approach that we were taking. We didn't share emerging numbers from that HENAR until the new year, 2023.
Okay. And just taking a slight step back in time, when the HENAR was commissioned, was there a brief for the consultants on that? How did that work? Obviously, they were the same consultants who've been involved in the OGNA. Was there a brief for them to give them the scope that they were working to?
There was a brief, yes. It was actually procured through Charwell's system, but we obviously inputted into that brief, and Charwell were the lead commissioner of it. I would say, in addition, through that period, there were reiterations of the offer for people to be engaged in the work, because even though the commission had been let, there was still ample opportunity for others to join. And in addition to the heads of planning meetings where that offer was made that we've discussed, it was actually written in our cabinet report that supported our Reg 18 Part 1 consultation in that autumn, where I've quoted it at 7.2 of the background paper, talking about working with as many of our neighbouring districts as possible. That was very much our public approach to this, public and in private. And if any of the other authorities had taken you up on the offer, which doesn't seem likely at this stage, but if they had, part way through that, I mean, there was a short period of time that the HENAR was produced. Would that not have meant, what difference would that have made? So say one of the other authorities had joined up with it, it would have moved on to be looking more explicitly at housing needs for that third authority as well? So because of the approach taken in the HENAR, which is to look more broadly in order to assess a genuine level of need for Oxford, again, we'll touch on that, why we took that approach, but in order to go about that process, all parties could have joined, even quite late into that commission, because the outputs would have been able to be used for other local plans. That wasn't the intention of it, but and in no way did we present that as an output for everyone. But even well into the commission, it would have been possible for others to join by virtue of the approach taken. There is an element of the HENAR which goes much further for City and Charwell, which is about the specialist needs. The second part of the HENAR, but in terms of the overall level of need, we would have been more than willing for others to share in that and support that. We would have welcomed that, because that would have lent it additional weight. So we worked on that basis.
Thank you. Ms. Dring.
Yeah, I think the issue is, how were these additional offers or ongoing offers being communicated? Because we've already just been establishing or exploring what was done between the Commission and the publication. So any ongoing offers to join in must have happened during that period. We're certainly clear there weren't any. you've just been referred to the Reg 18 Cabinet report. But that was obviously October 2022, and the HENA had already been commissioned by that point, and we've drawn attention in our written statement to the fact that that was still drafted. Essentially, in the future tense, we will commission a piece of work and agree it with as many of our neighbouring districts as possible. But we know that the HENA had already been commissioned by that point. And I don't see anywhere where it's stated that additional offers were made or additional invitations to join were being advanced. We're not aware of any.
Okay. Thank you. Mr Mackenzie?
We'll obviously search our records again and see if we can assist on that, but I do remind you, sir, that West Oxfordshire were very clear in their testimony that that offer, as far as they were concerned, their impression was that it remained on the table for a few months, and this period that we're talking about is in fact only a few months long.
That I think finishes the item 2 on the engagement on the HENA itself. We'll take a break and we'll come back to look at Regulation 18 consultations and how engagement took place during and after that point in the process. So 3:25, if we can resume please at 20 to 2. Sorry, not 20 to 2, that'll be going back in time. 20 to 4, yes please. 20 to 4, 15 minutes, thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll resume then. We'll move on to the third item on the agenda, which specifically looks at the Regulation 18 consultation. So, again, bringing the council in first, if you could just outline for me how you see the engagement that took place with the other authorities, I suppose leading up to the Regulation 18 stage or stages in the plan preparation process, first of all.
Thank you. We engaged with other authorities and others on a wide range of issues in the lead up to the Regulation 18 stage. Obviously, our consultation started with our non-statutory issues consultation and publication of the Duty to Cooperate statement and request for comment on that. The General Statement of Common Ground, COM 001, contains a list of the formal meetings shown in tables 1A and 1B, and that were held, and the pieces of joint work and strategy that we carried out with partners. So it's particularly worth noting, obviously, the Oxfordshire Plan, and for that there was about 44 meetings per year, but meetings did continue in different forms after cessation of that work. So regular meetings have been held throughout with district councils and with the county council. For example, with the county council, we have monthly liaison meetings where policy relevant matters are discussed. And as we've noted, there were 2 Regulation 18 consultations. Part 1 was the main consultation on the emerging plan, and Part 2 was a supplementary detailed consultation specifically on housing need. So the main issues raised by South and Vale at the Regulation 18 stage have related to calculation of housing need and unmet need, and I can go into a bit more detail on, I don't know if you want me to go into the after approach. West Oxfordshire provided general comments on housing and other issues and didn't raise duty to cooperate issues, and Chartwell District Council commented on housing and other general issues, said they're working closely with us on preparing the evidence base and dealing with strategic matters. The County Council made comments on the plan to assist with policy preparation, mostly with relevance to highways, active travel and education matters. And our responses to Matter 2, Question 1 demonstrate ways that we took these views into account, as do the relevant consultation statements for the Regulation 18 consultations, and these are appended to the consultation statement, which is CSD 003. In summary, this involved reviewing the relevant comments made by the authorities and preparing suitable draft policies, taking into account those comments. So engagement between authorities and Oxfordshire continued without any pause after the Oxfordshire Plan ended, consistent with the pattern of working relationships in Oxfordshire over a really long period of time. Whilst some government's arrangements were formalised or added during work on the Oxfordshire Plan, they had been in place well ahead of that. And outlived it also. And there's more details on that in background paper 16. Also, our responses to Matter 2, Question 3 on page 12 summarise how engagement continued, including the bullet point list in paragraph 38. And we didn't, in the previous question, go into much detail on what we did with responses, particularly to the HENA. So I don't know if you want me to pick those up or...
Just in a moment, yeah. So in terms of the issue of housing needs, housing requirements for the local plan, is it fair to say that the second Regulation 18 consultation stage was the first time that was formally set out as your council's position on the housing need and housing requirement?
It's the first time the details of the numbers were set out, but it's not the first time that the approach had been set out. Our likely approach to housing need and requirement has been set out from the issue stage. We were clear in that document. I think I've got details prepared in response to a different question, but I can do off the top of my head without the details. It was definitely in the issues document. The Reg 18 Part 1 also set out that it was likely that, or extremely likely, that we would have a capacity-based housing target which would create unmet need. and I can't remember how much detail we went into on figures, but I have got that set out somewhere else. But in the Reg 18 Part 2, that's just when we could go into more detail because we had the full housing need calculation. So the Reg 18 Part 1, we had a capacity assessment interim figure, which we included, but we didn't obviously have the need figure, so we couldn't give an indication of the level of unmet need, not a very accurate one. So the Reg 18 Part 2 was just the first time that we'd been able to give an accurate view of the level of unmet need, but the approach had been established throughout.
Okay, but so in terms of the assessment of need from the HENAR, the estimate of capacity and therefore the figures for unmet need, Reg 18 Part 2 was the first time that was published, and that was the first time engagement took place on those specific figures with the other authorities. There wasn't anything prior to the formal publication of the Reg 18?
Not on specific figures, no.
Okay. And in terms of the responses from the other authorities to that, again, specifically looking at the responses on the figures there for need, capacity and unmet need, I suppose just if you just take us through briefly what the responses from the other authorities were at the time.
Well, we probably covered it to a degree, the way we were engaging with the authorities in the early 2023 period. So we had individual meetings with them to discuss their submissions. And with South and Vale, we met them specifically on this matter in March 2023, and that's where we covered points of principle on the HENAR and listened to their technical comments on matters of capacity as well. And many of those comments were brought up then in the July OPPO meeting of 2023. And at that OPPO meeting, there was a substantial conversation about the HENAR, and a specialist officer of South and Vale presented slides with queries on the HENAR. And then in September 23, at OPPO, South and Vale asked if legal advice had been sought on the points that they'd previously raised in July. We had sought advice, but they asked for that then in writing, which we later provided in October. And they asked about our consideration of exceptional circumstances as well. So in October, we shared the legal advice in response to South and Vale's queries and our emerging background paper on exceptional circumstances, which is now background paper 001. Sorry, but that was only a draft at that point. So then in November, OPPO discussed the legal advice, which we'd shared, and South and Vale said that they'd be taking their own legal advice on those points. And they were points of detail on the HENAR assessment and also how we were calculating the unmet need.
Okay. So if we take South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, first of all, their response at Regulation 18 Part 2 stage was fairly clear that they were let you speak for yourselves in a moment, but it seems fairly clear that they were unhappy with how the HENAR had been carried out, unhappy with the results of that, and indeed unhappy with, in their view, what it meant for them in terms of unmet needs. What did City Council do about that in terms of engagement, in terms of you've referred to a number of meetings, but in terms of seeking to potentially reach agreement or compromise on that situation, was there any active work going on?
The intention of getting legal advice, and I should say also we got advice from the HENAR consultants as well on some of the points raised, and the intention of that advice was to be able to continue the conversation and feedback on how we'd considered their comments and what our view continued to be. We wanted to satisfy ourselves that we were happy with our approach and that the comments made didn't make us want to substantially change it, but we also wanted to be able to feed back an explanation on the points that they had raised. So that is the purpose of these meetings, was so that we could just continue to explain in an informed way the technical details of the study and the legal advice that we'd had.
Okay. So following the consultation exercise on the Regulation 18 Part 2, and you had feedback, for example, from Southern Vale, quite strong feedback on those concerns. How, as an authority, how was that considered in terms of the responses to that consultation and moving from Regulation 18 to Regulation 19? How was that factored in the plan preparation process then? Let me put it a different way. Was the potential at least to change course as far as the local plan considered, or was it not at that point?
Well, of course it was considered in the way that we considered all the comments made to us, and those in more detail than others, because they were strongly worded comments and we needed to be satisfied, and we also needed to satisfy obviously our senior officers and members that our approach was one that could be justified and that was the right approach. So the conversations internally did happen about whether it was still the right approach and how confident we were with continuing it. And yeah, in some ways like any other consultation, but in a lot more response, but in a lot more detail.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. String.
Thank you. I think, again, our perspective on this is somewhat different, unsurprisingly. I think the key point really is we obviously raised these significant concerns, in particular of the Reg 18.2 consultation. There was then the meeting that you've heard about on the 27th of March where those points of concern were discussed again. And in July, there were some slides that were presented raising these concerns. And I think what we were expecting or assuming that was going to happen was that Oxford would go back to their consultants and there would be some discussion about, responding to those concerns, seeing whether issues could be narrowed and so on. And that just hasn't happened. There was some legal advice that was sought, but I think the points that we were raising in Reg 18.2 and shortly thereafter, they weren't legal issues. They were issues of methodology and approach. And there was just never any response in terms of moving forward with those and trying to reach agreement on those. And I think what the answer that you've just been given is essentially, there were internal conversations. So Oxford took those comments and satisfied themselves that they were happy with the approach they were taken, and that's what's said in their hearing statement as well at paragraph 61. Following reflection on those comments, it was still considered the approach was robust and justified. So there was an internal consideration, but what there wasn't from our perspective was an actual dialogue and not just a discussion, but seeking to actually narrow down and resolve some of those issues. So we were expecting to see something from their consultants, but they were clear. The 5th of September meeting, LOPO meeting, they confirmed they weren't going to be going back to their consultants. But what we've now seen in the submission documents, and this is flagged in paragraph 21 of the Matter 3 hearing statement from the Council, they cross-refer to document CSD 003, which is the consultation statement, and there's a table on page 97 of... Sorry,
the paragraph in the hearing statement?
So it was paragraph 21 of the hearing statement. I'm just going to check that I've given you the right reference here. No, I've obviously not given you the right reference. Just bear with me. Sorry, I'm just struggling to find the reference. Just bear with me a moment. Sorry, I know why I can't find it. It's because it's in the Matter 3 hearing statement.
Right.
That's why I can't find it. It's actually in the Matter 3 hearing statement, which obviously we're coming on to tomorrow, because it was a response on the detail.
Okay.
So you'll find it in the Matter 3 statement at paragraph 21, and there's a cross-reference to the consultation document CSD 003. And there's a table that starts on page 97 of that document where there are some kind of technical responses to the points that South and Vale were raising, but obviously that's a submission document. That's, you know, these are March and May of this year, and that, as far as we're aware, is the first kind of technical engagement with the points that we were making. They weren't legal points.
Might I come back?
Yep,
to that?
sure.
So I'm referring here to Table 8.1 in our response to Matter 2. What we've documented here is a series of conversations that have happened on the outcomes of the conclusions of the HENA, actions that were sought and actions that were completed. I think what we've documented there demonstrates that between the March meeting that South and Vale refer to and ongoing through the rest of 2023, there's a series of conversations, largely at OPPO, but not only. So the July OPPO meeting, South and Vale presented their queries in a set of slides, and we returned to those, we discussed them and returned to them in the September meeting. South and Vale asked if we'd taken advice, which we did. We sought advice from our consultant of the HENA, and we sought advice from our legal advisor, and confirmed that we were confident with those approaches. South and Vale wanted this in writing, so I did. I secured this in writing. Again, this is an attempt to try and address concerns as they are raised. They raised a concern about the case for exceptional circumstances, so we shared a draft of our case of exceptional circumstances. Over and over again, July meeting, the September meeting, the October meeting, the November meeting, OPPO kept returning to these issues. And that's just on the HENA. Subsequent tables talk about the HELA and the unmet need issue. It was in our own interest to ensure that we considered carefully South and Vale's responses to the HENA, because we wanted to ensure that we were doing things in a correct manner, and as my colleague says, that we could make the case to senior officers and members to pursue the matter on that basis. It wasn't that queries were ignored, far from it. I believe we put a lot of work in to try and narrow the gap between ourselves in difficult circumstances, as we've set out in Table 8.1.
Okay. The reference to the legal advice, is that available in the examination library?
I haven't made it available. No. I haven't, but I could.
Yeah, if that's yeah, possible to do that. And it's referred to as legal advice, but without going into too much detail on it, but what were the questions that you asked, and what advice did you get?
So the questions were based on those raised in the March and July meetings by South and Vale. So they largely flowed from the slides that were presented to that July OPPO meeting. As you can see from that table, our initial response was to take those away and seek informal advice, and we reported that back in September, but that wasn't sufficient, so we sought that in writing and provided that in October. I can provide that to the examination library.
Were the queries of a methodological nature, a technical nature from the HENA? So is that...
They were technical comments and principal comments on the HENA.
Okay, so why would legal advice be sought on those matters?
It was requested of me. I don't seek legal advice lightly, but it was requested, so I sought it and shared it.
Okay. Perhaps when I see the actual advice, it might shed some light on it. Okay. Okay. Can I just bring the other authorities in? So we start with West Oxfordshire again. In terms of the Part 2 Regulation 18 consultation, your council's position briefly, and then the response that you got to that position from Oxford City.
Yeah, well, yes, very briefly, just refreshing my own memory of what we said at the time. In general sense, we raised some concerns about the duty to cooperate, given the process that had been followed, so I guess that's no huge surprise. We raised a number of specific comments on the focused housing need consultation paper, and looking at what we said, they were focused in particular on the issue of exceptional circumstances. I recall that the consultation paper effectively set out reasons why the city felt they were applicable in this instance, and we were sort of making comment on whether we agreed with those and adjusting for census type information and various sort of queries about the assumptions that underpinned the report. We were questioning the range of scenarios that had been used, particularly, well, again, in reference to the uplift that was made for the 2021 census, which isn't advocated in the practice guidance. And we sort of, I guess, wrapped up somewhat in relation to the apportionment of need and the fact that the issue we touched on earlier, sir, about the fact that the report then effectively apportioned figures by district, even though it hadn't been sort of commissioned on a joint basis. So that was effectively the thrust of our comments. We passed a little bit of comment on capacity, but I guess given the figures involved, in a way it's a moot point, because, you know, it's quite clear that even with no stones being unturned, etc., the capacity of the city is simply not able to get to the level of need that's been identified. But we did sort of make some remarks on the capacity issue. And to sort of, I guess, sum up, we were effectively saying that we were concerned about the lack of engagement up until that point, and effectively said that it was essential that further discussions now take place as a matter of urgency before the city moved to the Reg 19 stage of the plan process. And as Mrs. Williams has just outlined, discussions did then follow, and I do recall the discussion taking place on numerous occasions through OPPO, which is effectively an informal discussion forum, but a useful one nonetheless. But I think I'd sort of refer back to my earlier point from the previous session, really, which was we didn't really get into the opportunity to have I suppose, a detailed discussion about some of the assumptions that had been made in the report and why were they appropriate, whether that was uplifts for to address commuting patterns or economic growth, etc. But really, I guess that's a matter for you to sort of determine the veracity of the findings that have been made in that respect. But yeah, hopefully that's a helpful summary overview.
So from your authority's perspective, in terms of the engagement that took place between Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stages, you were comfortable that you were engaged from the City Council?
We were certainly engaged, and discussions remained ongoing. Clearly, I think we sort of come at this from a slightly different position from Southern Vale, where their comments and representations have been quite strongly worded. We've been sort of some way along that line, but less perhaps forthright in what we've said. There has been engagement. I guess the issue is the extent to which that engagement has actually then played out into any change of direction in the plan and how it's progressed to Reg 19. And I think, you know, effectively we've heard that there wasn't a change in direction, particularly obviously the level of need that's continued to be identified at the Regulation 19 stage sort of remains as was in the focused consultation in the March of 2023. So there was no sort of fundamental shift. I guess they were sort of discussions to hear concerns from ourselves or Southern Vale throughout the rest of that year, but then effectively the result of it is that it didn't really, or at least on the face of it, doesn't seem to have changed the content of the plan a huge amount. Okay,
thank you. I'm happy for Cherwell to come in there. I appreciate you take a different position from other authorities, but I don't want to not hear from you. But if you want to add anything, please let me know, or if you're happy not to for the time being, that's fine too. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Very, very happy to sort of make a general comment. I think Cherwell's position is that we've got no reason to disagree with the summary of the engagement set out in Matter 2 of the City with the other local planning authorities. And we also don't have any amendments to make to our bilateral statement of common ground and the statements made in that.
Okay.
That's our position. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there's anything else, we can move on to item 4, looking at housing capacity. Mr. Mackenzie?
Yes, so just in terms of housekeeping, you've requested to see a copy of the legal advice, which you may not be surprised to hear came from me. Would you also like to see the slides that were being responded to and the minutes? So how much of the kind of package of instructions would it assist you to have sight
We
of?
can have the slides on the projector. That would be quite entertaining for the afternoon. But,
we'll need to schedule a whole day for that.
I think, yes, it would be useful to have both, yeah, if that's still possible, yeah.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. And can I just very briefly come back on the suggestions or comments made about not seeking agreement or compromise? It just kind of remind... Yes. Thank you. Just really a reminder that Section 33A is a duty to engage constructively, actively, and on an ongoing basis with a view to maximising the effectiveness of plan preparation. And it falls short, evidently and axiomatically, of a duty to reach agreement or compromise in substance, or to change direction. Those are all terms which have been articulated on the other side of the room. So my submission is that the evidence that you're hearing is evidence that effectively demonstrates what compliance with the duty to cooperate looks like when that engagement is taking place in relation to a matter about which there is substantive disagreement.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Moving on to agenda item 4, which is housing capacity in Oxford City. Can the council please outline briefly engagement with other authorities in establishing capacity in Oxford City, please, in terms of the methodology and outcomes?
Yeah, I can help you with that. So we've set out this in our response to question 7 under matter 2, but I can give you a kind of overview here as well. So throughout the process, we've sought to be transparent because we knew that this would be one of the areas of the plan that would come under particular scrutiny. So right from the start, we've sought sort of open channels of communication about the assessment of capacity, which is through the HELA, and we've listened and responded to those comments throughout. So again, like the HENA, the sort of engagement on this effectively started with joint working through the Oxfordshire Plan, where there was work with a joint steering group to agree a joint methodology for Oxfordshire. Obviously, there's the national guidance in the PPG, but it was agreed by all the parties to also additionally write a methodology for Oxfordshire to set out some kind of common principles and assumptions to apply. And that methodology is part of the examination library, and that also highlights a few areas where everyone recognised that actually the context of housing land supply in Oxford is different to more rural districts, and some slightly different assumptions would have to be made through the assessment of capacity. So Oxford played an active role in that steering group, taken a number of discussion points about our approach and assumptions in the study that we were going to apply. And when the Oxfordshire plan fell away, then Oxford continued to lead that group and take items for discussion, things like how we were going to approach greenbelt assessment and some of our assumptions about development potential of sites or density to apply. And all along we were kind of offered up, happy to share this with you, happy to share whatever with you.
Sorry, just to wind back, can I just double check? You're talking about FOB in terms of the group?
No, there was a bespoke steering group to look at healers sort of set up under the Oxfordshire plan. But then when that fell away, we carried on a sort of, officer working group, specifically just to look at healers across the county. Yeah. So we had a lead role in that because our healer was, going to probably be one of the first online, but it was about all of the approaches. So through that, there was sort of regular opportunity for us to, we would take forward, this is the approach we're planning to take for certain matters like greenbelt or density and things, but also plenty of opportunity to discuss that and, alignment with the joint method, or if anyone had, a lot of it was about kind of, I suppose, understanding some of the more specific context in Oxford and some of the background. So there was also a meeting where we went to more senior officers. So the group with the acronym PPM, which was one of the Oxfordshire Plan, the sort of weekly planning policy managers meeting. So we went to that group in May 22 and again specifically set out our sort of headline assumptions and the approach, and offered to share various outputs along the way, GIS data and samples of site assessments and yeah, I can go into more detail on that. And then, yeah, when Oxfordshire Plan ended, we then sort of switched and provided regular updates through Oppo instead about how the study was progressing. And our first sort of full draft, if you like, was the September September alongside the Reg 18, so September 22. When we provided a full draft, but we still badged that as a draft at that point because it was still, could be amended and adjusted, and it was just to give that first headline indication of what we thought the capacity was shaping up to be. Also at various bilateral meetings through the process as well, we would give sort of updates on how the headline numbers were looking, and any discussion of how we'd approached different types of sites or that sort of thing. And then when we were working towards the actual final healer, we shared a full draft of that with all the districts ahead of publishing it, and also held a workshop with that as well to fully discuss it. And then the final healer was with Reg 19 submission, which was at that point when we understood that actually South and Vale were going to commission a critique of that, but it was to be submitted at Regulation 19, so we didn't have opportunity to take into account those specific comments before we finalised it. But what we did do instead is publish the addendum when we actually submitted the plan. So we addressed the kind of most fundamental points in the addendum, and then in our response to the matters, we've submitted a much more in-depth response for you.
Okay, so, I mean, you've talked about it a little bit, but how, or when was the approach and evidence used in the HELAR discussed with other authorities?
Sorry.
Had your approach been determined before discussions were undertaken, or did you have discussions about how it would be approached?
Well, because it started really back at the point when we were all working on the joint method together, then that really sets, I mean, a lot of it is set out in the national guidance anyway, but with the additional Oxfordshire joint method, which we have applied and been consistent with, then really a lot of the sort of parameters were established jointly and then jointly agreed. Everyone signed up to that, you know, right at the outset before we'd even embarked on it. And then, yeah, from the early stages, we took discussion points about, you know, this is our proposed approach to X and Y assumptions in the study. These were the you know, land types that we're going to assess, and this is going to be how we kind of treat Greenbelt, and this is how we're going to apply density assumptions. So, yeah, all of that was kind of, yeah, at the outset, but also along the way we took kind of emerging findings, and there was further opportunity to either explain and clarify our approach or to adjust things.
Can I just add that joint methodology is in the examination library. It's HEA.005, and that sets out the approach that was taken. For example, paragraph 3.13, where we talk about residential size threshold, it sets out the approach Oxford City were proposing to take, which differs from the other districts. And that's just one example in that document.
Of where everyone agreed it was appropriate for Oxford to have a slightly different approach. Yeah, we've followed that joint guidance. If you wanted some specific dates as well, in table 8.2 of our response to matter 2, under question 8, there's a table of meeting dates specifically about the estimate of capacity. But it was, yeah, there was much more kind of informal discussion and additional meetings to that as well.
Okay. Can I just drawing on a point that has been made by Vale of White Horse and South Oxfordshire, and I will give you the opportunity to come in. There is a suggestion that there was a failure to discuss the HELAR approach and a refusal to share underpinning evidence to enable this to be scrutinised and discussed.
I'm not sure what they're referring to though. Because they even note in their statement that, you know, we were openly sharing the kind of mapping data and things like that to help their consultants when they're preparing proceeds. They kind of noted that we were hopefully sharing stuff. I haven't got the exact reference.
So that's on page 6, question 7 of the Southern Vale matter statement, which says email engagement to answer queries and share more mapping took place after December 23.
Sorry, can you repeat that for me, please?
It's page 6 of the PDF, the second paragraph under question 7, beginning in July 2023, and the text specifically is the last sentence.
No, you're going to have to go back.
Sorry.
I'm in a different document.
Oh. It's the matter 2 written statement for Southern Vale.
Yeah.
Question 7, paragraph 2, last sentence.
Okay. And that's your suggestion that the previous point that they made is incorrect. Is that the suggestion?
So I'm so sorry. I was just trying to provide the reference, but perhaps. Linda, do you want to continue?
Yeah, it was just, I wasn't aware that there was a specific critique that we have not engaged. You know, there's, in the critique of the healer, there is, you know, disagreement with some of the assumptions we've applied, or in some cases just, you know, needing further explanation, but not really critique that we haven't involved in the healer, because, you know, we knew that the capacity number would be heavily scrutinised, so it was in our interest from the start to try and share as much as we could about that. So,
Ms. Dring, perhaps I can bring you in, because it is on page 3 of your statement. So second, after the bullet point, second paragraph down.
Sorry, the answer to question 7 that you've just been referred to?
No.
No, sorry.
Sorry, this is in relation to question 1. Page 3, second paragraph down after the first bullet, sort of halfway-ish through.
Yes, failure to discuss the healer approach and refusal to share underpinning evidence to enable this to be scrutinised and discussed. Yes, exactly, and it is also picked up in our response to question 7, although not the paragraph that you were taken to a moment ago. It's actually the last paragraph of that response, which says the healer has underexplored housing delivery opportunities. We've been unable to scrutinise the capacity of allocated sites that seek to meet the area's objectively assessed needs with the guarding of the urban capacity assessments, which would not be shared. On the healer, I think our position is, you know, there has been more engagement on the healer than there was on the need side of things. That's clear. Our key issue here is about the sharing of the underpinning evidence. So it's something that we first requested in a meeting on the 26th of June, which was a bilateral meeting between the City Council and Southern Vale, where they were briefing on the outcomes of the healer.
Just for my notes, 21st of June.
26th of June 2023. So that was there was a discussion about the healer work there, and we requested the underpinning capacity assessments at that stage. There was a workshop on the healer on the 13th of September 2023, and we kind of followed up after that with an email again asking for the underpinning capacity assessments that had been carried out. That wasn't provided. We referred to this issue again in our Reg 19. Now, I don't have the document. Obviously, the Reg 19 statements are all on the website, and I haven't got the reference immediately to hand, but I can tell you that it's on page 12 of the PDF of our well, I'm looking at the South Oxfordshire's for convenience. I think they were basically the same. So on the South Oxfordshire Reg 19 consultation responses on page 12 of the PDF, there's a section a paragraph numbered 4, approach to estimating development potential. And we said there that the HELA explains that work to inform site allocations have been informed by site-specific urban design assessment, which considers site constraints and opportunities in more detail. It has subsequently been confirmed to South and Vale by Oxford that the urban design capacity assessments for individual sites are not publicly available and were prepared for internal use only. Oxford City Council confirmed they would not provide them to South and Vale either. It's not possible, therefore, to examine those assessments or the approach taken in each case in any detail. So that's what we said in Reg 19, and you'll be aware of the Chilmark report that I think picked that up as well. So then turning to where we are now, the Council's hearing statement in Appendix 1 refers to background paper 15A. So it's their, it's their Appendix 1. I'm thinking this is probably going to be the Matter 3 hearing statement again, in fact, so you're probably not going to have that in front of you. We'll come on to that. But in any event, there's a reference there to background paper 15A as being, explaining the assumptions around capacity. And that background paper has essentially the pro forma templates that were used. So there was a site assessment pro forma, and then there's a second pro forma, along similar lines. But those are just the templates that were filled in. We still don't have the actual underpinning capacity assessments to scrutinise whether the assessments of capacity for those allocated sites are rigorous. And I think our position is in a situation where the council have opted for a need scenario that creates a high level of need and a high amount of unmet need, and they have limited capacity. It really is essential that they do leave every stone unturned, leave no stone unturned rather, to try and identify where the capacity is, and if we can't see the underpinning evidence, there's just no way of scrutinising the approach that's been taken and whether that's robust or not. So that's really the key issue we have with the HELA in terms of duty to cooperate. We have asked for that several times, and it's still not provided, and it's not before you.
Does the council want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you. So the urban design assessments, not capacity assessments, but urban design assessments being referred to, they were simply prepared to inform internal discussions. What we've done is in the site allocation policies and the supporting text that goes with that, all of that pulls out any of the key considerations that have influenced the capacity. So
all of which, sorry?
There's site allocations policies and supporting text around them will pull out any of the key considerations that have influenced the capacity assumptions for the site, such as urban greening factor or heritage. So we feel there's sufficient information and clarity in that commentary to explain the assumptions made about capacity. Also, I mean, we're kind of going into Matter 3, but the site allocation figures are a minimum, they're not a cap. So higher capacity can be accommodated if a policy compliant scheme comes along.
Yeah. I don't want to get into matter three. It really is just about, the duty to cooperate and issue.
Sorry, just one more part of the context of, why these and the urban design assessments are not such a kind of deal breaker as maybe is being applied, is that actually when you'll hear tomorrow, a large proportion of the sites making up the identified supply of capacity have already got planning permission or are under construction or have been completed. So for quite a significant proportion of the identified capacity, there doesn't need to be an urban design assessment because the capacity is already established by it being built out or under construction or with an exempt planning permission. So just to, I suppose, put that in, context, that it's not the whole 9,800 capacity that is affected by these urban design assessments anyway.
Okay. So how and when were the conclusions of the HELA discussed with the other authorities?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, throughout the process, we were kind of given an indication of what the indicative capacity was looking like. I haven't got the exact dates, but at various points, we gave our kind of emerging capacity figure. So quite a few figures have been shared. Oh, sorry. That's back in table 8.2 in our response to matter 2 that I referred to earlier. So that would be the sort of the headline numbers. But we will also, throughout that, would have shared any of the sort of emerging assessment work as well. So.
But in terms of the conclusions?
Well, when you say the conclusions, the main thing is the headline number.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we had what we called the interim HELA that we published at Reg 18, I suppose that gave the then, as well as the identified sites, that then added in, the windfall and commitments and all the other components of supply, and was a full, published every single site assessment of 490 odd sites. And then we finalised that for the final HELA in the summer of 2023 and shared that full draft with the districts before it was published and had the workshop as well to discuss that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add about the sort of land supply of Oxford is such that there's not significant changes from one HELA to the next as well. So over the years, we get a few sort of extra sites coming in, some sites being built out, but there's no big strategic sites kind of, because there's no sites like that left in Oxford. So again, there's no big surprises.
This is about the duty to cooperate rather than...
Sure. I just mean that
the findings, the findings in terms of how it informs the plan. So how was feedback from other authorities considered?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
How was feedback from other authorities considered?
It depended on on the nature of the feedback. So some things would just be explaining why we had taken certain approaches, or being clearer about why that approach was sort of appropriate in the Oxford context. Some of them we reviewed how our sort of methodology and assumptions. So one of the adjustments that we made, which is set out in the HELA addendum, which we prepared for submission, was to change how we applied the non-implementation discount to sites. And that was, responding to queries. Some of the other queries were simply about how we kind of presented some of the information as well, which again we responded to and made tables clearer or added in subtotals and things like that in response to comments. We also, sought to add extra sort of explanation and clarification to show some of our working, and some of that's in the addendum. Some additional explanation is in our response to the critique. Often these points were already in the HELA themselves, but we've sought to supplement that and be even more transparent. If it, we thought it was clear, but if it wasn't, we've supplemented that. We've also added in any extra sites that were put to us throughout the whole process. So right back at Oxfordshire Plan, some sites were identified by districts and I think the counties within those discussions. So those are added in. Some sites were included in the critique from Southern Vale. Those have all been added in and assessed. And, going right back, previous sites in the sort of previous critique from Southern Vale, those are all included in. So, a range of ways that we've responded.
Sorry, I just want to avoid being repetitive. So, in terms of scale of unmet need, how and when was the proposed housing requirement and therefore the scale of unmet need discussed with other authorities?
Madam, are you moving on to the next set of questions now?
Yes.
Oh, could I just respond to one of the
Absolutely,
points?
yes.
Sorry. It was just about the point, just going back to the point that we made earlier about the evidence and not sharing the underpinning evidence, because the response to that was that, well, the policies and the text pull out the key considerations that would have been in, that underpinning evidence. But obviously, that's not the same as actually being able to see what that evidence said. And it was said that it wasn't a deal breaker because a lot of the sites have permission. And I know this is in the Matter 3 statement, but I'm just going to give you a reference. So in the Council's Matter 3 statement in Appendix 1, on page PDF 54, this is within the detailed response to the Chilmark report.
Sorry, when you say the councils, do you mean?
I mean Oxford City, sorry, yes. So it's their Matter 3 statement. It's page 54 of 76. Just for the context, it starts on the previous page and makes the point that was made a moment ago about that a substantial amount of the identified supply capacity is already fixed because it's either permitted or is being or has been built out. But the third bullet point on that page 54 just identifies that out of there are 36 sites that don't have planning permission, and all but one of them have an allocation policy, and they're the ones that have been subject to site-specific testing of capacity. So it's 36 out of 79 sites that this point potentially applies to, and the figure that's given there is 2,863 houses out of the total capacity. So I think the basic point to make is that, it's not an insignificant. We're talking about nearly half of the sites that are identified within the capacity where there is this underpinning evidence and this process that's been gone through to assess those sites and to work out what the appropriate figure is going to be, where we just can't interrogate that or test it in any way. So I just want to give you that reference.
Okay, thank you. I think the point that the council's made is that the relevant information is included within the policy and the supporting text.
Yeah, they said that the information would be pulled out into that, but my point is still, it's the underpinning evidence that we haven't been able to scrutinise, and that's why we were asking for it.
Sorry, are we allowed to come?
You are, yes, if you just bear with me for a second. Okay.
Yeah, it was just to reiterate, these aren't capacity assessments, they're urban design assessments. And the template, which is attached as the appendix to BGP 015A, illustrates that some of the things that the urban design assessments looked at were about sort of landscape character, natural features and resources on site, movement across the site, plots and buildings, design of external areas, and any of those, if any of those are sort of significantly going to constrain or influence capacity, that is all set out clearly either in the site allocation policy or the supporting text for the policy to explain how or why it has influenced the capacity assumption.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, moving on, agenda item 5, scale of unmet need. I think we've covered the first point. So my question is how and when proposed housing requirement and therefore scale of unmet need were discussed with the other authorities, please.
Go over the same things, but obviously the unmet need is only assessed once we've done the capacity assessment and the housing need assessment. So it wasn't until the 22nd of December 2023 that Oxford's Chief Executive wrote to all the districts to formally request help to meet unmet need. It's probably worth saying that housing requirement was raised throughout preparation of the plan. It's a continuation of the approach accepted in the Oxford Local Plan 2036. And I won't go back before then, but before then also. And Oxford's physical and environmental constraints on its capacity for growth are in no way new or unexpected issues. So, as I mentioned earlier, we did mention that in the issues document that a capacity-based requirement, housing requirement, was likely. Topic paper 4, PCD 006, is clear that the housing target or requirement is different from an area's housing need It notes that there are very significant constraints on capacity of the city, and that Oxford's housing requirement is therefore a constrained and capacity-based target. And the first Regulation 18 consultation document, PCD 022, was clearer on this point. But as I said before, it wasn't until the Regulation 18 Part 2 that we had the needs assessment completed and we were able to give an indication of the figure, which we did do. At that time, it was still an interim HELA, so our estimated capacity was 9,147 and estimated unmet need 17,293. And we have added about 700 to our capacity since that interim assessment, which has obviously taken down the unmet need. We didn't write the formal request until we had the final HELA that we were happy with. But at OPPO meetings throughout 2023, the group of policy managers tried to move the conversation forward. We've heard a lot about the OPPO meetings, so you probably don't want me to go into too much detail in addition to what we've already said with the earlier questions.
Okay, thank you.
So can I just ask there, so two questions, I suppose. First of all, why wasn't that formal request made earlier? I appreciate what you just said about the exact figure from the latest version of the HELA, but you had a pretty good idea. Well, you knew definitely that there would be unmet need, and you probably had a good idea as to the scale of that. So why wasn't that request made earlier? And more specifically, why was the request made after Reg 19 consultation had already started? I.e., what was the purpose of that request at that very late stage in the process?
I think it really is just because we didn't make the formal request until we had that number. And it was after the consultation started. It was during the consultation, and that's when we put out the HELA with our final capacity assessment.
I would just add that we've dealt, understandably, with need, capacity and unmet need separately and sequentially for a reason, and that's how the work evolved. The conversations were overlapping as we went through. We knew it wasn't the case that we were going to secure full agreement for our need figure, and the capacity figure kept evolving. So in that context, we had raised that there would be unmet need. We waited for the formal request when we were confident that we had a reasonable number to associate with that request.
So were any previous requests made informally in terms of discussions that you had prior to that? Did you talk about that?
Yes, we did. So I'd point you towards table 8.3 of our statement for matter 2. Some of these meetings are documented in table 8.3 when they have already made an appearance in 8.2 or 8.1, because these matters, as I say, were kind of overlapping, really. They've only been included in each of those tables where they actually did address either need or capacity or unmet need. As I say, sometimes there's a repetition, but I think there's a clear pattern of conversation happening from early summer of 23, when things started to become more clear, all the way through the summer and autumn of 23, culminating in that letter of formal request in the winter of 2023.
Given that the timing of the letter and the timing of the National Planning Policy Framework, was there any connection between those two? Was that a factor in the council decided to make a formal request?
No, not at all.
It was because that was the first time you had accurate figures from the HELAR?
It was the point at which we felt that letter could be made in a formal setting, and a point at which we felt we had confidence in the numbers to be a meaningful request.
So, yeah, we'll just fairly briefly, hopefully, just wanted to briefly, I suppose, just confirm the position of the other authorities as far as the principle of the compliance with the duty to cooperate in relation to this specific matter. I think we're pretty clear on what those positions are, but we just wanted to, I suppose, take an opportunity for the other authorities around the table just to confirm their position. Mr Mackenzie, this is probably a good time if you wanted to. Earlier on, you said you may wish to respond to some submissions that were made. This is probably a good point because we're going to move on from housing to other matters. So I'll ask, just go around the other authorities just to, I suppose, confirm your position, really. We can start at the end there with South and Vale.
Yeah. Can I just come back on one point on unmet need before we do, which is just a really brief point, which is that I think our position is, because we had outstanding issues with the methodology and the HENA, which is obviously what generates that unmet need in the first place from our position, we couldn't really move on to have any further discussion about that while those issues were still outstanding. But in terms of your question about the duty to cooperate, our position remains very clearly that the duty hasn't been complied with. It is for the City Council to demonstrate that they've complied with that duty rather than for us to effectively prove that they haven't. The key issue, I think, is that there hasn't been constructive engagement. The HENA was commissioned without any input from South and Vale. There's been discussions and there's been sharing of documents and updates, but our position is that's not sufficient. There hasn't been any genuine constructive engagement on trying to actually resolve the issues. They've listened to, they've heard concerns, they've satisfied themselves of, that they're happy with the approach they're taking. What they haven't done is actually engaged with trying to resolve any of those points. And furthermore, I think our concern is that really it couldn't be constructive because, and you've heard it again today, right back to the issue stage, even before they had any clear numbers from the evidence base, their approach was that they were always going to have a very high level of need and insufficient capacity and unmet need. And so that was kind of set from the start. So there wasn't really a constructive attempt to try and engage with the methodology problems to resolve that. And the final point is that I heard what Mr Mackenzie said earlier about, well, it's not a duty to agree, and obviously local authorities won't always agree on these strategic matters. These are very controversial points, clearly, but as we've outlined in our answer to question 1 in the hearing statement, even if there is disagreement, that doesn't mean that that's the end of the duty to cooperate. And in fact, it makes it even more important that you keep trying to resolve these matters and narrow those issues and see where you can agree. So for those reasons, our position is that there has been a failure here.
Okay. Thank you. Anne from Cherwell.
Thank you. So our position remains unchanged from that previously stated. Thank you.
And that, to sum up, that being that you feel that Oxford City have complied with the duty to cooperate, yeah? Okay. And from West Oxfordshire, Mr Hargreaves.
Sorry, yes. I had to summarise. On the capacity side of things, yes, I think not a problem there. There has been quite a lot of engagement, and we were sort of fully aware of the method being followed and the emerging output. So I think that is a sort of tick in the box. I think we've more concerns on the need side of things, as we've articulated in our Reg 19 representation. It's obviously a subjective matter for you to determine whether the duty's been fulfilled. I think I would probably say could have done better, perhaps, in relation to the HENA. I think the particular concern that we've got is that despite the offer to be engaged in the process, it was probably the lack of involvement in the in the assumptions and methodology followed as the work took place over a quite short space of time. So hopefully that's reasonably clear on our position.
Just in terms of the formal position, West Oxfordshire didn't raise failure with the duty in terms of representation. You clearly raised concerns about how that was arrived at, but you didn't.
No, you're right. We didn't tick the box that said we feel they've failed, but I think, as I said, if I could articulate in a sort of school report language, could have done better, perhaps might be a reasonable way of putting it.
Unfortunately, that's not how the duty to cooperate works, but point taken, yeah. And from Oxfordshire, please, yeah.
Yes, we also didn't make any particular comments on the duty to cooperate in our responses. So we also didn't say that they hadn't met that duty to cooperate. And similar to what West Oxfordshire was just saying, that the housing capacity side, I do recall that we had those discussions about, here are the documents, and we had the opportunity to look through that, which we weren't able to do in any great depth at all ourselves, but we did provide some comments on that. But we do have concerns on the HENA and the unmet need. So those are probably going to be discussed more in the coming days, but it wasn't a particular comment about the duty to cooperate.
Might I come in at that point?
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I just draw your attention to the fact that we have a signed joint statement of common ground on housing matters, which is in the library at COM 002. The intention of that was to try and help you, the examination, find their way through a knotty issue. So I'm aware that, as has been expressed quite fully today, and will be more so tomorrow, a number of our district partners have concerns with elements of our evidence base. I would just point out that, as agreed in that joint statement of common ground, there is only South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse who have expressed concerns about duty to cooperate. That statement has been agreed by us all and is, as I say, in the library.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Mackenzie, you wanted to come back on a few points from earlier, yeah?
Yes. So it's obviously a topic which involves lots of points of detail, which I don't have time or references to summarise. But there are a couple of kind of overarching points, really, in a sense, which are legal points, which I'd just like to bring to your attention. The first of them is that the duty to cooperate in Section 33 is made relevant at this stage of an examination because of subsection 7b of Section 20 of the 2004 Act, which requires you, and Madam, to decide whether it was reasonable to conclude in all the circumstances that the City Council complied with their Section 33A duty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mackenzie. Can I just ask you to put your microphone a little bit closer, or to just speak up, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to ask if I can provide you with an additional authority in addition to the ones I referred to this morning. And it's the trustees of the Barker Mill estate case, 2017 PTSR 408. Paragraph 57, the High Court, Mr. Justice Holgate, just provided this overarching reminder, which is relevant. It's significant that under that provision, so that's Section 20, subsection 7b, the inspector was only required to decide whether it was reasonable to conclude in all the circumstances that the LPA complied with any duty under Section 33A relating to the preparation of the plan. Once again, this language confirms that compliance with Section 33A involves matters of judgment for the LPA for which a margin of appreciation is to be given. So my submissions are couched in and seated in that overall context. And it's in that overall context that I then emphasise the narrowness of the case advanced by South and Vale in support of the contention that the City Council haven't complied with the duty to cooperate. It appears that the three critical matters that they rely on are firstly a 3 or 4 month period at the end of 2022 when 23 when the HENA had been commissioned by Oxford City Council jointly with Charwell prior to its publication in draft. And secondly, the fact that urban assessments were not provided to them. And finally, that the City Council only made a formal request for them to meet unmet needs after the Regulation 19 stage. That is a very narrow basis indeed on which to contend that there has been a failure to comply with Section 33A. In relation to the HENA, that was effectively a continuation of a work stream, i.e. the OGNA, with which South and Vale had already been heavily involved. They were given the opportunity to be onboarded into the process of carrying that work stream forward, and they declined. But yet, despite having declined, the invitation was still open to them to engage, and they refused to do so. As I said earlier, the duty to cooperate is only a duty, or is a duty, to engage constructively, actively, and on an ongoing basis with a view to maximising the effectiveness of plan preparation. It cannot be said that that duty required the City Council to seek to agree methodology and to share draft findings, etc., in relation to that work stream which South and Vale had already expressly said that they did not want to be involved with the preparation of. That it's difficult to think of anything which could have undermined the effectiveness of plan preparation. In relation to the urban assessments, that is the have their cake and eat it point, which I referred to earlier. And it lies ill in the mouth of these authorities to say that, albeit that they did not wish to be involved in the HENA, in fact they did wish to be involved in the HENA for that brief 4-month period. In relation to the urban assessments, that information which they sought was in fact provided to them and only involves a small number of sites. And in connection with the unmet needs point and asking for the formal request for unmet needs to be catered for after the Regulation 19 consultation, I submit that the City Council was perfectly entitled to make the formal request in the circumstances that have been explained to you, i.e. at a time when it would have been effective and productive to do so, rather than before. I've already emphasised that the duty to cooperate falls well short of a duty to reach agreement or compromise or change direction. Rather, the focus of the duty is on process and not on outcomes. And here there has been a process over many years involving communication at various levels and in various fora, the provision and sharing of information, including the draft background papers, legal advice when that's been sought, and draft capacity assessment. There has been full transparency throughout. At no point in time was there ever any sort of black box approach. All material times the City Council has sought to understand the concerns raised by South and Vale, listen to those concerns and respond to them in the form of legal advice when that's been appropriate. They fully engaged in all of the neighbouring authorities' consultation exercises and kept them up to date. And again, that has taken place both formally and informally and across various fora. There has been a consistent pattern of meeting, communicating, listening, and responding, all in a way that has maximised the effectiveness of the City Council's plan preparation. The submissions advanced by those objecting to the plan do, in my submission, seek to elevate the duty to cooperate into a duty to reach substantive agreement or compromise in relation to various matters, which were contested and controversial matters, and accordingly that wasn't possible here, despite the active, constructive and ongoing engagement that took place in relation to all of those matters. And I think I'll just finish with a reference to the Zurich assurance case. Again, I can provide it, paragraph 20, that the duty to cooperate doesn't require that actual agreement should be achieved, only that proper efforts are made to address issues in a cooperative way. Indeed, it may often be the case that ultimate agreement cannot be reached, particularly where there are strong competing local interests between two or more authorities. At all times during the plan preparation, the City Council has sought to address issues in a fully cooperative, fully engaged, entirely active manner and on an ongoing basis at all times with a view to maximising the effectiveness of the activity that they've been seeking to carry out, i.e. prepare a plan. Unless I can assist further.
Thank you. Ms. String, do you want to... I'm conscious there was quite a lengthy response to some points. Don't feel that you need to, but if you did want to just respond to any final points there.
I wasn't assuming that I was going to be able to, but I just want to pick up on, if I'm allowed to, pick up on one point, which is this repeated statements that we were invited and we declined to and refused opportunities to join in with the HINA. I hope I've made sufficiently clear, and we have in writing and today, that our positions we simply were not invited, and there's been no evidence produced to back up. It's turned from something that was put in the background paper that we'd be happy to work with anyone who wants to work with us, to now there was a specific invitation that we declined and we repeatedly declined, and there's just not evidence of that in our positions. That didn't happen. So that's probably the only point. I think otherwise I've made all of the points that I would want to make.
So just to be clear, it's in the Cabinet report as opposed to just the background paper, and if the suggestion really is that the position of this authority set out in a Cabinet report was misleading or inaccurate, that really would be concerning. Yeah.
Is that the Cabinet report that was
report to Cabinet
after it had already been commissioned? The one that was published for the Reg 18
14th
one?
of September 2022.
Yeah.
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 But the point was that the invitation was not conditional on any basis. It was open-ended. It was not time-limited, and the gentleman from West Oxfordshire has confirmed the same.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to agenda item 7. And other potential strategic matters. And if I can ask the Council just to very, very, very briefly take us through each one and explain why it's strategic, what you did, and just to confirm your position on each, please.
Yeah, so I can start and we'll probably sort of swap between us. So document COM 001 is our general statement of common ground. It sets out the issues that we consider relevant to the Oxford Local Plan 2040 and that we consider to be strategic matters which therefore fall under the duty to cooperate. It also identifies the bodies which cooperation is necessary and outlines the key meetings where these have happened. In our hearing statement, we then set out detail. These were identified in table 11.1 under answer to question 11, with more detail about how engagement has happened, outcomes and positions within table 12.1. Do you want us just to run through each one of those bullet points?
Please, just very briefly.
So gypsy and travelling needs, there's a joint piece of work happening across Oxfordshire on that. We've got a position statement in our evidence base, HEA .007, which sets out our position. Other specialist needs have been discussed with the duty to cooperate. And then we move on to extra codes. I think that's the same case there, isn't it? It's essentially been discussed as part of that duty to cooperate, the housing discussions. And then we move on to employment.
So in relation to employment, particularly jobs needed in the area, we've obviously talked to a variety of different organisations, including Oxlet, Oxfordshire County Council and the districts as well. There's no additional employment need. It needs to be exported. We can accommodate it all in the city, so we don't really feel there's duty to cooperate issues of that matter.
Retail.
Okay, sorry, it's probably a bit boring for you just running through this table, but I'll try and do it quickly. But retail, we did put on the duty to cooperate statement initially because it was potentially a cross-boundary issue. As we got our evidence base, it showed that we could meet all our needs within Oxford. We don't really think it remains as a strategic issue, and our statement of common ground with each of our different ones with each district, I think, make that clear that they don't consider it a strategic issue either at this point. Provision of infrastructure for transport. We've talked about the transport modelling. That was commissioned jointly with Oxfordshire County Council to assess impacts, and the modelling needs were discussed many times as the plan developed. We've got various meetings which we have outlined in the table where we were discussing the outcomes of this. I think we also discussed with the county access issues and other general transport issues. They did raise some detailed comments, firstly on our drafts of policies before the Regulation 19 consultation, and then also at the Regulation 19 consultation. And in our duty to cooperate statement with the County Council, we have proposed some main modifications to overcome their concerns in relation to these issues. Network Rail, we've had frequent meetings with at various levels about Oxford Station and the Cowley branch line, which are strategic issues, but I think we're meeting our duties in relation to those. Provision of utilities infrastructure, including telecommunication, waste, water and energy. We've met with a whole range of duty to cooperate bodies, and some are not duty to cooperate bodies, such as Thames Water and energy and telecoms providers. We've discussed with them our emerging work on need and capacity and likely growth of the city and what infrastructure needs will result from those. A lot of this work is through the IDP, which is CSD 006, and that reflects the discussions that have taken place and the conclusions that we've drawn in relation to this. We talked a bit earlier this morning about provision of wastewater treatment infrastructure, and our statement of common ground with Thames Water and the Environment Agency. Obviously, work in relation to this is ongoing, but all parties are committed to working together to try and resolve these issues. Provision of health infrastructure, we also touched on earlier. We had discussions throughout with the Bob ICB, various meetings which we have detailed in this table, including from July to December 2022. And in December 2022, we asked the ICB to submit a list. As we were discussing with them, did they point out any of their flood risk? We'd identified a strategic issue. There is extensive documentation of our conversations with the Environment Agency on this matter, and some proposed main modifications as well, which result from discussions over our statement of common ground, but which would resolve their outstanding issues. Likewise, conservation and enhancement of the natural and historic environment, particularly historic environment. We've met Historic England frequently also and shared early drafts of the plan, taken on board their comments, and we have a long statement of common ground, which does also suggest a number of main modifications to deal with their issues raised at Regulation 19, which I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about as we get into the detail of the plan. I think there was one more item on your list which we hadn't identified as a strategic matter, which was student accommodation. We didn't identify it as a strategic matter initially because the universities are very clear, and they're clear in all their statements, both of them, that their intention is, or what they want is for their needs to be met within the city. And they do have some off-site accommodation. They're gradually closing, out of Oxford accommodation, which they are gradually closing to focus on sites within the city. When we consulted on the duty to cooperate statement, and at all plan stages, this hasn't been raised by anybody as a strategic matter. And in our statements of common ground agreed with the districts, it's not identified as a strategic matter. But there has been extensive consultation, nevertheless, with the universities about their requirements, which are detailed matters I'd expect to get on to in later hearings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's, you'll be pleased